Special City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Thursday, April 15th. It is 2024 at 4 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott? Here. Commissioner Phillips?
Here.
Commissioner Resnicki? Here. Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Here.
Mayor Petrilla?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. If you'll please shut the door in the back. All right, before we get started, just a couple of ground rules, just to make sure we're all on the same page so there's no confusion, any surprises for anyone. We're going to have a nice, quiet, orderly meeting. If you speak out of turn, if your phone goes off, if you clap, if you laugh, if you yell, if you do anything without being called on to speak at the podium, the sheriff deputies are in the back. I will ask them to escort you. This is the one and only warning. I want to make sure we have a nice, clean meeting. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed? May I please have a motion to accept the agenda?
I move that we accept the agenda as written.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any audience comments?
I do. I have a general comment from Thomas Rask.
Okay. If you please state your name and address for the record.
Tom Rask, unincorporated Pinellas County. Pardon my appearance, I came here. I chose to come here by bike. My comments today are mainly an appeal to the residents of St. Pete Beach to consider the overwhelming evidence before you. That evidence suggests much of your local government is neither competent, representative reviews, or free of corruption. In the interest of time, I'll move on to a small example, which if we can pull up this, I pointed this out to the assistant clerk beforehand. Under the meetings and agendas list of meetings, it says special city commission meeting, but on the paper that's handed out, it says regular. I'm going to skip a medium-sized example of how things don't work properly, which would involve my lawsuit, which I filed against the City of Public Records. You can go review the filings there yourself. I don't want to annoy opposing counsel, so I'll go straight to a giant sign that my allegations of incompetence and corruption in local government are in fact true. Before us sit 4 unelected commissioners who have previously voted on and will today vote on the 2 largest redevelopment projects in the city's history. The only elected person on the dais is Mayor Petrilla. Each municipal legislative body shall be elective. Those are the words in the Florida Constitution. That's what it requires. Elective. Shall means shall. Now, there is a slight difference between elective and elected government. Elective could mean a system where certain positions can be filled through various methods of selection. And you can look at the Wikipedia entry for elective monarchy, and you can compare and contrast. But 4 out of 5 positions filled by unaccountable flunkies? That is beyond the pale. That doesn't even come close to passing the smell test. Yet through a corrupt, staggered resignation scheme cooked up by the corrupt city attorney, that is what you have. Residents who were previously unaware that St. Pete Beach has turned into a banana republic, please smell the stench of rot and then become engaged. Your own financial future depends on it. Thank you.
I have another comment from Mark Grill.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mark Grill, Second Palm Point, St. Pete Beach. One subject that, before you get going with trade winds discussion, is the city manager hiring. Last week I was here to talk about the process, and after last week's meet and greet and commission meeting, I'm still confused. You selected 2 candidates and set up a 2-person negotiations team that interestingly excludes your key support leaders in HR and legal. It's not clear how the team of 2 can negotiate when the commission hasn't approved a framework of high or low amounts, what allowances to offer, what not to offer, when to walk away from the negotiations table. It almost seems like the city's trying to prove a point to get this hire done no matter what. You may not be familiar, as some of you are new, the total compensation paid to the previous city manager, the full-time city manager, was an item many residents routinely came to this podium and complained about. And if I remember right, some of you also provided that feedback. I also mentioned the city should not allow the process to be, I want what the last person got and more. Apparently, the recruiting firm had a different message. The firm essentially announced the city's negotiation strategy to the public, including the candidates. I told you, they told you the salary ranges and other compensation items, such as a housing allowance, car allowance, remember we're 6 miles from north to south, a phone allowance, relocation allowances, etc. They also use this to set what may be higher expectations with prospective candidates. I don't understand what type of negotiation can go on when one party publicly lists everything they're willing to give before sitting at the table. So the public knows, the city's on the contract with the recruiting firm to pay them approximately $26,900, $22,400 for services, and up to $4,500 for expenses. And the city separately reimburses the 5 candidates for their travel for last week's interviews. You may know that the cost of living comparisons do show regional differences. Per bankrate.com, you need to earn 58% less if you move to keep your standard of living if you move from Los Angeles to Tallahassee, 30% less from Los Angeles to Bismarck, North Dakota, 67% more from Dothan, Alabama to Los Angeles. To me, it makes sense. A CEO of a company, $1 million company with 200 employees, receives lower compensation compared to the CEO of a $1 billion company with 150,000 employees. We're a city of 9,000 people. There was no discussion of potentially larger total compensation package. Was it affordable based on the approved budget? Or are there infrastructure projects that won't be done in order to pay this? You might be setting a precedent for city staff, as well as the CWA, firefighters unions. How are you going to tell them that there's no money for salary increases? I'm sure you all have projects in your districts, at least one that you want to see funded, but the answer is there aren't enough funds. Or will you raise the millage rates? Residents won't want to see that. For whatever reason, we're going with an all-out strategy to get this done without all sorts of salary and allowances without a strategy. Please take a relook. I'm out of time. I'll send you an email. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no other general.
Thank you. Assistant to the attorney, you had some comments you would like to make?
Yes, if I may, Mayor, I think it may be more appropriate to read the resolution so that the record is started and then I can make my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Since there's no further audience comments, we're moving on to resolutions. 3A, quasi-judicial hearing on resolution 2023-27. City Clerk.
Resolution 2023-27, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 35.3B1 and 35.4B of the Land Development Code to allow construction of 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment, construction of a 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment that will include 1,596 total temporary lodging units, or 63.18 units per buildable acre, of which 629 units are additional above existing, 5,895 square feet of meeting space, of which 14,303 square feet is additional above existing, 79,126 square feet of retail and restaurant space, of which 42,964 square feet is additional above existing, and 31,105 square feet of office space, of which 10,486 square feet is additional above existing. and develop new lodging, accessory, and amenity structures containing the aforementioned units, accessory spaces, and amenities, as well as outdoor amenities and parking garages that will extend up to 116 feet in height above base flood elevation, BFE, to the roof line, and 128 feet in height above BFE when including rooftop amenities or decorative features, and permit 2 rooftop dining and drinking amenities that includes the playing of outdoor music to parcels number 063216000023000300, 063216000023000200, 013215000000, 1100600, 013215000000, 1100610, 01321518142000, 0000, 01321518142000, 0001, 0132150000, 1100500, and 013215000000, 1100400, with addresses of 5600, 5700, 5750, 5800, 5900, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of scrivener's error and an effective date.
Thank you. Assistant City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we just want to go through a quick disclosure, and then I'm going to address some procedural issues that were raised in a letter that you all received last night at roughly 9:30. So just to remind you, you all are sitting as judges today. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding in which you will hear from staff, the applicant, the public, and then ultimately deliberate. You are here to ensure due process is afforded, to weigh the competent substantial evidence, and to determine if the criteria set out in the code have been met. Now, last night we received a letter from a Miss Jane Graham on behalf of Protect St. Pete Beach, and we also received one from Mr. Dewitt on behalf of the CMARC requesting intervener affected party status. I think Andrew has expressed our position on that. The code is silent, so are the statutes. You have to look at case law when interpreting this. You all have a process in place that the clerk has adopted via resolution when it comes to representatives speaking on behalf of groups, but without criteria in the code, it is not something that you just do on the fly. Therefore, we are not advising that we deem anyone a party intervener in this proceeding. Some additional things that were said were because there was new evidence supplied from the planning board that it needs to go back to square one. Again, I think Andrew has expressed his opinion on that. If you did interpret it that way, it would be a never-ending circle in which anytime you requested anything, it would go back to the beginning, and that legally and respectfully just makes no sense. Now, the last thing is the outstanding code violations. She cites 3.16. I do want to state that while I can appreciate what Ms. Reich does for the sea turtles, and I've worked with her over the years, she is not employed by the city. She is not a code enforcement officer. She has no legal authority to issue a notice of violation or to determine if a violation exists. That language specifically says that the city has determined a violation exists. Here, I have conferred with Pete Dewar, who is the code enforcement manager, who confirmed that no notice of violation has been issued for the sea turtle lighting. And as we sit today at 4:15 on 4/15, Monday, there is no violation that has been determined to exist. So we see no procedural issues with moving forward. And if there's no questions, then we can move on to ex parte communications. And I would like to include Florida statute section 286.0115 into the record.
You have a question?
Absolutely.
Is there something that prevents the city commission from making a determination on intervener status?
We have no criteria to do so. I would have no way to advise you.
Okay. But is there something?
And respectfully, when it comes to party intervener, if you granted them that here, there would be no standing argument in the court of law, and it's our position that that determination is for a court of competent jurisdiction without specific criteria to base that off of.
Okay. You had something to read?
Yes, no, I was just gonna, into the record, Florida Statute 286.0115, titled Access to Local Public Officials, Quasi-Judicial Proceedings on Local Government and Land Use Matters. It is a statute that we utilize. It is a statute that section for party intervener cherry picks language from, but this is related to ex parte communications. You all are familiar with this at this point. When we go through it, you will list the person you met with or the group and just the subject, right? Don't need a date or time, but just be as informative as you can with that information. And without further ado, Mayor, if you'd like to just run through the ex parte communications based on.
Certainly, District 1.
Sure. I've received and read a significant number of emails regarding the project, both for and against. I've spoken to many of my neighbors and people on the street as well. I've met with the applicant twice, the first time to discuss the project overall as a whole, and the second time to discuss more specifically their economic impact report.
District 2, please.
All right. I've walked the property. I live close by it. I've reviewed the packet, spoke to city staff about the project. I've spoke to and met with residents about the project. I've watched the planning board meeting. I've spoke to board members about the project. I met with applicant's counsel and with Joe twice about the overall project. Reviewed emails from residents about the project.
District 3.
I attended initial community meeting held at the Trade Winds on this CUP, about this CUP. Spoke with various residents on positive and negative impacts of this development. I read many supportive and non-supportive emails on this CUP. I read comments for and or against this CUP on social media, such as Nextdoor and Facebook. Read a press release on Beacon News in reference to the rooftop viewing terrace being presented in the CUP. Spoke with resident owner Thomas Hughes about the CUP. Met and spoke with several city staff on the CUP. Took multiple walking tours of the whole property at ground level of the Tradewinds site. Read all materials submitted by the development and city in reference to the CUP. Met at least 2 times with the development team and their legal team on CUP. I watched live the planning board meeting in which the CUP was voted on and recommended to the city commission.
District 4.
Yeah, 14 March, I had a meeting with the Tradewinds attorney and owner just to discuss the overall project. I've walked the ground several times, read every single email, pro or con, talked with a lot of neighbors, also viewed the planning board video. I've looked at Nextdoor, not participated on, but I've looked at some of those posts, and of course, I've worked with the city staff.
Thank you. I have attended the applicant's committee meeting. I've reviewed the documents provided by the applicant from TRC, the planning board hearing, rewatched the planning board hearing. I have reviewed the Land Development Code Comprehensive Plan, the documents submitted for the record of this hearing. I've had several conversations with city staff and current and former FDOT staff. I've reviewed hundreds of emails from residents and other interested parties. I have met with members of the public, individual and in groups at community and association meetings. I've met with one advocacy group. I've met with the applicant and their representatives, and I've received several emails from the applicant's attorney, their lobbyists, and staff. Thank you.
Now, before we get started,
just to make my record, we'd like a vote on the intervener status, and also when you look at the turtle violations
Graham.
online, they show that they are open.
Ms. Graham, thank you. She wasn't here.
Oh, sorry.
And Ms. Graham, since you missed my announcement at the very beginning, since you came in late, I gave one fair warning to everyone. Telephone, noise, clapping, laughing, yelling, anything is automatic expulsion from the chambers. Thank you.
Before we get started, we can also deal with this once the public comment aspect comes up, but I do know there are some people that have requested more than 3 minutes. Didn't know if you wanted to just discuss that now so they can anticipate how much time you're going to give. Again, I remind you the clerk has a procedure via resolution. If you have 4 members here, you have 10 minutes on behalf of a group. So I've only seen one request for more than 10 minutes. I believe it came from Ms. Graham. She asked for 15, and then I believe a member of her group will ask for 6. I highly advise against providing rebuttal time. That's something that a party would get, and again, we're not making that determination, so I would just keep it to a certain time period for groups.
Okay, that is similar to what we have provided in the past. Any objections?
I'm not sure I understand the 15 minutes for the Jane Graham, the attorney. Is that what?
In the past, we've done 10 minutes, I believe, although I don't have a strong
Actually, we
opinion
gave
about
them
what
20 minutes the last.
We give them 20? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, Mr. Assistant City Attorney, there is a second request for more time from Mr. Ken Barnes, based on an email from the Assistant City Clerk.
He only said he was on behalf of CMAR. He didn't request more time.
Correct.
Okay.
In full transparency, I was informed Mr. Barnes will not be here, but I believe there will be a representative on behalf of CMARC. However, as I sit here right now, I have not received a request for more than the allotted 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Barry? I'm sorry.
I was going to say before, so just to be clear, we're allowing the time for these individuals that's listed on the sheet in front of us. 15 minutes, Jane Graham, 6 minutes, Jolynn Lawson, and then what are we doing for the CMARC, 10 minutes or?
They did not ask for additional time, so.
Okay.
Okay.
No, okay.
Thank you.
And then no rebuttal.
Yeah. That's what I would advise.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Barry, you're up.
City Clerk, do you want to swear us in?
Anyone who will be addressing the commission will need to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give is truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Get the PowerPoint, thank you. I'm Brandon Barry, I'm a city planner, also a certified planner. The first item on your agenda tonight is conditional use permit case number 23033. This is associated with resolution 2023-27 for the Tradewinds Resort. It is a new large-scale lodging development and rooftop dining, drinking, and music request for the property at 5600, 5700, 5750, 5800, 5900, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard. Again, the Tradewinds Resort. The owner and applicant is listed at the top of your staff report as 5500 to 5600 Gulf Boulevard IG LLC, 5700 Gulf Boulevard BR LLC, 5750 Gulf Boulevard CR LLC, Reef Resort Condominium Association Incorporated, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard SP LLC. The agent is Elise Batzel, Esquire, care of Stearns Weaver Miller. This is a two-part request as amended. There was a much more extensive summary given in your staff report as well as in the resolution title. The summary is that this request is to permit construction of a 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment that will increase site unit count to 1,596 units. This is an increase of 629 units above today, and will include the development of new meeting, retail, restaurant, and office space, along with outdoor accessory spaces and amenities that will exceed 30 units per acre and 50 feet in height. This is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.3B1. There are in particular 3 hotels that are being constructed that will exceed 50 feet in height. The Phase 1 hotel is 116 feet. Phase 2 hotel is 116 feet plus a rooftop facility of up to 12 feet. And the Phase 3 hotel is 112.4 feet. The second request is to permit 2 rooftop dining and drinking amenities that include the playing of outdoor music. This request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.4B. Here's the timeline of the application. The applicant originally held a community meeting back in July of 2022. They made complete their request for request number 1, the lodging redevelopment, in June of 2023. There was a technical review committee for that request in August of 2023. The applicant resubmitted in September 2023 with the addition of request number 2 for the rooftop dining and drinking. There was a technical review committee for that request in December. March 18th was the planning board hearing for this request. It was recommended as drafted by staff with one additional recommendation for the development agreement that I'll get into at a vote of 5-0. March 29th through April 5th was the noticing for this property. As of tonight, staff have received 22 letters. That may be in addition to any that you have received that have not been sent to staff. And of course, tonight is the city commission hearing. Here is a listing of exhibits. As always, just the definition of a conditional use permit is a use that has operational, physical, and other characteristics that may be different from those of the predominant permitted uses in a zoning district, but which is a use that complements or may otherwise be compatible with the intended overall development within a district, provided that specified standards are met as pursuant to Land Development Code Division 2, which is the city's definitions division. In the purpose and intent of the conditional use permit division, certain uses are conditional rather than uses by right. They are subject to the conditional use regulations because they may, but do not necessarily, have significant adverse effects on the environment, public services, the desired character of an area, or they may create nuisances. A review of these uses is necessary due to the impact they may have on the surrounding area or neighborhood. The conditional use review provides an opportunity to allow the use when there are minimal impacts, to allow the use but impose mitigation measures to address identified concerns, or to deny the use if the concerns cannot be resolved. Here's an aerial map of the property comprised of what is currently 5 distinct properties. Moving from the southern end to the north is the Tradewinds Island Grand, the Tradewinds Breckenridge, the Coral Reef Resort, the Alden Resort, and the Rumfish Resort. The applicant's proposing a 4-phase plan. This is all under one conditional use permit, and it is associated with the development agreement, which I'll cover later on. I did want to address each phase as a standalone phase. Under request number 1 for phase 1, the applicant is proposing a 12-story guest tower that would increase site density by 154 lodging units. It would also include a new 6-story parking garage, 2-story beachfront restaurant, and new outdoor pool and guest amenities. Phase 2 would include a new 11-story guest tower, again with a rooftop amenity. This would increase site density by 240 lodging units, new 5- and 7-story parking garages, a new meeting, retail, restaurant, office, and bar space, new frontage retail, and new outdoor pool and guest amenities. Phase 3 would include a new 12-story guest tower, increasing site density by 235 lodging units, a new 4-story parking garage, new frontage retail, and new outdoor pool and guest amenities. Phase 4 would not include any increase in density. It would include a new office and lobby building and new outdoor guest amenities. Moving on to request number 2 for the rooftop dining and drinking and music. The applicant is proposing this in 2 areas of the site. The first is in phase 1 at the southwest side of the site. There is a 2-story beachfront restaurant. It's at the southwest side of the site next to the beach access number 1. The upper level of the restaurant at the curved part of the back would contain rooftop dining, drinking, and music. In phase 2, the rooftop of Hotel 2, so that 11th story, would also include a rooftop dining, drinking, and music area as highlighted. And here is a rendering showing that in a little bit more detail. The restaurant at the bottom of the screen in the center of the rendering, showing where that rooftop dining and drinking and music area would be, and then on the rooftop of Hotel 2 in the distance to the top left. Following the planning board staff hearing, staff finds the applicant has supplied adequate support for all 20 conditional use permit criteria. Staff finds the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the conditional use permit criteria and recommends approval with conditions. This is also recommended by the planning board at a vote of 5-0. I did want to briefly address the 3 criteria that staff went into the planning board with questions for the applicant regarding looking at criteria Land Development Code section 4.4A3, whether the transportation system is capable of adequately supporting the proposed use in addition to the existing uses in the area. At the time of the planning board hearing, the city's transportation consultant had not recommended the study. We have since received a resubmittal on March 28th. That was included with your packet. They have our consultant has recommended the study based on that resubmittal. They are present if you have questions for them. Section 4.4A6, whether the applicant has demonstrated the technical capacity to complete any improvements and mitigation necessitated by the development as proposed. The applicant has stated that they have a project management firm. They've already been engaged and will be involved in numerous aspects of the property throughout its lifespan. And finally, Section 4.12A4, the aesthetic and architectural features of the development, including the provision and maintenance of Gulf and Bay views and vistas. Staff had expressed concerns about the width of the development and the impacts on pedestrian at-grade views of the beach. The applicant has met the explicit step back and setback requirements. That wasn't the case when this request went to planning board. They have also proposed additional elements such as the rooftop viewing deck to preserve the overall public view of the beach. No additional conditions related to this criteria were recommended by the planning board. So moving on to recommended conditions, there were only 2 conditions that were revised after the planning board hearing. I will touch on those. There were several conditions that were brought up at the planning board hearing. I'll mention those as well. I'm going to skip condition number 1. I'll come back to it. It relates to the development agreement, starting with the rooftop dining and music requirements. Condition number 2, the rooftop dining, drinking, and music is only permitted on the Phase 1 beachfront restaurant and Phase 2 hotel, except for amendment of this conditional use permit. All rooftop equipment shall be permanent. No visiting musician equipment shall be permitted. The applicant must allow noise tests before operating, limit decibel levels of the property line to be equivalent with ambient, and provide a sound governor with lockbox accessible only by management. Condition 5, the applicant shall install a treated glass barrier along the southern side of the Phase 1 beachfront restaurant's 2nd floor. This has been updated in the rendering. It's now reflected on the plan as well. In terms of administrative project review requirements, the applicant shall prepare a covenant to ensure that the entire subject property is unified under one zoning lot. All required features for the development shall be maintained for all buildings and spaces within the development. The financial capacity findings pertain only to the subject applicant and affiliates. This has been amended since the planning board hearing, and it was addressed at the hearing to specify that this does exclude the Coral Reef, which are individual unit owners. Condition 8, the applicant shall perform a pre-construction assessment of CMARC and provide scent scrubbers at the Phase 1 restaurant. Condition 9, all construction staging shall be on the subject property. 10, the applicant shall be responsible for modifying their hurricane evacuation plan to require evacuation after a hurricane watch instead of a warning for the development. That was modified by staff after the planning board hearing just to specify that this would apply to each of the new hotels. It wasn't clear in the original condition. Operation and design requirements, the rooftop view terrace under Phase 2 shall be open sunrise to sunset, available free of charge to the public, and prominently located for visitors through the use of wayfinding signage. Condition 12, all new hotels and restaurants under this approval shall be developed and maintained as 4 diamond quality or higher. This has been amended in your resolution to specify that it is only for the hotels. The applicant is wishing to offer multiple ratings for their restaurants from higher scale down to grab and go. They are also, to my understanding, going to recommend an additional amendment to this that addresses the phasing of the diamond ratings for the hotels. Staff have worked with them on that. I do consent to that revision to the condition, but they will be presenting that to you. Condition 13, the applicant shall comply with relevant design, site layout, and operational requirements of the Community Redevelopment District at an appropriate stage. The site and building plan shall be substantially similar to the plans approved by the City Commission, except for any explicit conditions to the contrary. Condition 15, the rendering shall be prepared and submitted with a site plan that are substantially similar to the ones approved by the City Commission, with any deviations noted. And 16, a resident discount program shall be offered. 17, all unloading to the Island Grand and Breckenridge shall take place on-site by completion of the Phase 1 parking garage. This would eliminate any on-boulevard unloading for the Island Grand and Breckenridge properties. All unloading property-wide shall be on-site by completion of Phase 2. Condition 18, all deliveries shall be between 7:30 a.m. and 10 p.m. 19, no new beach recreational amenities shall be introduced seaward of the coastal construction control line. 20, the Phase 1 pool and deck area shall close to guests at 9 p.m. That is an amendment from the planning board hearing where it was recommended at sunset. In terms of landscaping requirements, the landscaping plan shall be submitted during Phase 1 site plan permitting and demonstrate full compliance with the city's minimum green space standards. 22, at least 50% of trees and palms by count and ground cover by square footage per phase shall be Florida friendly. Required buffer landscaping shall be at least 50% Florida native or recommended species. 23, the applicant shall maintain connection to the public reclaimed water system for irrigation, and such usage shall be metered. Pressure regulation and leak detection shall be utilized. Site improvement requirements, condition number 24, all pedestrian frontage road crossings shall be raised to promote pedestrian priority. 25, pedestrian access across the dune shall be by walkover only, and this is the part that was amended from the planning board, except where already permitted by FDEP. The applicant has gone through a remodel of the Breckenridge, and there has been already some beachfront amenities that have been approved by the FDEP, so it would exclude anything that's already been approved by the FDEP. Condition 26, if the Phase 1 walkover that functions as a fire truck turnaround is not permitted by the FDEP, the applicant shall accommodate a turnaround landward of the CCCL, and this was an amendment from Planning Board. It may be reviewed at site plan. This may require the relocation of some site amenities at the back of the Phase 1 redevelopment. This could be reviewed at site plan. Condition 27, the applicant shall make all non-conforming signage that has not received a variance compliant with the code requirements by phase. Condition 28, the applicant shall install and maintain trash cans along the beach access walkways. All pedestrian pathways, surface parking spaces, and paved non-structural surfaces shall be permeable or semi-permeable and maintained as such. Condition 30, a dedicated path shall be installed from Hotel 1 to the Gulf Boulevard sidewalk. 31, all garages shall be adequately screened with landscaping or architectural elements to make their purpose not readily apparent. The applicant has submitted new renderings that are more direct from the sidewalk that shows the updated garages. Condition 32, the applicant shall provide at least one dedicated ride share and circulator parking spot for Hotel 1 and 3 and 2 for Hotel 2. 33, the applicant shall install a canopy tree for each 200 square feet of separately landscaped area of surface parking lot remaining on the site by phase. This is particularly around the Phase 4 area where there will be some remodeling of the parking area that's at grade. Condition 34, the applicant shall achieve Florida Green Lodging Program 3 Palms and LEED Silver for each new hotel building. Florida Green Lodging Program certification shall be maintained as a precondition of approval for any subsequent phase of the project. 35, the applicant shall achieve a 35% water reduction below federal baseline for plumbing fixtures in each new building. This is a proposed reduction from 40% at the planning board hearing. This was requested by the applicant. 35 does still allow for the achievement of the LEED Silver certification. 36, there shall be no net cubic or surface area increase of outdoor accessory or ornamental water features site-wide. 37, the applicant shall install green roofs or utilize another rooftop technique like cool roof materials shown to reduce the heat island effect in any new building roof area not maintained as customer or maintenance space. This is also an amendment that was requested at the planning board. Finally, any violation of any condition will allow the City Commission to rescind or modify the conditional use permit, and this was requested by the applicant after providing a reasonable time to cure not to exceed 90 days. So that length of time would be based on the violation. And the City Commission may review the conditional use permit periodically to ensure the order is in compliance with the terms of the approval. This is recommended by staff for any conditional use permit that comes before you. I want to go back to condition number 1, the approval contingency condition. Approval of this conditional use permit is contingent on the passage of the companion development agreement. Violation of any terms of the development agreement is considered a violation of the conditional use permit.
Mr. Berry, if I may, Mayor, if I may stop you for a minute. I just want to clarify why we're going straight into the development agreement, because although there are separate items on the agenda that will require separate motions, they are companion items. The development agreement is a condition of the CUP, and the CUP is essentially, without that approval, the development agreement. You can't approve one without the other. So there will be one public hearing and one presentation from staff, but I just wanted to clarify that at the end of this, there will be 2 separate motions.
Thank you.
No problem.
So just a brief background on development agreements. It's been several years since the city has considered one of these. They are authorized by the Florida statutes, 163.3220, and the Land Development Code, Division 45. Development agreements are often utilized for large, complex, and/or long-term projects that require significant investments in capital improvements, significant decisions about land planning or financing, and where long-term commitment to comprehensive planning principles can be maintained. Under a typical conditional use permit, construction must start and be continuously maintained within 12 months of any conditional use permit approval. The applicant is requesting this project's development to span up to 20 years. So I just wanted to, staff have arranged the conditions, and there are different commitments that are made in the development agreement that aren't addressed in the conditional use permit, and vice versa. They are considered companion items, as was just mentioned by the Assistant City Attorney. I did want to just briefly cover the items that are in the conditional use permit by content relative to the development agreement. In the conditional use permit, you'll find items like administrative document preparation, anything that needs to be prepared by the applicant as it relates to covenants, anything addressing the hurricane evacuation plan, other administrative documents that staff will be looking over at the site plan stage. Anything dealing with the actual site plan itself, anything related to conditions that ensure that the site plan looks conceptually similar or identical to what you're reviewing here tonight, any kind of operational commitments, any kind of quality standards, things related to the development itself, the 4-diamond rating that was mentioned earlier, anything related to the quality of the landscaping, and so on. The development agreement gets more into detail on the performance standards, anything that needs to be provided by the applicant long-term, anything that will be provided or triggered based on a decision to not proceed. Those would all fall under the development agreement. Anything related to the concurrency for the project also falls under development agreement. Any kind of private improvements, such as dune improvements, the internal roadway, any public improvements, walks to and along the beach, sidewalks, safety improvements, other public amenities that are proposed by the applicant. Anything related to impact fees and multimodal commitments are also covered under the development agreement, and anything related to marine turtle compliance. As this Assistant City Attorney mentioned, the conditional use permit and development agreement under review are considered companion items. Approval of one was drafted by staff to be approved contingent on the approval of the other. The scope of requirements covered under the development agreement should be addressed under that item. So the recommended motion is to approve Resolution 2023-27 upon approval of the companion development agreement. I did want to stop. I do have a presentation for the development agreement. We have our staff professionals, we have our transportation consultant, our public works director, and our fire marshal present. If you have any questions for me at this time, if you have questions for them, we'd be happy to answer that. Otherwise, I can move on.
I think we have a few questions for you. Okay. Who would like to go first? Any questions for Mr. Berry?
Not yet.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I thought this was going to be after, so I'm not sure if I'm asking at the right time now, because you mentioned covenants or things that needs to be done. Does that need to be addressed now, or do we address that later?
That was one of the conditional use permit conditions, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer it.
In other words, anything that we've seen, I read all the material, obviously, so everything I've seen along the way that I have questions about would be the best time is to do it now.
I think it's best that we ask the questions as they come up rather than try to bunch them all at the end, because after a 5-hour presentation, yeah, I think we'll be asking questions as they come up.
Okay, so then because I'm feeling like you want a motion for this.
No.
But if there's something, okay.
There's no.
I think he's simply asking if he can move on to the development agreement.
That's fine, I'd rather wait then, yeah.
Okay.
Proceed.
Go ahead. Okay, moving on to the development agreement, again, a companion item to the conditional use permit. And this is a development agreement proposed to be between the City of St. Pete Beach and Tradewinds SPB Developer LLC to implement the development activities and associated public and private improvements contemplated in the development of conditional use permit 23033. So as stated before, if approved, this project is proposed to proceed across 4 distinct phases, with the increased density occurring across the first 3 phases. Each phase is expected to be developed over approximately 5 years. Due to existing conditions, some improvements and benefits will occur site-wide in the first phase. Others will be introduced by phase. Due to project complexity and time to complete, staff and the applicant have negotiated a potential development agreement. So Section 3 in the development agreement deals with the proposed commitments by the developer. So Section 3A addresses the beach access points. Looking in Phase 1, there is a beach access at the very southern end of the property, south of the 55th Avenue signalized intersection. This would be provided permanently in Phase 1. At the center of the site, the applicant is proposing a Phase 1 temporary access. That is not necessarily the exact location of where it will be, that red line on the center of the screen. It will move with the phases, to my understanding. Phase 3, it will be made permanent. There will be a recorded pedestrian easement. It will be between 10 and 20 feet wide. And then in Phase 4, at the very northern end of the site, abutting the Hilton Garden Inn, there will be a separate public beach access. All beach access with easements must be provided within 30 days of the certificate of occupancy for the corresponding phase as drafted in the development agreement. Looking at the amenities that would be provided under Section 3B to 3E, starting with 3B, which is the 15-foot mean high water line easement that would be provided on the landward side of the mean high water line, all in Phase 1. 3C would be the sidewalk, that is the 10-foot frontage sidewalk would be provided by phase. So as the phases progress, the sidewalk would be provided in front of the developed phase. 3D, moving to the back of the site, if the beach walk is funded and approved to be constructed, that would be provided at the time that that approval is granted. And 3E would be for the internal roadway that would also be constructed by phase along with the sidewalk that would proceed as the phases are developing. Addressing Section 3F through...
Mr. Berry.
Yes.
Okay. Can you back up to the previous slide?
Sure.
So the sidewalk provided, the 10-foot sidewalk, which should be provided by phase.
Mm-hmm.
So during Phase 1, you get I don't know, eighth of a mile, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
If Phase 2 or Phase 3 didn't happen, that's the end of that.
No. So the sidewalk and stormwater improvements, and I'll get to stormwater improvements in a moment, if the applicant decides to not move forward after Phase 1, they would still be responsible for the entire sidewalk. There's a trigger in the development agreement that if there's more than 6 years between phases, they would be required to provide any portion of the sidewalk that hasn't already been constructed, should they decide to move forward with Phase 1.
Thank you.
The beach walk,
Yes.
does it go from north-south without interruption?
It would be uninterrupted, as, again, based on there being approval for it through the City Commission and FDEP, it would be intended to be uninterrupted.
Okay. And same stipulation, if they do not complete, we still get the easement?
Correct. That's all in Phase 1 for the beach walk and for the mean high water line.
Thank you.
Yes. Items in 3F through 3J, stormwater improvements shall be considered within and be installed by phase. Again, there's that 6-year trigger for stormwater for full site compliance if the future phases do not proceed. Should the applicant decide to develop Phase 1 and they decide to not move forward on Phases 2 through 4, they would still be responsible for site-wide stormwater improvements. In terms of mobility improvements, this is item 3G. The developer will contribute $125,000 per year for 10 years above impact fees towards city mobility services or programs. The applicant will be responsible for considerable transportation impact fees. This is additional funding above and beyond that for multimodal improvements, whether it's toward freebie or other multimodal improvements within the city. Under 3H, the Gulf Boulevard Safety Study, any improvements that are not already required by the FDOT throughout the development of this project, the developer will be responsible for those improvements that are identified as a shorter midterm solution within the study. Item 3I, in terms of dune restoration, the applicant will be responsible for restoration behind the site and any other altered property in Phase 1. So we would be getting the full dune build out in Phase 1. And marine turtle compliance, 3J, the entire property, new and existing, must be compliant with new development standards for beachfront lighting by completion of Phase 1. So that would include any new development. In Phase 1, of course, it would only be the hotel, and that would apply by phase for the new development, but it would also apply by the end of Phase 1 that all existing development would need to be made compliant with the marine turtle lighting ordinance for new lighting.
Brendan, I have a question. On the dune restoration, the mayor brought up just momentarily whether it's throughout the site, uninterrupted. But if this dune restoration 3.1, if work is currently being done behind Breckenridge, Coral Reef, Alden during phase 1, how is the city participating in the planning of what's going on currently? And it not be uninterrupted? And I could leave that for later if you want, but just a question.
Are you asking about the current work?
No.
The current work behind the Breckenridge? Is that what you're referring to?
Because to me, it's kind of, they're not coming together. On your previous slide where the mayor asked if it's uninterrupted, you said yes, by design, by city, but when we get to the next slide, dune restoration 3.1 says is, you were talking about currently, there's things going on behind Breckenridge that have been approved. So then to me, whatever's being approved or being done could potentially interrupt the non-interruption, if you all are hearing what I'm saying.
I thought the mayor was referring to the beach walk, the sidewalk.
The beach walk would be going along the dune restoration, I would assume. You want to be along the CCL line.
Mm-hmm. Right, we would coordinate with the FDEP. Currently, there is a renovation taking place at the Breckenridge. They are planting vegetation behind the Breckenridge, dune compliant planting. There's no grading, but it is planting. We would work with the FDEP. Both the dune restoration and the beach walk would have to go through the FDEP, so that would be addressed in tandem.
Is the applicant currently in compliance with marine turtle regulations?
There are no open cases for the lighting. In terms of what I've seen, they have the amber lighting present, I believe, for the existing hotels. So that would, it's not compliant with the new development lighting, but to my understanding, it is compliant with the existing lighting.
When are they supposed to bring everything into compliance that is not new? So all the old buildings?
It would be by the end of phase 1 based on what's
Regardless
drafted.
of which section and which phase they're located in?
Correct. It would be for the entire property up through 6,000 Gulf Boulevard. There would be some proposed commitments by the city. These are covered in Section 4 of the development agreement. Section 4A, the site plan shall be submitted within 1 year of conditional use permit approval. This would be on city responsibility to review that phase 1. There would be a waiver of the continual construction requirement, as previously mentioned. Typically, under a conditional use permit, it's required that a site plan and a building permit be obtained within 1 year. That would not apply under this development agreement. Section 4C, the conditional use permit would be valid for the duration of the development agreement, which would last for up to 20 years. 4D, phases 3 and 4 beach accesses are recognized as additional to the minimum requirement. 4E, the St. Pete Beach text on the front of the meeting space wall in Phase 2 is recognized as artwork as defined in the Land Development Code, and that's based on the current Land Development Code definition. The art may be changed to other artwork if approved by the city. It will not be considered signage. It may not be converted to commercial signage. It can remain another artwork. It's currently shown as St. Pete Beach. There could be a mural or other art placed up with approval of the city. And finally, 4F, the city will use good faith efforts to apply for grants for the beach walk. The developer would be eligible for a proportion of those grants if issued. If grants are not received, the applicant would be responsible for the beach walk development at their own expense. If the city does receive grants, they would be eligible for a proportion of them. Moving on to concurrency, which is in Section 5 of the development agreement. The applicant must obtain a certificate of concurrency for each phase. One of the significant elements of the development agreement is that it effectively freezes the standards that are in the city's codes in place at the time of the approval. So despite the fact that there may be amendments to the city's land development code over time, the standards that are in place today would apply to the project throughout its life. Now, there is one exception to that is written into the development agreement. I'll cover that in a moment. That's for transportation concurrency. However, the individual level of service standards, sewer, stormwater, and so on, those are subject to the standards that are in place in the city's code today. The city would not be reserving capacity based on any action taken tonight, with the exception of phase 1 transportation concurrency. I'll address that again in a moment or two. there would be no capacity commitments made tonight, but they would be subject to the standards that are in place in our current code. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of the level of service standards and what the impact would be under an approval of the development agreement.
So if in phase 2, we go through concurrency and level of service is exceeded, what happens to that project?
If they exceed level of service based on the current standard, and I'll address each facility, they would be responsible for the improvements that are necessary to keep that facility at an appropriate level of service. But if the city were to amend its level of service standards in the future, they would be subject to the standard that is in place today.
Thank you.
So, okay. So addressing potable water, Pinellas County will provide the water with upgrades the responsibility of the developer. The applicant will be required to obtain by phase a concurrency level or a concurrency letter from the county to certify that potable water meets the county's standards. Reclaimed water shall be used for irrigation. The usage shall be metered. Sanitary sewer upgrades and relocation shall be the developer's responsibility. Wastewater connection fees shall be provided by phase, subject to adopted rates at times of building permit issuance. So this doesn't directly affect concurrency. It doesn't affect the city's level of service, but in our sanitary sewer connection fee recommendation, the city over time is recommended to review its wastewater fees to ensure that they're current and they're accurate. If they increase in the future, the applicant would be subject to that increased fee for any subsequent phase that's applied for.
Brandon?
Yes.
Before we move on, because the sewer question is going to come up for me anyway. So when you say sanitary upgrades and relocations, so let's say by phase 2, we found out that a lot more sewage was going than we thought was going to go. Are we talking about on-site only, or would they be responsible for upgrades to Gulf Boulevard?
It would be either on-site or public. They would be responsible.
Thank you.
Moving on to stormwater, all stormwater shall be accommodated on site. As I mentioned before, the applicant would be responsible for site-wide, so between 5,600 and 6,000 stormwater compliance with the city's 25-year, 24-hour standard. As long as phase 1 moves forward, should later phases not move forward, they would still be responsible for the entire site meeting that standard. Any law enforcement, fire protection, and EMS, the city will provide fire and EMS service. The developer shall provide a proportionate cost not to exceed $50,000 for an emergency management level of service study. Solid waste and recycling is the responsibility of the developer. And recreation level of service is not a responsibility for temporary lodging projects. It's laid out in the city's comprehensive plan as applying to residential. The developer is not responsible for any kind of impact fees for recreational level of service because they are not a residential development. However, the city is recognized to meet the adopted level of service under project implementation. I want to spend a little bit more time dealing with transportation. This is section 6H. The applicant has provided a transportation study. As I mentioned, the city's traffic consultant has recommended approval of the transportation study. The transportation study, if request is approved, will be deemed sufficient to demonstrate concurrency for phase 1. So going back to the certification of concurrency, all of the other elements would be based on the certificate of concurrency submitted at the site plan stage. Transportation would be certified tonight for phase 1 only. The applicant must update the following prior to any later phase permit issuance.
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Sure. So
And they will skip concurrency if approved tonight for phase 1?
the study that was provided in the packet as recommended by the city's consultant, if approved by the commission based on what's drafted in the development agreement, it would be approved for phase 1 only. The applicant has provided a traffic study that assesses the full build out of the project within a 5-year phase. They have agreed through this condition that prior to each subsequent phase, they would be responsible for updating the traffic study, but there would be approval granted for phase 1 based on the traffic study as drafted.
So skipping concurrency for phase 1?
The study, this would be a certification of concurrency through this vote for phase 1 only. They would still need to receive this certificate, but it would be based on the study that's already been provided and recommended by the city's consultant. Prior to each phase, the applicant will need to update the following elements of the study: any estimated trip generation, existing volumes. This was a recommendation that was made by the planning board at the request of staff. The development agreement previously requested to use the Ford Pinellas level of service report. There is a significant lag between the publication of the Ford Pinellas report and the data that's used as a source for that report. Staff had concerns that any project coming online within that period of time would be left out of the existing counts. The applicant has agreed to an amendment that would require that they perform actual traffic counts prior to each phase to update if approved by the city manager. The background growth rate would be set to a minimum of 2% or the actual observed background growth between each phase. There would be a removal of completed and no longer approved projects from the committed project side that would be made part of the existing traffic. And the horizon date shall be the estimated completion date of the subject phase. Again, these studies would cover only the phase that is submitted for that site plan at that point in time. And impact fees would be due at time of permit issuance for the corresponding phase. Staff recommends a motion to approve the subject development agreement. That's all I have. I'd be happy to answer questions. As I mentioned, we also have our Public Works Director, Fire Marshal, and City Traffic Consultant present, if you have questions for them.
Brandon, I've got a couple questions for you about the beach access requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And so on the plan, there's 3 beach accesses in the plan, correct? One at the north end, one at the south end, and one in the middle.
Yes.
And the property covers essentially 5 different, potentially, like if they were being done separately, there would be potentially 5 different developable lots,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so can you tell me what the trigger is in our land development code for what level of redevelopment triggers the need for a beach access?
Sure.
And is that, and then when you were looking at this project, is the number of beach accesses required based on it being identified as one complete zoning lot, or are there any other considerations that you all took into account there?
It was looked at as one zoning lot in terms of the beach access requirement. The trigger in the comprehensive plan is based on the amount of floor area that's being added to the site relative to what's already on the site. And it's between 50 and 67% of the existing floor area is one access of 7 feet. Anything greater than 67% is one access of 10 feet. So it was reviewed on the basis of that. The northern 2 properties, and I looked at it by phase just as an exercise. It wasn't anything based on the actual development taking place on the parcel that exists today. The northern 2 phases would not meet, the northern 2 properties, the Rumfish and Alden, if they were treated separately, would not meet the trigger for that beach access. I don't know about the preceding 3. If they were developed as separate properties, I didn't.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's what I was getting at, is that the Rumfish and the Alden, if what's being done on those properties was being done separate outside of the rest of this development, they wouldn't have to provide a beach access at all.
Not based on that one lobby building, correct?
And there is not currently a beach access on either one of those properties, correct? Because the city didn't used to require that. Like on the Rumfish property, the Alden property, there's not currently a beach access.
Correct. That's a recent addition.
Okay, thank you.
But with that, Brendan, a question. That's currently, but we don't know what will happen 15, 20 years down the line, right? If it wasn't put together and the Alden and the Rumfish, let's say, did want to combine as one, and this is hypothetical, then it would be a 3+ acre property that had the potential to add another beach walk. Depending, I mean, it's hypothetical, obviously, but we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow either, so I'm just imagining anything could happen if the phases don't continue.
Understood. If any future approval would be subject to the city commission unless they were to get the properties to under 30 units per acre and redevelop with fewer than 30 units per acre, that would still administratively trigger that beach access. But if there were any amendment to the properties under the scope of this development agreement or conditional use permit, that would all come back to the city commission. It wouldn't be an administrative approval unless there were to be somewhere down the line, that approval of 30 units an acre or fewer for the subject.
So this development agreement, if I think what Commissioner Ruznicki's getting at is that if they never get to phase 4 and those two properties get sold to somebody else and they redevelop either each one individually, because I think each one is bigger than 3 acres on its own, or two of them together, that if some other kind of development happened in the future, that beach access trigger would still apply. And so at some point, you know, we're getting into a lot of ifs. if, then there would potentially, but either way, whether that happens or whether this happens, we have the north beach access at the end of the day, so, okay.
Okay, so the 3 southward properties, those are all in excess of 3 acres?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So those each would require a beach access if redeveloped individually?
Depending on the floor area being added to the sites, I didn't look at the particular parcels as they exist today relative to the new floor area. They could potentially, if developed separately, require an access. I don't know the width.
Okay. And for the 3 proposed beach accesses, if they stop developing after phase 1, what happens to the second and third beach access?
The third, the northernmost access, I don't believe it's drafted to be required if they were to stop after phase 1. The phase 2 would have been provided temporarily. I'm not certain. Assistant City Attorney.
No, that's accurate.
Which is what? He didn't answer the
No, it's accurate in that there's no language that would require in the development agreement, but.
So we have 3 properties on the south side that would each require beach access if we're redeveloped. If they stop
Potentially.
redeveloping after phase 1, then we don't get beach access 2 and 3.
Hypothetically, like Brandon said, he hasn't run the numbers on the 3 separate.
Well, no, I'm asking if they stop developing after phase 1, we don't get beach access 2 and 3.
So we get temporary through the middle, and we get the southern one, phase 1.
But-
Wasn't temporary up front?
Well, temporary due to construction
Right.
through the middle of the property. So that would be phase 3. There is no language that would require, like no trigger for the sidewalk or for the stormwater, like other triggers that we had that would require the beach access points or the beach walk. But I'd be happy to draft that.
Well, we can talk conditions later on.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Because in time, right, you mentioned, I think a little bit earlier, that if a pause can be of how long, what length?
It can be up to 6 years between phases, so that would be from the commencement of one phase to the commencement of the subsequent phase. Anything greater than that would trigger the need for the sidewalk to be provided and the site-wide stormwater.
So they just need continuous construction, right? And then if there's a pause, whatever defines that pause, I mean, I know you can give me that definition, but they could be constructing 5 years, let's say, and then finally now it's a pause, and then now we have 6-year pause. So it could be 11 years, 12 years.
20.
20, well, there's 20 if you're 10 years continuous construction on phase 1, pause for 9, then yes, Mayor, I would agree, then it would be 20 years.
Correct, and there are deterrents for it lasting more than 6 years per phase because of the requirement to put in the additional sidewalk portions and the site-wide stormwater. But technically, it's a 20-year agreement. That's what's
Under that, then
proposed.
6 years, by what you just said, then 6 years would be the continuous construction, but then possible 6-year of pause. So 12 years possibly if nothing, I mean, no amenities or nothing else continuing after.
If I may, Mayor, I think the 6 years, so what, and I won't speak for the applicant, but they were proposing 5-year terms times 4 phases, which is 20 years. So if the first phase, let's say they get a building permit a year from now, and they work 2 or 3 years of construction, so you're 4 years in, and then they take a pause before phase 2, If that pause before phase 2 is longer than 6 years, then it triggers all the requirements for stormwater and sidewalks
6 years from what point?
from the end of,
The first phase.
correct.
So that could be 10 years total.
It's actually the commencement of one phase to the next, so it would be it wouldn't be the end of phase 1, which is 5 years, and then 6 additional years. It would be between the commencement of phase 1. So effectively, if they're 5-year blocks, it would be more than 1 year after the expected 5-year term of each phase. That would trigger that, not added together.
So always 6 years then?
6 years, correct.
Okay. So when we say pause, we're not saying we're pausing for 6 years after they stop
No.
construction. It's from the beginning of construction that clock is already ticking before the next phase.
Correct, right, it's the commencement of the phase.
Would you prefer we save questions for like the fire department and some other specifics for when, after the applicants talk, or should we just get them out now? What's more efficient?
Let's finish with Brandon, and then if we have questions for the chief or for Public Works, we can bring them up one at a time.
Go ahead. So while we're on the beach access topic, so phase 1, when throughout that phase is that beach access going to be created, both the one on the south and in the middle, the temporary one?
It would be for all beach access. It would be, I believe, within 30 days of, if we could pull the PowerPoint back up, Ryan. 30 days of the certificate of occupancy. It's actually in the, yes, 30 days of receiving the certificate of occupancy, that would be required for each phase.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Within 30 days of the certificate of occupancy for the phase, that would be required. So that would be for, in phase 1, the southern beach access and the temporary in the center. Phase 3 would be for the permanent center beach walk. Phase 4 would be the northern beach walk.
Okay.
To clarify, if they bill for 5 years and then they get a certificate of occupancy, we do not get a beach access for 5 years.
That's how it's drafted.
Thank you.
And do you get an occupancy after each phase, or is that at the end of the whole development?
It's once the building is completed. It states, the developer shall grant a non-exclusive easement for pedestrian public ingress and egress over each respective landward beach access as shown in the conditional use permit plan within 30 days of receiving the certificate of occupancy for the buildings located on each respective phase of development.
Can you clarify the situation with the coral reef? Who are they? What's their involvement with this?
They are party to the application.
What's their relationship to Tradewinds?
I'd ask the applicant more about that. They signed on as a portion of the applicant.
Okay, so we had, there was an issue with access to that property because they had sold off their access to the Tradewinds. How has that been resolved?
They applied for a lot consolidation approval, which has been granted by the city. They reconsolidated the parcels for zoning purposes.
What does that mean?
It means that they have enough land to support the density and intensity of the development, as well as the parking and the other facilities that need to be maintained for the coral reef buildings. That has been reestablished.
Okay. And how many units are there in Coral Reef?
There's 64.
Were those accounted for in the total numbers provided?
They were.
Okay. What about the Jacaranda?
Sorry?
The Jacaranda?
I have a count of 288 for the Jacaranda building.
And those are also accounted towards?
Yes. Yes, they are.
So in their previous information submitted, the 1590, sorry, whatever the total number of units was, did not seem to include the coral reef. Am I mistaken in that? Sorry.
Based on my review, it does look like all of the existing units on the property that are subject to this development are included in the existing counts.
The coral reef is what kind of zoning?
Coral Reef is the LR zoning, the same as the rest of the property.
Is it residential? Is it transient?
It's considered transient,
Okay. And then what about the jacaranda?
the same.
Same. Okay. So those have individual owners, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When does turtle season start?
Today.
Okay. Was there any consideration to bringing them into compliance sooner than going through another or two turtle seasons?
I believe based on what's currently with code enforcement, we don't have any active violations, having spoken to the code enforcement official this morning.
It's one of your conditions, right? That they,
And it would be brought into the new lighting compliance. It was at the end of phase 1, that's what I
okay,
drafted
so
in.
we want to go another. Was there any consideration given to bring them into compliance sooner rather than going through another turtle season? Maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how long it takes to go through phase 1.
I didn't consider that, no.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I have a question. I know the mayor mentioned coral reef and jacaranda, but the same applies with Breckenridge. That's a condo resort as well, which are individual owned separate residents, or I'll call them residents, they're taxpayers, so they pay a separate tax bill, correct?
I believe so.
So I know there was a lot done with coral reef, from my understanding, in the situation of you know, the split that was done on that lot, and having to be able to provide the access the mayor was referencing. But in this type of a development order, is it necessary as well to have all associations, because there's more than one, it's more than just coral reef. You have one for jacaranda, you have one for Breckenridge, that we as a city know that they've gone through the same or similar process of, through their condo docs, that there was a vote by the residents of that particular or those particular buildings, that what's proceeding right now has been passed, or they passed, not us.
Understood. I understand the ownership scheme to be a little bit different between the jacaranda and the Breckenridge relative to the coral reef. The coral reef is separate party to this application. I would maybe address that toward the applicant. I'm not sure if they've taken any vote if they're owners in the Breckenridge or jacaranda.
I'm just asking, as far as a development order, is that needed, you know, before we do this kind of order? It's like all parties, I don't know, it's a legal question, I guess, you know, if all parties have to be to the table as well, not just coral reef, in agreement to this.
Again, I will default to the applicant, but I think based on the authorization, the fee simple title owners of the property have signed off. So I don't know Jacaranda's ownership structure or Breckenridge's ownership structure, but the fee simple owners have authorized Elise Batzel through the authorization in the CUP application to move forward with this project. Coral Reef is also a fee simple owner, which is why you see a specific authorization from them.
Thank you. Question?
Yep, I got a couple questions. Going back to the development agreement, you had mentioned it would require them to come back to the commission every year per statute as an update performance check. What does that entail exactly, that performance check?
I think it's how you describe it. It's just to make sure that they're performing in line with what the development agreement requires. If there are any previously seen issues that staff have noticed, making sure that the process is moving forward at the pace that's been presented, that any kind of performance standard that needs to be met is being met. It's an opportunity to effectively just review those standards.
And my other question regarding, I got two more. Condition 19 regarding amenities on the beach. What's there now? Is it just the slide and the zip line?
I'm familiar with the slide and the zip line.
Okay, and we can ask them as well, but okay. And then condition 12.
Yes.
Does that apply to the existing structures? Or how does it apply to the existing structures?
It would only be for the new development, and the AAA travel guide was selected because it's a more objective standard. To my understanding, the star ratings that are typically seen are either held out by the hotel or they might be held out by the platform. It varies in quality. So that was selected as more of an objective, but it does apply to the property, so it would be specific to the new developments that come online, the new hotels in particular.
Okay.
So the old buildings would be held to no standard?
Correct. It would only be, it's drafted only applied to the new developments.
Good.
I've got some more questions on that, but it's more it's for the applicant. Yeah.
I've got just one
Go
quick
ahead.
one. So for the condition for Tower 1, the restaurant pool, I believe it's condition 2. We've had some issues with other establishments with music being pointed in a certain direction, that type of thing. Is there anything in the language that, I know the 9 p.m. thing's great. I think that's a super idea, shutting it off at 9 p.m. But is there anything that we can say that, hey, it has to be a certain decibel level, or the speakers will be pointed this way, not that way? Thinking about the adjoining residents.
I know it's a longer one, but I think that's somewhere in condition 4. That's where we talk about the sound limiting hardware and the decibel not exceeding 3 decibels above ambient. Our code enforcement staff, they have a device that basically filters out the ambient relative to the increase from the point source. And 3 decibels is where, it's called a rule of squares, that's where it is recognized that a source is louder than the ambient reading. So staff would, if these were to be approved, we would perform those sound ratings before they get a CO for the building to ensure that the ambient decibel level is not exceeded by the music being played from the rooftop restaurant.
Okay, and buried in the codes anywhere, is there any restriction on types of instruments, or is this, this is live music, I assume, or it could be tape, I don't know.
In the code, there are some limitations on drumming after certain hours in particular. Nothing that goes into too much detail on specific instruments, but.
Okay, thank you.
Brandon, I just want to make sure I understand the development agreement kind of appropriately, because I think for a lot of us, this kind of a development agreement is new, and so so I just want you to kind of confirm that how I'm understanding this is correct, or correct me if I'm wrong, that the idea is that by having this development agreement, the applicant gets more time to go through a project without having to come back to the commission for every different segment of it, correct?
That's correct.
And then in return, the city can put some of those things into the development agreement like we've done about stormwater and sidewalks and those sorts of things having to happen across the complete site.
Correct.
Even if the development falls apart down the road, correct? So that's why both parties would be interested in this kind of a development agreement?
Correct.
Okay. And then maybe the assistant city attorney can clarify for me that is there a way for a development agreement like this to get unwound, or what happens, if they do phase 1 and phase 2, and then, who knows what happens? They don't want to do it anymore. Does that then come before us? Does it come before? Is the city involved in that kind of thing? What's the mechanism with this kind of development agreement down the road if something changes?
So just like any standard agreement, both parties can agree to some sort of amendment, one party being you all representing the city's interest, the other party being the developer as well. So if things don't occur or there's a dispute of some sort, that's why we did include the yearly review, because it'll provide an update every year on what's happened, what hasn't happened, where they are in certain phases. Based on the conditions, you can always review their CUP as well if there's certain things they're not meeting. But if there is a dispute, there is alternative dispute language in there before going to court to see if some kind of mediation can afford both parties to come to some kind of an agreement, whether someone defaulted on something or otherwise. But it's essentially an agreement. I mean, just like what we would do for paying for a road that doesn't get done, right? It's a breach of a contract, and we would handle it that way.
And the development agreement goes with the land, correct?
Correct. It's recorded on all properties.
Not necessarily the applicant. So the city is very protected. It seems to me that the city
There's no way to purchase something over there without seeing this on title, because it would be recorded against.
And so if the property changed hands midstream, the new owner would have to fulfill the requirements of the development agreement.
Absolutely required on the successors, agents, and there's language in the agreement that says just that.
Okay, thank you.
There is also a condition that if it were to sell during the process of the development, it would come back to you for the financial and technical capacity analysis for the new applicant.
That was my question. I was going to piggyback off of that. If it does sell after phase 1 or phase 2, then it would come back to the commission.
Correct.
They'd have to prove their financial ability to finish the project.
Yes.
And if they wanted to modify anything, they'd have to reopen the development agreement and the conditional use permit.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Brendan, was the city aware when the coral reef was split? Were we aware of that?
I don't believe so. We just recently addressed this in the last year or two. I believe it happened several years ago, but.
And my point is, because I hear Commissioner Marriott thinking that we're protected, but things can happen that the city's not aware of, or has happened already. When a hotel becomes a condo resort, is that something that has to be presented to the city as well?
Typically, that's handled through the state. It's not something the city has any regulating language on, so.
So we wouldn't know either.
And Commissioner, to that point, we didn't have a recorded document with our name on it against that property, or else we would have been notified. Not saying things can't happen, because they can, but when you record something like this against all 4 properties, I mean, these aren't, I don't want to say this, these aren't just people selling to their neighbor a single family home. I mean, these are massive deals in which you have underwriters and title companies and attorneys on both sides going through whatever transactions occurring.
To Commissioner Reznicki's point, this happened in 2019 for $6.5 million, and we didn't catch it until almost 5 years later. So it was a large amount. It was a large track. It was two large pieces, and it slipped through the fingers.
Again, we had nothing recorded against the property that would trigger anyone notifying us. That's the only difference.
It still resulted in a violation of city ordinances.
Correct.
I don't disagree.
Brendan, another question. And this is for the city, in the state that we are in, and talking about planning for the city, this 20-year development plan, is this good while we are reviewing the comprehensive plan? Would this be best practice for the city to go into a 20-year commitment with a development?
Mr. Berry, why don't you repeat what you said earlier? The express purpose of this development agreement, as one of the stated reasons, was so that they would be immune from any changes to the comprehensive plan, LDC ordinances.
Right.
Correct. And that is to say that there is a process, it's outlined in statute, in which current standards can be brought into the development agreement, but it does require a public hearing. There are additional amendments, but that is the case.
Is it on this agreement right now, that language?
That's part of the statute. It's something the city would need to undertake in the future if there were something that, I believe it's preservation of health, safety, welfare, an additional standard needs to be brought in, that would apply at the time.
But you listed earlier a couple of things that you told us that they wouldn't be held to that standard. They would be kept to current standard.
Correct, to the current standard.
Commissioner Felton?
We tried, oh, sorry.
And these are just questions, Brendan, just so that you know it's not on you.
Yeah, my question was just understanding kind of like the history a little bit better and the combination of lots. So the 3 southernmost lots were combined in 2017 as part of the Sugar Sands project, is it?
They were proposed to be combined
Okay.
through that process.
Okay. And that project went in front of the commission
It did,
and it passed?
yes.
Okay. So when they purchased this property, how does that work with that? Or what happened?
It's since expired. It's long since expired. I don't know if the current owner purchased it well. That was an active option. I don't believe so. But they can speak to that. It's no longer an active option.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
Under normal circumstances, what is the required start time for a project once a CUP has been approved?
12 months.
And what is it for this one?
It would be 12 months for the site plan for the first phase, but the overall construction allowance would last any time within that 20-year
Is there
agreement.
something to prevent them from starting on the normal rules?
Moving forward at a pace where they complete all of them
Is
consecutively.
there something that prevents them from starting at the same rate that everybody else would have to within 12 months of being approved, if they were to be approved?
That'd be a great question for the applicant. I understand they want to allow the phases to absorb for a period of time. That's been what's been explained to me.
What does the land development code state about the maximum length of developer agreements?
It's up to, I believe, 15 years or as set by the city commission, if I remember right.
I think
Let me see.
I'll pull it up. I think it's 15 years or, and it points to the statute, which allows for 20. The term of the development agreement shall not exceed 10 years or such time as the act may provide. Act being referenced is the Florida Statute Development Agreement Act, which allows for 20 years.
Okay, so our land development code says maximum of 10 years?
Or such time as the act may provide.
If a homeowner were to receive a code violation, how much time do they normally have to cure it?
It varies. I believe initial contact is 30 days, typically when they get to zoning. If we're working with them, we do allow a longer period of time as long as they're actively working with us and making progress towards resolution.
Thank you.
Brendan, just to verify, the development order issued can reduce the level of service requirements to include potable water, traffic, utilities, police, fire protection, EMS service, or cannot?
It would not be allowed to reduce the standard below the currently adopted standard. They would be subject to the currently adopted standard, just like any other project. It would be, as mentioned by the mayor previously, it would be held to the current standard in effect unless there were to be an amendment finding a health, safety, welfare reason to update the standard. It would be the current standard.
I just wanted to mention them just to make, I mean, I'm probably missing something, I'm not sure, just want to hear it.
The facility is right.
Okay.
How did you verify the applicant's financial capacity, please?
We received a letter from the bank, or I believe from the applicant, that stated that they had adequate liquid finances to cover the project.
Did you verify that information?
I did not personally know.
Did anyone?
I can pull up what we have.
I did not. I don't know if anyone on staff called their bank and said, I don't know what is expected of us to verify. Respectfully, Mayor.
I also did not call.
Okay. I mean, there was no phone number on the letter or an email address. I'm not sure who you would have called. Okay, so that's a no. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Are there any plan changes to any of the medians in front of the property?
Yes, it's part of the Gulf Boulevard safety study. Let me get that pulled up.
If I can just make one correction for the record, Mayor, the act actually allows for 30 years for the duration of the development agreement. I said 20 years prior.
If we could pull up the overhead. Could we get the overhead, please? It's a little bit hard to see. It is in your staff report. Unfortunately, I don't have the page, but the magenta lines there, you can see the two perpendicular lines with the site. That's approximately the project boundaries. The magenta lines, those are proposed median improvements. Again, this is a draft study. I don't have anything certain at this point, but we are requesting as part of the condition that the applicant be responsible for any identified medium or short-term improvements. So that would include those medians.
What page is that on, please?
I don't have an exact page number. We're going to look at the page number.
Thank you.
Page 97.
97?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
So it's lengthening them on the, what would be the northernmost one?
I don't have specifics. That's
Okay.
what I took it to mean. Again, it's just a draft study at this point, so I don't have the specifics of that.
Okay.
And what would be the purpose of lengthening those medians?
Safety purposes, yeah, I don't have an exact.
Is it to limit left-hand turns, or?
Well, and one of the requirements for this would be no left-hand turns except at signalized intersections. So that would be in line with what is recommended. But there would be left-hand turns out of the 55th Avenue and Gulf Winds.
So you're saying there would be no left-hand turns allowed out of the Tradewinds property except for the light at 55th?
Correct. The non-signalized intersections, it would be right only for the rest of the remaining aprons.
Okay.
But individuals heading south on Gulf Boulevard would still be able to make a left-hand turn down 59th.
They would not. 59th Avenue would be also limited to right-hand turn only, no left-hand turn going south onto Gulf Boulevard based on this.
But this is just a draft, though, right? This
It is.
I mean, this is not something
Okay.
that's approved. This is just a study that Gulf Boulevard.
And these are all FDOT decisions, correct?
Correct.
Like,
I mean, Pinellas
You know.
Board, I don't know who else is working
Correct,
with
they're working with.
the study. But the point, I think the point was that why this is here is because the development would be responsible for those improvements.
Correct. Any that wouldn't be required as a component of the approval to begin
Whatever's
with, they'd be
recommended by
financially
the-
responsible. Yes.
Correct. So we don't really know what it's going
Right.
to look like today, but they would be responsible.
Mhm.
Whether they continue the phases or not, correct.
Correct.
Okay, and if we can get them, if, like I think you gave an example, you know, if you breach of contract, then it could even take longer, right? If,
Right, it would be anything and above and beyond the improvements in front of that phase as the project moves forward that are not already required by the FDOT.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So what we're looking at right here,
Mhm.
this draft potential recommendation regarding the median is based on the safety study, not based on the potential development.
It is based on the safety study, but it would be anything above the development requirements, no higher than the safety study. So if the FDOT only requires a certain amount of improvements, but the safety study identifies shorter, medium-term improvements that would be above and beyond that, they would be responsible for the financial impact of that.
I mean, my concern, plain and simple, is blocking people heading south to make a left-hand turn into 59th. Whether that's has to do with the safety study or the development, but it sounds like it's more of a safety study related item.
This is all out of the safety study, correct?
Understood, thank you.
Brendan, on page, I'm looking at the development order, you know, binder that I have, and it's page 891 on the agreement, where it says, third paragraph down, we're talking about the heights, and then you're getting to not including any decorative features or rooftop amenities exceeding 12 feet or less in height or above the roof line. Is that including the terrace height? And I think if I remember, I read somewhere that the total height was 134.
Correct. So it would be, well, it would be 128, I believe, and that would account for the upper level of the enclosed space could not exceed the 116 feet above the base flood elevation. There is a permission in the Land Development Code for an additional 12 feet in height for rooftop facilities, so it would be a combined 128 feet above base flood elevation. That's not it's not a variance, it's not an exception to that, it's just specifying those heights.
It's in the code currently.
It is, yes.
Did you run an analysis if the lots were not combined? Since the 3 towers that are being proposed would go on the 3 southernmost lots? Did you run an analysis whether you could do those without combining?
Yes. Let's see here. So I compared the southern 3 lots based on what was submitted with the 2017 Sugar Sands plans, which showed 612 units existing on the coral reef and south, with 629 proposed. That would result in a density of 68.4 units per acre. Then that would be excluding the Alden and the Rumfish, but it would be including the new development plus the prior. So it is a greater unit per acre than what is being proposed, but it would still be viable under the maximum land development code standards.
Okay.
That's all I have for Brandon. I don't know if anyone else.
I'm good for now.
One moment. Just checking with Commissioner Ruznicki.
I have so many notes. You got the max pause. Is the dune restoration the whole length of the property from north to south?
Yes.
And that would be a plan that's decided by the city, correct?
That would be based on the requirements of the FDEP. It would be a requirement for the dune for any portion of the Gulf Front property where no dune exists. Additionally, any portions of the Gulf Front property where there is an existing dune or where such proposed development would alter any portion of the dune, the developer shall file a plan in accordance with the requirements of the FDEP for dune restoration.
And the reason I ask is if you kept reading, it says specific buildings, Breckenridge, Coral Reef, and Alden properties. So it's not including Rumfish. You know, that's why I'm asking, is it the whole property?
I understand. Only if there were to be alterations under how it's currently drafted. It would be those properties that lack sufficient dunes currently that would need to be restored, but the ones that do possess dunes behind their properties.
But as designed by the applicant, current. You know, I walked the length of the property, so I know there's a lot of open white sand space between the current walkway and dunes. But for being on the Beach Stewardship Committee for some time and looking at everything out there, you would be planting from the CCL outward minus, and again, this would have been working with the Beach Stewardship Committee as a commission. If we're designing a beach walk, we're building the dune at the edge of the beach walk outward to the sea. So if we don't take into consideration what's there right now, then the city's plan might not match with what currently is there. That could be, I think earlier we said, is there something that's going to be in the way, right? Is there something blocking this path? So are we accepting what's there, or do we construct it at best practice?
We would accept what's there. However, I do want to point out the second sentence. Any portion of the Gulf Front property where there's an existing dune or where such proposed development would alter any portion of the dune, there would be that requirement for that plan to be filed. So if there were to be an alteration for development inclusive of the beach walk, it would need to be addressed with the FDEP.
When was the CUP application amended, please?
It was made complete on June 27th, and it was resubmitted with the second request on September 22nd, 2023.
Did the initial request have either of the rooftop features?
They were not directly applied for as part of the request, no.
Okay, so those were applied separately?
The request was amended with those when there was we had a technical review committee in August. The applicant resubmitted several documents that were requested at technical review committee, as well as amended the request on September 22nd was when we received that.
If that request had come in by itself, would it have required the CUP on its own?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions for Brandon? Okay. Can we bring in the fire chief, please?
Mayor, I'd like to request a recess at some point, and we can do it after.
Sure. If we can finish with the staff report.
Okay.
And then we can adjourn for a few minutes.
Okay.
Hello. Please state your name and position for the record.
James Kilpatrick, Fire Chief, City of St. Pete Beach.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners had a few questions for you, sir.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to bring Kelly Inces, the Fire Marshal, up as well.
Perfect.
I have one. This is going to be kind of tough to do without you looking at the rendering. But there's a section between, well, first question is, by code, does a hook and ladder truck have to be able to reach every part of a building? Just a general question.
No.
Okay. Because I was looking at the area of the existing Jacaranda building, and then Phase 1 garage, Tower 1 garage, and it seems like a pretty compact area. So have you had a chance to look over that section and you feel confident? Because I've looked at the diagrams, how the trucks can get in and get out, but there's kind of a big circle in that middle spot where it looks like nobody could get in without walking hoses or that type of thing.
The Fire Marshal's been involved with site plan review. All of those are code compliant in the renderings. You know, as we move through the phases, we'll be able to drill down on that a little bit more. But at this point, we're satisfied with where we're at as far as the drawings and renderings.
Okay, so the drawings give you confidence that you could get your equipment in and out if you had to?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Can I ask, since it gives you confidence on what it looks like right now, but if there's any, but the confidence, is the confidence because any change that could be made is obviously going to have to meet fire code. And I'm asking specifically on the southwest corner by the restaurant, where there's still a big question mark as to whether we can do a turnaround. Are you confident because you know that in the future we can move the amenity, but we're not so sure right now because of the question marks out there?
Right. We've asked for alternatives to that current plan so we can put eyes on it. I don't believe anything has been provided at this point. We'd like to see something in writing so that we can look at it, but right now we're satisfied. If that all comes together, then that would be, something that would be considered.
So at what point in the process do you get involved? Is it the site plan, or when is it where you come in as a fire chief and the fire marshal and look at the plan and go, yes, we're good?
Well, the fire marshal is involved at every step. So I'm not really involved with it at each step, but if there's questions or concerns, the fire marshal will obviously meet with me and we'll discuss it. But at this point, everything's been going as planned and no issues so far.
Okay.
And just to add to that, they would be very involved at the time of site review and site approval.
That's what I was really looking for. Site review. Thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have on the fire department.
If there's any specific questions, Kelly can also answer those. Anything else? Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Public Works?
I might have one if I can find it.
Okay. Mr. Clark, can you hear us?
I think he's on the plan.
Yeah.
Mayor, if you'd like to take that break that was requested, we can see what's going on with the connection here.
All right, we'll take a brief recess. We'll be back hard 6:05. Thank you. Mr. Clark, can you hear us?
Yes, Mike Clark here, Public Works Director. I consider myself sworn.
Thank you.
Give it a few minutes.
Well, please tell me you can hear me.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. There's 2 different applications in Zoom. I had to switch over to a second application, so I apologize for that.
Thank you. The commission had a few questions for you, sir. Who would like to go first?
I'm going to pass because mine is so technical. Mike, you don't have the big binder with you at home, do you?
I do not, sorry.
Okay, I'll save it. I'll ask you on the side. It was just a technical question. I don't think most folks.
I'm pretty familiar with the project, so if I can't answer any questions, I'll give it my best shot. If not, we'll get back to you.
All right, well, I'll give it a try. It just talks about sewage discharge rates, and it says, furthermore, discharge will need to take place into a gravity manhole with pumping through the corresponding lift station rather than a direct force main connection into the city's force main as initially proposed. Can you boil that down into English for us history majors?
Yeah, sure, not a problem. Force mains can connect directly to each other. However, we prefer that to not happen because the force main that we have is the main line for the entire trunk of the system. So we're going to require that the development go into our lift stations by way of a gravity main pipe. And so how they configure that is entirely up to them. There's several different ways to do it. We're happy to look at any alternatives, but we're going to require them to come into our lift station or into a gravity fed lateral line, one of the 2 options.
Okay.
We just don't want 2 force mains connecting.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay. Questions for Mike? Mr. Clark, thank you very much. Mr. Clark, thank you.
Another question I'm not hearing?
No, sir. Thank you. That's all for our questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Next, we'll have the applicant start their presentation, please.
Mayor, I have a question. Maybe Elise can touch on it, but how long do you estimate your presentation will be?
I'm not sure, but we're going to go quickly because it seems like there's more questions and everyone saw the planning board. We have sort of pared down our presentation somewhat, and we're going to start with the development agreement if that's okay, because it sounds like that's where a lot of the questions are. So hopefully that'll inform a lot of the rest of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller on behalf of the applicant for the redevelopment of the trade winds this evening. So I want to start here because there are a lot of questions about what is a development agreement, why are we doing this development agreement. From an applicant's perspective, the only reason that we are requesting or feel the need for a development agreement is because we just came out of a pandemic, and the thought is if we need to pause, we want the ability to have a little bit of flexibility instead of going forward with 10 years or 15 years of constant construction. It also relates directly to some of the community and the neighbors' concerns about, oh, this is going to be construction. We just got done with Gulf Boulevard, allowing one phase to go into effect, get it built, let it absorb a little bit to make sure that the market actually needs all of those units. Pause when it's time, go forward with the next phase, and that gives everybody a little break. That doesn't necessarily mean that's how it's going to happen, but it gives us the flexibility. But what's important for the city, I think, and what you'll hear when you hear about all the things that we've agreed to in the development agreement, is that flexibility comes at a really big cost for the developer. There are so many additional things far above the code that cost almost $20 million that the developer has agreed to do as part of this development, that's what the city gets out of the bargain. You get a lot more than otherwise would be required under the code. So that's the trade-off, so to speak. So we are committing in the development agreement to a number of things, in addition to what's in the CUP. But this is the bargain for the 20 years. public access from Gulf Boulevard to the mean high water line. That's the 3 public beach accesses, the customary use easement, a 10-foot sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard, the beach walk. It started out as an easement for the beach walk, but in negotiations with the city, we are now paying for the entire construction of the beach walk. And that is as soon as the portion of the trade winds is permitted, we will go in and do that. And I want to pause here to answer your question about the dunes and the beach walk. We recognize, we don't love this area, but we recognize that under this development agreement, we could do the full dune restoration, the city could get permitting, and that beach walk might interfere with those dunes, and we may have to go back and redo the dunes. That is the requirement for us under this development agreement, and we understand that. So we hope that the city will get the permits and we can do it all in conjunction with one another. But we recognize that there is a scenario where we may have to put dunes in twice, and that's our obligation under the development agreement. That internal roadway and access, those are commitments in the development agreement. The entire stormwater, and again, you heard about stormwater and the sidewalk being required to be constructed regardless of whether the other phases occur. And I want to clarify one thing because I'm not sure it was clarified. It's 6 years from the date of the vertical permit for one phase. So let's say, for example, phase 1 gets their vertical permit. If we're not moving forward with the next phase of development within 6 years, then we have to go ahead and put the sidewalk and all of the stormwater, we have to do that all for the entire site. So 6 years total from the date of permit. So then you're gonna have construction, you're gonna have CO, to the next vertical permit for the next phase. So it's really not that long a period of time if you think about all the things that have to happen between one phase to the next. Mobility services, facilities, and improvements. So I can tell you that Joe went and proposed this to the city, and I think it was at about $250,000 total over the 10 years. And what he ultimately agreed to was $1.25 million in addition to impact fees, over and above what he's already paying for impact mobility fees for transportation. And these are requirements, by the way, that continue whether or not those phases are built. He doesn't have a choice if he doesn't build phase 3, whether he has to pay for that freebie. All of these financial obligations continue regardless of whether the development continues. We already talked about the dune restoration, full dune restoration during phase 1. And I do want to clarify the turtle compliance issue. So the development agreement specifically talks about all new development being made turtle compliant, but when they talk about all existing buildings, they don't just mean the lighting. They have agreed and have to go in and they have to film every existing building that's built to comply with marine turtle lighting. This is no easy task. This is millions of dollars. We costed it out. That has to happen during phase 1. So the entire 25.26 acres is being brought up to current code as part of phase 1. That is a huge deal and it's a huge expense. But in return for all of those things, the developer has to know certainty that they can build what they're going to build. Commissioner Resnicki, you mentioned what happens if the code changes. Well, I mean, you could change the code not to permit, half of the building or different setbacks. We have to be sure, if we're going to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars providing these community benefits, that we can actually build the development. And so that's the certainty, and that's why the development agreement is written the way that it is. Again, we talked a little bit about this, Brandon did, but the waiver of continual construction, we may continue to go forward. I mean, it may be that those units are needed, but many times in the industry, there's an absorption period, so we'd like the flexibility to be able to do that as appropriate. Beach access, artwork, beach walk, all of these things are sort of really clarifications in the development agreement on behalf of the city. The last thing I want to mention, and I'll put this on the overhead, is there were some questions about the unified site plan covenant and how that works. Exhibit C to the development agreement specifically says that this property is considered one zoning lot for development purposes. This is a recorded document, and it runs with the land, and it specifically ties in all of the owners in perpetuity. You had one more question that I think related to the development agreement before we get into the main presentation. And I think this was Commissioner Resnicki. Why is Coral Reef different? It's different because Coral Reef owns the actual dirt underneath the buildings. They own the fee simple title. With respect to Jacaranda and Breckenridge, those are timeshare condo hotel type environments where if I'm an owner in Breckenridge, for example, I may own a fractional interest of a week to come visit a particular unit. But Coral Reef Association, they own the dirt underneath, and therefore they have to join as a party. So that was the distinction that you were asking about. Why did Coral Reef join in the application itself, and why did the other associations not join? That's the legal or technical reason.
But do those owners, the condo resort owners, they pay property taxes yearly, they pay association fees every month?
They pay maintenance fees to their association. I can't speak, but some of the representatives are here, and they could probably explain to you how they pay. There are board members here to speak and support, so they may be able to ask you or answer a little bit more about how their taxes are paid. For Coral Reef, for example, where you have owners, I think it's a little bit different than the timeshare units.
If I search on Zillow right now and look up available condos for sale, I would find one for sale currently right now.
I don't know.
I know I can, so yes, you can. And it does state that they do pay monthly association fees, and I can look up
sure they
on
pay
Penella's property appraiser site, and they pay taxes on a yearly basis. My concern is when you think of, or one of my concerns is, and I forgot the Senate bill number right now, if I'm going to find it, 154. They own, who owns the building, the physical building?
Which physical building?
Breckenridge, Jacaranda.
I'm going to ask Joe because you know more about the structure.
So as it relates to...
Please state your name. And
Sorry, Joe Smith, 1825 Main Street, Weston, Florida. And by the way, I haven't introduced myself, but CEO of 1754 Properties, so thank you. So the Breckenridge building, it's actually, the timeshare units are held in an air rights condo. They actually don't own the building. And even more so, we own the land underneath it, as well as the first floor. So explicitly, we're the fee title owners of that property. As it relates to Jacaranda, we also own the land under Jacaranda, as well as all the first floor. So you do have condo units above that, but the fee title to the land and actually to the building below these units is fee simple for us.
Okay. Would you be responsible then if, for inspections under that Senate bill for the state of Florida, are you responsible, or are those owners responsible for assessments if required to repair those buildings, the older buildings?
So we have agreements with both associations that stipulate under what circumstances the parties would contribute money, as you would expect, right? If something is within the hallways or whatever of the condo units or the timeshare, you would expect that that association would contribute. If it's something more structural in nature, there's a cost share arrangement.
Has an inspection been done yet for the 10 years?
I'm not sure of the last time an inspection was done.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So just to clarify, the Jacaranda units are condo hotels, and there's one individual owner per unit. They're not timeshares, those.
Some of the Jacaranda units are owned, some owners own multiple units. So for example, you'll hear from two of the board members tonight, I believe, who own like together 4 to 5% of the total units, just the two people.
Okay. Thank you.
was there any consideration offered to the Coral Reef Association in return for them joining your application?
We have an agreement with them where we offer them certain help with their parking, as well as a couple other items that I want to say. I'm trying to recall the agreement in detail. But yes, there's a cooperation agreement there, and there is, I would say, things that are beneficial to coral reef.
Are they also getting the pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction? I think it said somewhere inspection like we're doing, that was written for CMARC?
So we have agreed, and as part of the development agreement, to monitor the foundation of CMARC, as you know. With coral reef, we have not, but the proximity of construction to coral reef, I think, is not the same as it is to CMARC.
Do we have a copy of the agreement with the coral reef?
Oh, no, it's a private development agreement between the two parties.
Okay.
In that agreement, though, they share access, they share parking, and that the coral reef and the area around coral reef are one unified consolidated lot under the Land Development Code, and they are tied together, so it would be impossible to apply for part of coral reef without the other, because it's one lot under the city's code today.
Certainly. It'd be nice to understand if they're receiving some kind of compensation in return for joining your application.
I'm going to let Joe address that because I don't have any idea.
Yes. Sure. So there are certain things they're giving us as well. So, for example, one of our buildings has like a slight encroachment on technically what's their land. So there's a give and take cooperation there. But in terms of dollar compensation, there's no dollar compensation to them.
Okay.
But
No
there are benefits for both parties. Discounts, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. Perfect. Thank you very much again, Joe Smith, Weston, Florida. Really appreciate the service you guys are doing. I know this isn't fun for any of you, so I know it's been a lot of work, and it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the 1,000 employees of Tradewinds, so thank you all for the hard work you've done. 1754 Properties is the sponsor, applicant under the CUP, owner of Tradewinds. Who are we? We're an institutional owner, operator, lender, developer, asset manager of hospitality properties in the United States and Mexico. We have a considerable focus on the Tampa Bay area. We have 1,100 hotel and hospitality rooms here in Tampa Bay. My partner, Alex Galwitz, and I are the owners of 1754. So it's really just the two of us. What we have been very fortunate to do is be able to build these high-quality products that you can see on the screen right now. These are all projects that we have owned or own currently. And what's unique about these pictures, it actually shows two properties that are both historically protected. And that goes to kind of the core who we are. We're collaborators, right? We work with historical boards. We work with environmental groups. We work with the community. We're known for being good at navigating situations where we need to gather a lot of different groups with different ideas together to get something done. It's one of our specialties. We've been very blessed that we've been able to do things like this because we have great financial resources. Among those resources have been the largest financial institution in Kuwait, pension plans of Fortune 500 companies, endowments from universities, some of the largest family offices in the world. We're truly fortunate that we've been very well financially backed throughout our careers, and it's been great. I've been an owner in 22 states around the United States, so have considerable experience in different jurisdictions and different things that we've done over our careers. So that's who 1754 is. Part of the process, and something Brandon asked us, the process is technical capability of development construction. While we've developed, we wanted to put together the A team to do this, the best team we could really come up with. And that team includes groups such as Cummings, which is a global firm that does project management, development, redevelopment, renovation work. They're a very large organization. Cumming has over 2,000 employees. They've done over $300 billion of that type of work. They've built things that you may know of here in Florida, for example. The Margaritaville in Hollywood was built by them. The second phase of the Four Seasons down in Surfside is being built by them. They've done things like the Steinway Tower in Manhattan, which is 1,600 feet tall and a very skinny building, hard to build. So very capable group. They're already working on the process and in anticipation of an approval and working on what we call requests for proposals to make sure all the consultants are ready to start doing all those technical construction drawings and work. So we're fortunate to have them. The rest of the team, I call it the dream team. I'm truly fortunate to work with them. Nuncio Mark DeSantis Architects, Scott will talk in a little bit, but they've designed about a dozen Four Seasons and half a dozen Ritz-Carltons. These are luxury architects, and we wanted to send a message very clearly to the community that we were going to design something top-notch, and that's why we hired a true luxury. I call them star architects. They're very well known in the industry, and they're known for those quality projects. Perry Becker is another group that is focused on landscape, on mostly luxury projects, not only in the United States, but around the world. Top-notch firm. They'll explain a little bit more of their backgrounds. And who knew actually civil engineers specialize in hospitality, but this one does. Harris, everyone thinks civil, how can it be different? Well, no, they actually focus on some of the largest resorts and high-end resorts, again, around the world with a global practice. Steve will talk about his traffic engineering report. He knows the area like the back of his hand. And Greg will get into the economic study, which I think everyone's interested in the impact on St. Pete Beach. One of the things that also I wanted to make sure is clear is the financial capacity. I know, Mayor, you had a question. Brandon goes to a lot, so he probably doesn't remember, but actually the letter is from our auditors, which is COA, which is one of the top 10 auditing firms in the United States. So if we can't rely on a top 10 auditing firm, I don't know who we can rely upon, but that letter, what it does, it actually states that we have enough liquid resources to pay for the entire construction all the way through in cash without a loan. So that is a big, important thing. I want to make sure that you all realize that this is by no means a financial stretch for us. This is straight up in what we do and easily capable with the resources we have. But at the end of the day, who is the applicant? We talked about Coral Reef. It's true. Coral Reef has over 2,000 owners that are applying with this. It's very important for them that this be approved. Why? Because there is that beneficial, cooperation. They need this so that they can operate their property and be, conforming and compliant as well with the things that they have. But we're also the 288 hotel condo unit owners. We're the several thousand Blue Green owners who are recorded on the deed. But it's a much more massive association behind that that's actually a global timeshare association. So all those groups are very interested, and I think this is very important for them that something like this is improved. I think all those groups are represented today. But really, at the end of the day, we're Tradewinds. We're the stewards of the community. We truly look at ourselves as stewards. After the hurricane, it's us that are sending equipment over to the city so that we help out, repair and restore the city. It's us that during the pandemic put our people on Gulf Boulevard to hand out free groceries to everyone, not just our employees, but anyone who came, who was, drove up, and if were laid off during the pandemic, you needed food, we did that. We partnered with Feeding Tampa Bay. We partnered with Sea Turtle Trackers. We're constantly in communication with them. I'll leave the conversation about the whole compliance later because there's a lot to talk about there. And we're just really thrilled to be here, and I know the 1,000 employees at Tradewinds are really relying on this too to make sure that they have new back of house, which means new showers for them and new locker rooms and new break rooms. And they don't have that stuff right now because we have a property that needs to be redeveloped. So with that, what I will do is I will turn it back over to Elise.
Before you go, we'll see if the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have asked if there were any questions. I apologize.
That's all right.
I've got a question. Sure. What are the multiple tents that are out there right now?
So that's actually a question that a few people have asked me. So we have a group in for Passover over the next couple of weeks, so those tents will come down. But because it's a kosher style of food preparation and the event, they have to actually have separate kitchens, separate infrastructure, so that the group can actually have their Passover and not necessarily mix with all the rest of the guests. So it's a Passover event, and it's a sellout of people coming in to stay at the hotel and celebrate Passover there. But that'll be gone in the near future. Anything else?
What is your average hold time for a property? that you acquire?
So we're long-term owners. You know, our hold for the hotel in downtown Tampa, for example, Hotel 4 we call it, which has just been redeveloped, is minimum of 10 years. We've always said this is a 20-year plan. And the fact that I've been saying for 4 years, I guess, means it's a 24-year plan. But there's no window in us selling Tradewinds. We don't have a vision for it. We don't have a plan to sell it anytime in the near future. I joke to Elise that there's no way I can sell it because there's so many obligations up front, whether it's the sidewalks that have to be built out all the way up and down Gulf Boulevard or the storm water drainage. It makes it very hard to sell a position like that. So it's going to be us, and we're going to have to build it out, and that's the reality of the situation.
Okay. And this is from the documents that you provided. Can you please elaborate on, these are just the words in the document, Mexican billionaires?
What's that?
Mexican billionaires for funding?
No, we have a U.S. Institution that will fund us. I mean, right now, for example, I hope I'm not violating confidentiality agreements, but like we have a loan from Blackstone. So Blackstone's the largest private equity firm in the world. So that's the kind of people we deal with.
So your application states funding from Mexican billionaires and Kuwaiti.
So that's who we've dealt with over our careers. So not in this project, no. But we have worked with Mexican billionaires and financial institutions from Kuwait, but they're not involved in this project.
Okay. So Blackstone is funding this project?
They have a loan on the property right now.
Okay. So how is the redevelopment funded then?
So again, we actually supplied information saying that the owners of Tradewinds, we have over $600 million of liquidity. So the project is $500 million in change, so we have the liquidity.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that question, I guess I'm still not understanding. So are you planning on using liquid cash for the development, or?
I think we want to send a message that this is not a stretch and we can do this. The reality is it's real estate, and the cost of money for a loan is always less. So I would imagine that we'd probably get a loan, not because we need to, but because we want to. Although with today's interest rates, maybe that's not a good statement. Maybe we wouldn't. But, you know, to be determined depending on the interest rates at the time, depending on whether the loans are available. But we're not going to slow down or stop given the debt markets. It's either there and we like it, or we move anyway.
Okay. Hold on, don't sit down. I got another question. Give me a minute here.
Well, he looks for his question.
Go ahead. Yeah, good.
That way there's no pause. Since you mentioned if this property, or kind of insinuated, let's just say, that nobody would buy this property because of all the commitments that are required for the property. But now let's say if, heaven forbid, something happened, then we end up having a property that no one would want to buy.
So forgive me because I speak in hyperbole sometimes, but there would be a buyer for the property. It's financially more challenging to enter a situation where you have to, if you want to stop, for example, doesn't matter, you got to build out that sidewalk. Doesn't matter, have to build out that storm water. Doesn't matter, you need to build that beach walk, right? All those things exist in our development agreement. So for someone else to come new, that gives them pause. That's okay for us, and the reason why we agreed to it is because we're going to build it ourselves, right? There's not a shadow of doubt in my mind that, you know, our intention is to move forward and build this. And I quite candidly would love to do it faster than 20 years, but again, we're being cautious.
All right, I got my question.
Okay.
With the existing buildings, what type of remodeling will be or has already been done?
Yeah, so as I think, you know, I'm always saying, which is the hotel goes in a 7-year cycle, right? The furniture, the furnishings, interiors are constantly wearing out 7 to 10 years. So the hotel business doesn't allow you to sit there and say, I'm going to renovate and sit here for 30 years like an apartment business might. We're constantly renovating. And I actually think as a good faith sign, when you think about it, what do? We bought Tradewinds in 2019. Then we bought the Alden. Then we spent $14 million renovating the Alden. Then we just ripped apart the bottom of Breckenridge. We're spending what I thought was 15 is now $17 million on rebuilding food and beverage outlets there. We also renovated the lobby of Tradewinds when we first bought it. So we haven't stopped fixing up the property since we bought it. And I think that's really who we are. And so if you kind of look at it from that perspective, that is our plan. So we'll always have a renovation going on and fixing things up as things wear out. But on the existing buildings, we're obviously going to do the turtle compliance, which has us redoing the windows and putting films in all the windows, and that's immediate, right? That's in phase one. That's a now thing. But in addition, we'll redevelop those buildings as we see the economic need to redevelop them. When I say redevelop them, I'm not talking about just renovating them and fixing them up. I'm saying, okay, we now have a new phase one that's much more profitable. It's at a higher rate. We might make the decision and say, okay, it's time to redevelop some of the existing buildings to raise them to the level of phase one. But it's worth noting, and we've talked about this, there are other parties involved. There's a blue-green timeshare. There's, 288 Jack Randa hotel unit owners. So I'm cognizant of the financial burden that they would have to partake in. For us, it's easier. We have the financial wherewithal, but I want to be a good steward to the other stakeholders in the property. So I have to balance that act.
Okay. My other question, so going back to the condition 12, about the 4 diamond rated lodging for the new hotels.
Yep.
So what currently are the existing hotels?
I'm not sure if they're diamond rated. Yeah. Okay, great. Elise has guided me, so hold on a second here. So the 4 diamond, I'm not sure if we have a diamond rating, and I don't know if Travis or anyone knows if we have a diamond rating right now. But the problem with the diamond rating is it takes things in its entirety. So because the code encourages us to have integration here, and we've always talked about how we want to make this integrated, a 4 diamond person that's coming to rate the property is going to look at it as an integrated property. So they may look at it and say, okay, well, one of the requirements is you have a special feature like a fountain. Well, in phase one, the fountain may not exist, but in phase 2, it does exist. So the thing that we're going to have to work together on is just making sure that we contemplate the phasing of this so that the totality of the new buildings is consistent with 4 diamond. Again, I can't sit there and go to the Jack Randa unit owners and say, you know what, I agreed to a 4 diamond standard of the new buildings, so I want you to do that and now. And by the way, fund $100,000 each. That's not reasonable, it's not commercial. So, we will, and I know those unit owners want to constantly improve their units in that property, but we have to be cognizant of the fact that, making them 4 diamond and holding the same standard is not a reasonable expectation that any of us can put on those owners.
Okay. And then,
yeah.
Yep.
Before we leave that, so after the planning board, we started looking at the 4 diamond, and we actually worked with staff to modify the condition that's there today, because when staff originally wrote the condition, it was that each new building would be 4 diamond. Well, that's fine, but unfortunately, the way that the regulations work for the rating agency, you look at the entire development. So we do have some modified language for you to look at, and that basically says when the project is complete, because then we will have, like, for example, one of the things that is requested in 4 diamond is a large grand like lobby. Well, that's coming in phase 2 or 3. Upscale water features, well, that's coming in either phase 2 or 3. And so the way this condition was written, we would not be able to achieve that in phase 1, because some of the things that they're going to be looking for to establish that 4 diamond happen in those later phases as well. We have some of them, but as a whole. So this acknowledges that the rating agency looks at it as a whole, and that all of those new buildings would be developed with those standards. So I just wanted to submit this to the record.
Question on that. So by phase 3, would that be the time when you can get the rating? Because technically phase 4 isn't really.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because they also talk about cohesive development, cohesive landscaping, water features, where actually the entire landscaping won't be cohesive and complete until phase 4. We believe, and this requires us for all of those newly constructed buildings to be developed with those standards, but every building isn't going to have everything on the check mark, and it's a very, it's not as if you do these 5 things and you get the rating. They come in and it's a subjective rating. So we just want to make sure that the condition allows it to happen, over the course of the development. But there is the requirement that the new buildings meet, the same level. And so we did work with staff a lot on this language to make sure that staff was comfortable, that you were getting the quality. Because what you need, right, and what you're looking for is quality, upscale, nice development. And that is what Joe is planning to build. But we wanted to make sure that condition recognized how the agency rates the overall development. So, Mr. Mayor, would you mind if I submitted this into the record for your consideration?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for me?
Yeah, I've got one more. So from a guest booking perspective, what will it look like? I mean, I assume it's going to be clear they are going to know what they're paying for, what they're getting.
Yeah, I mean, the hotel business, one of the keys is to make sure you have different price points for different customers. It doesn't really, it's not optimal to have a hotel where you can only charge one rate. So we will operate them in that sense, where we will have a, I would say, relatively lower price room, which is are the existing buildings. I say relatively because it's still several $100s a night. And then we'll have a very high-end room that will be higher. But it'll be through one booking portal engine, and it'll be known as TradeWinds. So we might have different building names so to identify where to go or how to navigate the property, but it'll all be TradeWinds.
Okay.
Great. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elise Batzel again for the record. Just a couple housekeeping items. We do have resumes, some legal memorandums that we'll be referring to, and additional letters of support to submit into the record, if we may. Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Suzanne, would you please?
Is there a reason these were not available before?
The resumes, I think they're probably already part of the record. We're just trying to be careful. And the 2 letters, I could not find them I believe that they were already submitted to the record, but I couldn't find them when looking through the records, the city record, so I wanted to make sure that they were in the record.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Again, for the record, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, representing the applicant. Brendan's already taking you through, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of my experience with 1754. Many of you know that I have been working in land development since 1997 and working usually for developers. And it's rare to find a developer that you turn to and say, stop giving the farm away. But that kind of happened in this situation. I've never before worked for someone that made my job so easy. We've been working, I was not the first lawyer actually on this development, I'm the second lawyer. And I came into the development and on the development team, and Joe said, what do you think the issues are gonna be and how do you think I can address them now? And that is how 1754 has been since the very beginning. What are the issues? What do you think the concerns are going to be? And how can I make the project address those concerns before they become issues and concerns? And then along the way, when someone expressed a concern, you know what he said? And you know what they all said at 1754? Yes, we'll do that. Yes, we'll do that. Yes, we'll do that. So I think the theme that you're going to see as you hear our testimony tonight is that they have gone above and beyond, not only to provide significant community benefits, which we're going to go through ad nauseum, but to address specific neighbor concerns. So we went into the weekend with 0 neighbor concerns to address. We have a couple that came in over the weekend that we're prepared to address, but really going above and beyond. So as you listen tonight to all the fact testimony from our development team and the expert testimony that we're going to present to you tonight, please pay particular attention to that, how it exceeds code, how the developer has gone above and beyond, not just how we're meeting the code, but how we're exceeding the code and doing what I think is really turning the TradeWinds into what will be a true gem in St. Pete Beach. So I'm going to skip over the location. I think that we all know the location of the TradeWinds. I drove today, and when you drive down the road, you forget how long the property is. It's 1,700 feet of linear footage along Gulf Boulevard. So it is a significant piece of property in the city. It is located within the Community Redevelopment District. That is the area outlined in blue on your screen. Within the Community Redevelopment District, this property is located within the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District. That's the dotted yellow line. And even further within the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District, this property is squarely in the middle of the large resort district. You can see the property crosshatched here, and that Tradewinds really makes up a large portion of the large resort district. The provisions governing the Community Redevelopment District, the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District, and the large resort district in the comp plan take up 40 pages. So when you hear, Ken Metcalf, our planning expert tonight, talk about the comprehensive plan and how redevelopment is supposed to occur in this location, in this way, there's 40 pages of it in the comprehensive plan dedicated just to these areas. And I want to read you one quote before we start. I did read it at planning board, so I apologize if this is a duplication, but I think it's really impactful given the Tradewinds and how the Tradewinds has moved forward with this development. And this is from the introductory section to the Community Redevelopment District. In most revitalization efforts, one or more catalytic projects must be pioneers in the market to lead the way to overall reinvestment in a community that raises the standard of quality for the entire community. We believe that the Tradewinds redevelopment is that type of catalytic project. The zoning and the future land use of this property are large resort. The large resort district specifically states that the purpose of the large resort district, the character district, is to provide an economically feasible choice to pursue resort redevelopment and reinvestment as an alternative to high-rise development. I've said it before, but I'll say it again today that, your comprehensive plan is your roadmap. It is exactly where you tell developers to go and how to develop. And your comprehensive plan encourages exactly this kind of development. So the request, section 35.3 would allow us to develop as 63.18 acres, temporary lodging units per acre, to build the guest towers up to 116 feet in height, and to include 2 rooftop dining and drinking facilities, one at the top of the Phase 2 tower and one adjacent to the Phase 1 tower closer to the beach. Overall, there's a net increase over 25.26 acres of 629 units. There will be 3 new towers. There will be new parking facilities, additional meeting space, retail and restaurants. And the total FAR, we talk a lot about scale, and Commissioner Resnicki, you always talk about scale and massing, is only 56.5% of the maximum that's allowed under the large resort district. So we look at it as temporary lodging units, but from a height and scale and massing perspective, 56.5% of the max that we could ask for. We talked about the development agreement, so I'm going to skip that slide. You've heard that it's going to be a phased approach. I don't need to belabor that, but I do want to go into some timelines specifically and some community benefits that occur at each phase, because we got a lot of questions about this as the process went along, so I want to spend just a touch of time. So this is the conceptual timeline. I'm going to go into this in detail so you don't have to look too closely, but what I want you to pay attention to is the 3 green bubbles. I'm colorblind, so when I was going over this, I called them yellow, but they're green. The 3 green bubbles on the top, they're really the development phase. So there's 1 year of pre-development where we're going through permitting, and then typically a couple years of construction. So that's really a 3-year window from the time that we get our permit to the time that project, that phase is built out. Underneath what you see are the community benefits. And what I want you to notice about the slide is how those community benefits are really heavily weighted towards the beginning, towards Phase 1. Phase 1, as you heard, is 154 temporary lodging units. including 5,946 square feet of beachfront restaurant. There will be a new pool amenity and a parking garage closer to Gulf Boulevard. I want to break this down into phases because one of the things that we heard is, oh my gosh, as you walk down Gulf Boulevard, there's going to be all these big buildings and that's all you're going to see. The building setbacks, particularly the building setbacks for the larger towers, are really important. In phase 1, the parking garage, which is much lower, is set back 50 feet from Gulf Boulevard, from the property line. The tower is set back 244 feet. Scott will show you the updated renderings, but that's significant. The public benefits that you're going to be getting at the end of by the end of phase 1, with only the construction of 154 temporary lodging units, are as follows. A 30-foot, I think Brandon misspoke, he said 20 feet, but it's a 30-feet public beach access along the southern boundary of the property, all along the southern boundary by Seamark. An additional 10-foot temporary beach access in the location that we'll talk about it a little bit later. A full dune restoration on the entire 1,700 linear feet. The customary use easement, which is the beach access along the wet sand, that 15 feet beach access, that happens right away as well. And the marine turtle compliance. I don't want to underestimate this or de-emphasize it. It is a huge undertaking, and we have agreed to do all of that for the entire property. Not just the lighting, the existing lighting, but the filming all of the existing buildings, so that during phase 1, the entire property will be turtle compliant. Now, it is compliant today under today's standards, but we're going to bring even the existing buildings up to current standards. So I don't want there to be a miscommunication there. When someone said you're going to bring it up, we're compliant today, but we're going to bring the existing buildings up to the current code, which are more strict regulations than what they had when the buildings were built. So just want to clarify that. The 10-foot sidewalk for phase 1 and improved stormwater for 1. All of those things happen in phase 1. That is a lot of investment, a lot of infrastructure investment, and a lot of community investment right away in phase 1. Phase 2 comprises 261 temporary lodging units. It's actually only 240 net units. There's some demolition that goes on as part of that, and some of those units will go away. About 14,303 net new square feet of meeting space. 27,220 feet of retail and restaurant. This is sort of the hub of the restaurant and retail area for the redevelopment. 9,630 square feet of office. A portion of Garage 2, I mean, they will be standalone construction, but Garage 2 will span over Phase 2 and Phase 3. New loading areas and a new resort entry and lobby. Going back to that 4-diamond, that really grand lobby, that's happening between Phase 2 and 3. The building setbacks are similarly impressive, I think, from the towers. So I'm going from left to right. On the left side of your screen, 50-foot setback to the meeting space building, which is closest to Gulf Boulevard, 167 feet setback to tower number 2. So really far off the road. Same thing when you go to your right, 50-foot setback to the retail that's going to be right along Gulf Boulevard to really activate that pedestrian space. The lower garage is set back 111 feet from the property line and 174 feet back to the upper garage. So lots of wedding cake stair stepping back to concentrate the main part of the development towards the center of the property and away from the property boundaries.
Elise, is meeting
Yes, please.
space is the same as conference center?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Of course. So Phase 2, the benefits that are coming along with from Phase 2 are the view terrace for the public. Now, Joe, I'm not going to steal his thunder. He wants to talk a lot about that. But the public view terrace will be on the top of the Phase 2 tower. So that happens in Phase 2. The continued expansion of the access road. During Phase 2, 2 of the 10 curb cuts that are currently along Gulf Boulevard will be eliminated, helping with that in and out of traffic. and 6 of the 10 freebie payments occur during this phase. Stormwater, of course, continues to be improved phase by phase. Please stop me anytime you have questions. Phase 3 is 253 new temporary lodging units. What? I'm sorry. I'm numbers dyslexic. I'm going to do that all night. So listen to the screen, not what Elise says. 235 new temporary lodging units, 8,158 feet of retail and restaurant. The second parking garage will be fully built out with that second portion. There will be a new permanent beach access. If you recall, during phase 1, in the middle of phase 3, there'll be a temporary. Well, now it becomes permanent because the development will be reconstructed in phase 3. And another elimination.
Would that be a 10-foot as well as a temporary?
Is that 10 feet? Yes, 10 feet. It may be a little wider in parts, but a minimum of 10 feet. And again, just to emphasize the setbacks per phase, the lower garage is 61 feet from the property line at Gulf Boulevard. The tower is 256 feet setback from the property line. The benefits that occur during phase 3, and then that is 235 temporary lodging units, continued expansion of the access road. We're closing an additional curb cut along Gulf Boulevard. The final 4 payments of $125,000 each happened during phase 3. The second beach access is made permanent, and we have improved stormwater. Phase 4 doesn't.
I've got a question on phase 3. So I'm trying to get the portico share for the Alden.
Yes.
The fountain, I noticed recently, started working again, which is good. When will that be removed?
So it is slated as part of phase 4. So there's a new lobby office that goes to that portion of the development. We complete the frontage road, but when we go in and complete the frontage road, that's actually right where the frontage road is going to go. And so that porte-cochere will be torn down at that point, and the frontage road will come in that general area.
I'm trying to get a clear, a picture of that from the renderings of where exactly that'll be.
Scott, can you do me a favor? Can you pull out the renderings and just show where the porte-cochere is going to be demolished visually? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to let Kevin do it. It'll be quicker than me.
Yeah.
If you're looking at this, Scott Eisenhart, Nunzio Mark DeSantis Architects. The lower left corner of the picture, you see a space, that is the existing, that's the facade of the Alden building after the porte-cochere is removed.
Okay. So that's what's directly across the street from 59th Avenue?
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Please.
So Joe Smith again for the record. So the obligation due to the porte-cochere is extended, but we're waiting to see if we get the CUP. And if we do get the CUP, we have offers currently to turn that space into like a shop. So if we do the shop, the porte-cochere comes down. So I would say, even though the obligation is an extended period of time, it's more likely that if we do get the CUP, we'll immediately start negotiating for that space and likely take that porte-cochere much, much, much sooner.
Okay, that was my question. Because that, I mean, quite frankly, that looked pretty nice for many years when it was the Alden. You know, there's 120, 130 homes in that neighborhood that when they leave their house in the morning, that's the first thing they see, so.
Right. Yeah, no, we're aligned in that way. We don't think it looks good either. So I'm happy to take it down as soon as feasible.
Thank you.
And I think Joe is alluding to, but part of it is what user's going to be there. If it's going to be retail or whatever, the buildings, you know, that area of the Alden will be a little bit different with the retail. So we don't know who the end user is, so we don't have a close-up of what that's going to look like, but.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. So phase 4 is the, obviously is when the Alden will be removed, but it could be before the Alden porte-cochere. There's a new beach access, as you know, along the northern property boundary, and the final 3 driveways are eliminated at that point in time, and the roadway completed. Again, the landscaping will all be cohesive at that point, and everything will be tied together.
I've got a question there.
Please.
On why not put in the north beach access sooner?
Joe, that's a business question.
Joe Smith again. So the North Beach access, part of doing that is actually eliminating some of the parking spots and taking them from perpendicular to the access to parallel. I'm not sure what that does, the parking requirements, parking compliance. So there's a whole knock-on effect that goes with it. But I think if you said, hey, look, it's really important that we get a temporary one done until you get the permanent one done, I think that's probably something we can work on so that it works functionally. But I'm just worried about doing the permanent one because that means I have to start moving parking, which has a ripple effect on how I comply with my phases, my development, and the CUP and everything like that.
Okay.
In that particular easement, what's the width for that one? And I know it's going to change in different areas.
So there is a pinch point right by the Rumfish building, which I would say off the top of my head is more like 7 feet.
It's like 45 inches.
Yeah, it's right where those restrooms are, the little pinch point. But then the rest of it is meant to be a 10-foot, I believe, is what we designed, yeah.
Okay. And because the restrooms are there at that end, does that mean that's going to be relocated since it's a public beach access?
No, I think the restrooms and the guests, and I think as I've mentioned before, our whole philosophy in this design is bring the residents, the community into our property. This isn't Miami Beach where we're going to build big hedges and there's a boardwalk and don't come on my property. The opposite. So we don't mind if people are actually walking along that way right by where our guests are sitting. If they want to come over and buy a drink and sit down, God bless. That's wonderful. So it's meant to be all integrated. It's meant to be functional. It's meant to have residents coexisting with guests all together. Great, thank you.
And just to highlight the setbacks, in Phase 4, the setback from the property line to the parking deck is 238 feet, and to the Phase 4 lobby, that's 462 feet, so significant setbacks. The final benefits that occur in Phase 4, the entire access road, frontage road will be completed. 3 final curb cuts will be eliminated. The 3rd permanent beach access, it sounds like there's a request for a temporary one, so the permanent beach access will be installed. And the stormwater improvements will be complete. Again, we talked about this with respect to the development agreement, but the full stormwater compliance and complete sidewalk could happen much earlier if there's a delay at all in between the vertical permits of one phase to the vertical permits of another phase of more than 6 years. So these are worst case scenario timings that we're talking about. These things could happen much sooner. And as we've been talking, it makes sense to do some of these things sooner as we're redeveloping units.
I've got a question
Sure.
on that. So at completion, there will be 4 total curb cuts?
For 10 to 4.
Okay. And
One of them, too, is a service, more like a truck entrance. So there's really 3 main entrances. And Scott can talk a little bit more when he talks about site, about how that delivery works. But it is technically an access point, but it will be mostly functional to go into the back of house.
So the 2 middle ones would be right in, right out only? And the other 2 on the north and south end would be
Yes.
at lights?
Yes.
Okay.
So right in, right out, and then 2 at lights.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We're very aware about the beach access and the fact that the residents in this area really need and deserve more beach access. So we talked about the fact that the project is going to provide a number of those beach access points. Again, just to highlight, 30 feet beautifully landscaped, you'll see the renderings in a little bit, along that southern boundary adjacent to Seamark. The 10-foot temporary public beach access, and ultimately at Phase 3 permanent, through the middle of the property. That's going to be very near the crosswalk near 58th Street. We're also providing the 15-foot customary use wet sand, I call it the customary use easement along the wet sand. During Phase 3, The temporary public beach access
At
becomes.
least just a second on that.
Please.
You said the wet sand, but are we talking about landward 15 feet?
Yes.
Okay, so it's
15
not wet, it's dry at that point.
15, the way that it's written in the documents, it's 15 feet landward of the wet sand. So no matter where the high tide is, there's always an additional, there's plenty more when it's low tide, but there's always going to be enough room to walk and traverse and put a chair. And I want to clarify one thing, because there was a question regarding the beach access. Someone asked what happens to the temporary beach access if it doesn't move forward. The development agreement specifically says that the temporary beach access terminates automatically when the permanent beach access is constructed and CO'd, which means it doesn't go away if the permanent one is not built in phase 3. So that's how the development agreement is written today. So that would be a continued obligation no matter what. And then, of course, we talked about the beach walk and the fact that that would be another way for pedestrians to travel and another beach access really for the entire community.
Can I ask a few questions on this
Yes.
one? The beach walk in the middle, was it ever considered, because I'm thinking of the meandering, right? There's a lot of meandering has to go through to get to the far side. Was it ever considered, and maybe because it's not possible, but it would be good to know publicly, on the northern side of Coral Reef, instead of doing the meandering, was it ever considered to put it on the northern side along the Coral Reef and meander one step to the north and then between the Alden and Coral Reef, which would be your property, obviously?
Yeah, so we looked at a variety of different locations, Commissioner, and one of them including like the area between Alden and Coral Reef, if that's what you're getting towards. The problem is there's a whole series of buildings and electrical work behind those buildings where you just can't have people walk wide enough. And I obviously can't take property away from Coral Reef for this benefit.
I'm thinking more northern of their property, so it would be keeping their property as the wall and using the width to the north of it. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, obviously, is to prevent this meandering. You know, when I walked a couple of times your property, it's a lot to have to walk if you're coming with your family and trying to get to the beach, and you've got to pass, you know, a couple of ice cream shops on the way and not make it, you know. So I was just trying to think of a direct route, you know, how do you get there?
So can I piggyback on that really quick before? Yeah, this one's important for residents who live in Bahia Shores, 59th Ave. You know, because there's a good amount of homes back there, and it's, I mean, sure they can walk north, sure they can walk south, but it's quite a walk. So this middle one is important, and it's important to clearly understand where it's going to be when it's temporary and what that's going to look like, because where a lot of people have cut through directly across from 58th Ave, you know, it's been a construction site for past, I don't know how many months, years. So I just trying to get a better understanding of what the temporary one is going to look like as well.
So for the record, Kevin Reale, also with Stearns Weaver Miller. Commissioner Phillips, to your point, that's why it's located where it is because it was to try and give access more near the center of the site. The meandering is a result of trying to have an entry point from Gulf Boulevard closer to where it's shown there. So that was the question I was going to have, but to further answer your question, the problem with where the temporary one is going to be is because as construction staging and construction phases happen, it might have to move. But the location of where it starts would be approximately there. And we have a slide that I'll pull up while we're continuing on that shows the range of what it could be. But it's going to start in about the same spot, and it just may move, you know, north or south as you cross the property. During construction. Right.
So during construction, if I'm understanding, it's going to be through that parking lot, that shell parking lot right now where the big tent is currently?
It could be portions of it there. I mean, Joe might have more specifics on that. I'm just talking about why it was chosen that way.
I mean, what this line does and what the temporary access does is basically replicate what they're doing right now, right? This is exactly the path they take right now. If it's going through that parking lot, it's going through that sandy gravel area, if you will. So the temporary one will traverse the same area because that's what it is until we redevelop it. So that's the condition of today. So I really have to redevelop that phase to have anything different there. But yeah, to be most convenient for them, it's going to replicate what they do today, which is go right through that parking lot, which is kind of where the red line goes.
Because that access on the property is north of where the crosswalk is.
Right, so if we wanted to shift the red line down a little bit so that it could be, if it's north, so that the initial point is more aligned with the crosswalk. The problem is the further south you go, you have a big car entrance there with that big, you can see it on the screen, where that ramp goes up in a porte-cochere. So as we move it further south, all of a sudden you're having people come in right where there's a lot of cars circulating, and I don't think that's wise.
So the red arrow in the center, is that where the crosswalk is currently, roughly?
I think it's
north of it.
It's a little south.
I'm sorry. If you want to speak, please step forward and
Apologies.
State
Scott
your name.
Eisenhart, with DeSantis Architects. The crosswalk is slightly south of
the arrow. Understood.
To Joe's point, right where the arrow is the elevated crosswalk that we're providing over the frontage road, and that's right where the road starts angling up. So it'd be extremely difficult to get people across right at the crosswalk and still maintain the arrival sequence.
I understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask one other question on the beach walk? Sorry.
Sure, no worries.
I was looking at it while you, and actually your next picture might show it even better when I kind of quickly saw it. Because that looks like what it is currently, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So currently you have, behind Coral Reef, it's very sandy, and I guess it's a water basin if I'm correct or incorrect, because the stormwater drain spills out towards the sand, basically. And I think I saw in the stormwater presentation.
Yeah, Abdul has a good graphic of how it drains today, the existing conditions.
Correctly, which might be that natural that is mentioned in the staff report. The beach walk is stated that it's going to be designed by the city. So how is that going to kind of mesh together? Because it doesn't exist right now. There's nothing there. It's sandy. So how do we coordinate this?
The city is going to have to get that permitted through FDEP. And so what is on the plan is conceptual. FDEP may say it needs to be a little bit landward, it needs to be a little bit seaward. We don't know exactly where it's going to be. So it's drawn conceptually on the plan. It may meander in a different way. We just don't know. That's really up to the state regulatory agencies. But once the city obtains the permit, the development requires that we fund the construction. So, and Joe, are you, you're constructing and like physically constructing and paying for it? Physically constructing and paying for the construction. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the coordination, like what we expect for it to, and trust me, I don't know either. And I don't know because you don't.
Well, the city is going to permit it, so you guys will have a
permitting,
plan that you will submit.
If I may speak on that, the permitting has kind of been started, but the way it looks will be your decision. The cost associated and how it's built will be burdened by the developer, but the commission will have a say in what we decide to permit behind.
So if there's something placed there temporarily, and I think you all called it one time the bamboo mat, for example, that would move or disappear.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. I want to talk a little about integration, and I want to expand a little bit from what we talked about in the planning board, because there have been questions, and I want to spend a little more time on that. This project is not just about the new development. While we're adding guest rooms, we're also taking a sort of disjointed campus, and we are unifying it in a cohesive way. I mean, that is a deliberate part of this redevelopment project. Tradewinds will be a fully integrated site in a number of ways, and I'd like to go through those. There is one management team for the entire resort. There is a single administration. There is central booking. When you go online to book at the Tradewinds, you go on to book at the Tradewinds. I mean, it is one resort in that way. There is also functional site integration. And by functional site integration, I mean, how is it going to operate functionally, right? The resort. There is a new back of house that Scott's going to talk about more when he talks about the architecture. That's like Disney, where all this back of house stuff is sort of buried where nobody can see it. Fully integrated for the entire resort. All of the amenities are shared amenities. It doesn't matter if you're staying in this building or this building or this building. They want you, as a development team, as an owner of a resort, to go use all of the amenities. That's just good business for them. It is fully integrated. There's also development or site integration. And what I mean by that is, how is that site from a development and construction standpoint? How is that cohesive and integrated? You will hear, and you probably did hear, there is a comprehensive stormwater system that will be integrated throughout the entire site. The frontage road is going to take all of that vehicular traffic onto the site. That is functionally integrating the site from a vehicular transportation perspective. There is going to be this massive cohesive landscaping plan, which you'll see in the renderings, that's going to tie the site together visually. And also, it's going to enhance the pedestrian experience along Gulf Boulevard, right? You're going to have consistent landscaping go all the way up with consistent architecture, consistent colors. It's also going to be branded and themed the same. I mean, it's going to be the Tradewind Resort, and you're going to see that on signage and on buildings, just as you do now. From an architectural integration perspective, the existing buildings are going to have similar paint tones, they're all going to be similarly painted. So from a visual perspective, you're not going to see this colored building and this colored building. There's also going to be an emphasis, and Scott can talk about this a little bit more, but to the horizontal band treatments that are already existing on the existing buildings, that's going to carry through to all the new resort, to all the new buildings. And then these consistently themed murals that you'll see throughout the water and the sea life. The idea is that, yes, you've got some old buildings, and yes, you have new buildings, but it is going to be a fully integrated site. I thought about this. My son is in Napa, California in culinary school, and I went to book a hotel. It's called the Harvest Inn, and it's in St. Helena. And you go on and you book, and you can either stay in the main house, you can stay in the vineyard little houses, or you can stay in these little casitas. They all look a little different. They were probably all built at different times, and they all cater to different folks that are coming to stay there. It's just like this. I mean, that is how the hospitality industry grows. That's how a resort grows over time. So this is definitely an integrated resort.
Since you're on that picture, is the water feature staying, or are we being revamped? Just to know for water purposes how many other fountains we're keeping.
Which one are we talking about? This water feature?
Yeah, the Rumfish fountain that's currently there, yeah.
Again, Kevin Raleigh for the record, and Brandon can confirm this, but one of the things that was discussed at length when dealing with, basically water-saving concerns was whatever fountains end up being constructed are going to be no more, and Brandon, forgive me, I don't know if you know the exact language, but we're not going to increase any water feature from what is there today. So that if it's going to stay or go, it's still going to have to meet that condition. So we're not going to expand the fountains or the water features on site.
Okay. So do you know what fountains are considered current right now for Tradewinds? Because I know you have a lot of water features on site. You have koi ponds, you have...
That's a Joe and Scott question, because Scott did get the calculation, or the check.
Scott Eisenhart, DeSantis Architects. The body of water includes the lagoon, all of the fountains, the pool areas. It's a holistic count of all bodies of water that currently exist on the property, and that the new design will maintain that will not exceed the existing volumes of water.
Does that include the pools that are there too?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to pause for a moment and just make sure there's no additional questions based on the factual information that I just presented to you before we go on to traffic. Excellent. With that, I'll turn it over to Steve Henry, our transportation engineer.
Good evening. Steve Henry with Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And we conducted the traffic analysis for the project. From this standpoint, I'm very familiar with the property. In fact, we owned a property here for about 20 years at Jacaranda. Don't own it anymore, but did for about 20 years. But I am a professional engineer registered in the state of Florida with about 40 years of experience. So first is the methodology. So we worked out a methodology with both your city staff, the DOT, and also your traffic consultant with the city. Basically what we have done is we use the ITE trip generation data for it. We also added the existing traffic for the Serrata, Corey Landing, and Miramar. Then we also used the DOT model for the project. One of the things that we did for this project was, as indicated, this is for phase 1, for a 5-year build-out. But what we did is we used the full build-out of the project. So all 629 rooms. Plus
Excuse me for a moment. If you're not part of the press, please have a seat or vacate. You can have a seat, or you can step outside. Sorry about that.
No problem.
But we want to make sure that we can hear you.
Sure.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So we looked at it from, with the traffic for the 5 years, we looked at full build-out traffic for that. And then in addition, as Brandon had indicated, what we're going to also do when we update the analysis, we will also do new counts every 5 years to look at, one, what is the actual growth rate on the road, and then also look at the actual volumes on the road, both at our driveways and along the study network for the project. But based on the results of the analysis that we've done, all the roadway segments operate at a volume to capacity ratio of less than 0.9. In addition to that, we looked at the intersections of both our driveways and the driveways with roadways within the area of the project. All of them operate at acceptable level of service at build-out of phase 1 of the project. And what this graphic represents are the roadway networks that we looked at, the roadways that we looked at within our study. The blue represents the background traffic that was in the analysis. The red represents our traffic. And again, the build-out traffic, which is actually 4 times what the phase 1 traffic is. So we've actually put 4 times as much traffic in the phase 1 analysis. And then the green represents the available capacity that will still be on the roads after we do the project for phase 1. So as you can see on every one of them, there is still available capacity on the roadways.
I have a quick question on that last slide, if I could. The build-out traffic is at full build-out. Is the non-project traffic, is that today's non-project traffic, or is that non-project traffic estimated
That is using
years?
today's volumes.
Yep.
Then we grow them at 2% per year.
Okay.
For 5 years.
Okay.
Then we add it in.
So that's a 5 years from now background traffic.
And then we added in, not on top of the 2%,
Yep.
we added in the other projects, the Serrata, Corey Landings, and Miramar.
Okay.
So that's the total traffic at that 5-year period.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure. And this is just kind of a graphic to kind of represent, kind of order of magnitude of what the number of cars. So, give you an example, on the Bayway, that we expect to have on that particular road, 56 eastbound volume. And again, this is build-out, our build-out traffic, so not phase 1, but build-out. 44 westbound. So that equates to, about a car a minute. When you look at what we're adding to on Gulf to Bay, about 122 northbound, 97 southbound, again, around 2 cars per minute. So again, and this is build out, again, 4 times what we're anticipating for phase 1. And the same thing on 75th, so about 2 cars per minute. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions for me.
We certainly do.
Pardon?
So we certainly do.
Sure.
many traffic analyses have been done for this project in the last 2 years?
We have done one traffic study for the project.
Prior to you?
I believe there was one done prior to us.
Okay. How do your findings compare with the prior study submitted by the applicant?
How do ours compare? Relatively the same. I don't think there's a tremendous difference. Both of them showed there was sufficient capacity on the roadways.
Okay.
I haven't gone through, as far as their trip generation specific numbers, but both of them showed the same conclusion, that there was sufficient capacity.
Questions?
Okay, if you go back a couple of slides to the, there we go. How many cars are you adding per day?
Per day? Get to that table. We actually have so what we did was a PM peak hour analysis, because that's what was required. So we didn't do a daily trip generation for that.
Can we multiply by 24 or?
Well, it's not a.
I understand.
Yeah.
So how many cars per hour?
So for the PM peak hour, again, build out of it with the 629 rooms and the 17,000 square feet of retail, it is adding new trips to the road, around 400 trips.
Per hour?
That's in the PM peak hour, yes.
Okay.
Now, phase one doesn't have any retail that's in here, and it has a quarter of the number of rooms. So again, looking at worst case, to make sure we had that, or at least from a trip generation standpoint, in addition that we're adding to the project. Again, we wanted to look at, to make sure as far as the build-out traffic, not just phase one.
Okay. So if we're calculating 2% a year increase.
Yes.
That's what we're calculating, right? So
Correct.
You're currently at, I mean, you're not giving me any really numbers to work with here, so I'm guessing 1,300 cars on Gulf Boulevard?
On Gulf Boulevard?
Based on your chart right there.
Correct.
Okay, and then you're adding 400?
Well, they are going in different directions, but yes, the total traffic added to for the project would be 400. But you have ones going north and south, and then also to the east. So they're not all
They're
on
going east
one
where?
segment. Pardon?
Where are they going east?
Well, you've got on 59th, you've got some a minor amount of traffic on 59th, minor amount of traffic on 55th. So you've got some traffic going there. Gulf winds.
Okay, so if we take 1,300 and we add 2% a year, where do we end up at 20 years?
Right. That's full, and that's why what we've agreed to on this is instead of doing a 20-year build out and saying, okay, this is what it's going to be in 20 years, what we're agreeing to do is in the next phase is come back to you with a new analysis to evaluate at that point in time, are we at 1,300? Are we at 1,800? Are we at 1,200? Where are we? And that was the whole purpose in doing this, was so that you are not approving a 20-year projection of traffic and looking at that. And we'll go back out and we count the driveways, we count the roadways, and we evaluate it at that point in time to see what are the projections, what are the numbers, and whether or not what we have projected is the correct number. If it's not, then we look at it from that standpoint.
So if you come back in 5 years for phase 2 and you're at 2,000 cars an hour, are you going to stop phase 2 and 3?
Then we will have to mitigate for that.
How are you going to mitigate?
That depends on, again, we're subjective as to what the impact is. If the impact is having to do intersection improvements, we may have to do that. It depends on what that failure, if there is one, what it is, and then we'll evaluate it from a transportation standpoint as what that mitigation might be.
Okay, so how would you mitigate being at level F?
again, there's many ways to do it. There's intersection improvements, there's corridor improvements, there's timing improvements, there's, putting in fiber optic interconnection between the signals to get them to function better. There's multiple different ways. And in 5 years, it could be a whole nother way of traffic integration. So we don't know at this point in time, but there are ways even today that we would do it if it was failing as far as potential mitigation. We'll just have to deal with that at that point in time. And that's why we set it up this way, is to give you more comfort in, hey, we've got to come back, we've got to look at it, we've got to tell you what that is and what, if there is mitigation, what that mitigation may be.
Okay, so if we took 20 years at 2% increase, where do we end up?
We end up above the capacity, sure. But we don't know that is a sustainable growth for 20 years.
Isn't that what FDOT requires?
No, that is not what FDOT.
What do they require?
It is different for every road and different for, the reality is we looked at the regional model, which is what DOT uses. When DOT does a road, they use the regional model. We looked at the growth in the regional model. It is not 2%. We agreed to 2% in this traffic study. It is not 2%. So we don't know. It may be 1%. The reality is, in a long term, it may be 1%. It may be 0.5%. It may be 3%. But that's why we're doing it for this. But DOT does not have a standard, you have to use 2%. It's different for every roadway. DOT has historical numbers. They go out and they have counts all over the state, all the roadways they have, and we use that data to look at. There's roads that have.
Excuse
1%.
me. Sheriff, all gentlemen. Given multiple fair warnings. No, right here in the third row from the front. Striped shirt.
It's like a pad.
What's going on?
I apologize for the interruption.
No, anyway, so their growth rates anywhere from 0.5% or no growth to 5%. Just depends on the area and what's happening in the area. And that's, again, why we will come back in 5 years, or the next phase, whatever that might be, and evaluate that at that point in time.
You mentioned regional. Does that incorporate St. Petersburg, Pinellas County?
It is a District 7 regional model, so it covers all of District 7 of DOT. So it goes all the way from Hillsborough County up to Hernando County.
And down to Pinellas?
Yes, right, and it's Pinellas, and then over to Hillsborough County. So that's District 7 DOT. So it's a regional model, and it's that model that DOT has developed.
Can you remind us, or actually not remind us, we haven't covered this yet, thinking of a different conversation we had once. So let's say we get to the point, phase 3, where we hit 100% capacity, and the mitigations can't keep up. What happens then in your mind?
Well, again, that's to be determined. I mean, what that mitigation may be. Again, there's a multitude of different options that can be done. And again, if phase 3 is in 15 years, there could be a lot of different, it could be a lot more autonomous vehicles are on the road, which adds capacity. There's all kinds of different things that can happen in 15 years in the transportation system that may come about, that may help the system.
Okay, but I mean, is there a point where it hits a level like 100% and then that moves us into some different?
Well, then we would have to do mitigation for that.
I mean, the mitigations, okay.
It could be, under today's rules, it would be, paying a prop share for potential intersection improvements, roadway improvements, those type of things.
Have you ever had a project where or experience in a situation where the level of service did go poor?
Sure.
And what type of mitigation strategies were done in that particular instance?
We've done everything, over the years from, again, intersection improvements, roadway widenings, those types of things.
Were those projects in a pause while that's completed first, or is it done simultaneously?
It's done as a part of the approval process for the project. And then that is typically put into, whether it's a development agreement or the approval as to what that mitigation is. But in this same thing, this would be done as a part of the approval process for that increment of development. And so as a part of the conditions of approval, it would have what that mitigation might be.
And maybe after, maybe at least you could help address that when a traffic study is, you get to the phase, you do contingency, then we go to site review, and then deal with, mitigating strategies to improve before continuing, or is it done simultaneously?
So first, let me Steve said this, but I just want to clarify. When we're talking about the number of trips on the roadway, Steve studied as if today we're going to build 629 units, not 154, which are going to come on the roadway, but 629. And the roadway still shows that it has plenty of capacity. We're going to come in at the beginning, before we can go through site plan approval for phase 2, we have to redo everything that Steve just did and do a brand new transportation study and study the roadway from new. We feel really comfortable, given the numbers that Steve put into his model and the fact that this is a completely over-conservative methodology in a number of ways, that in 5 years, the roadway, particularly given what's happening, that the roadway is still going to be fine. But if it isn't, then we have to come back and we have to explore with the city through the site plan process what that mitigation looks like. Is that intersection improvements? Is it side road improvements? Is it paying a prop share? Or is it a combination of all of those things? We do this all the time. Yeah. Did that answer the question? Yep. Okay.
Mr. City Manager, do we have any stipulations in the development agreement as to what happens if level of service exceeds 90%?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir.
Well, and the 90%, what that threshold is under the Pinellas guidelines is at that point you do detailed intersection analysis. Not that you necessarily fail, because one is the level of service, but what that is, it says, okay, you're
Our land
approaching.
development code does not allow us to go past a certain threshold, so, and the development can't be approved if it's shown to go past a certain threshold.
Correct.
So if we go past that threshold in 5 years, what happens to the rest of the development? The real answer is we don't know, because it's not in the development agreement. So maybe that's one of the things that we'll look at later.
Yeah, sure.
You stated that, and I'm quoting, minor adjustments were made to the model output. What adjustments?
It's just some minor, as far as tweaking the percentages of the distribution right at the site, just some minor, percent here, percent there, but that was really it. The majority of the model was used in the distribution. But it does assign traffic to centroids that you had said on the east side of the road. So we made some minor adjustments because it just shows it going right into a centroid. So we made some minor adjustments on when you look at our graphic as to where those traffic, they have to be going into a road. Well, if you have minor roads in the model, they aren't shown up. They just show up as a centroid. So we had to make some minor adjustments to that to put them on a road, like 59th, like 55th. So those minor adjustments are what we did.
It says it was done based on local knowledge and roadway network. So what local knowledge did you use?
I've 20 years of living or being at Jacaranda and the trade winds and knowing the area. So we made some adjustments to where those cars, when the model shows it going east, it's going east somewhere, whether it's to the retail on the east side of the road, whether it's to 59th, whether it's to 55th. So we did the assignment based on knowledge of that area and what we've got in the project.
Based on your data, what's the traffic distribution exiting your property, south and north?
The model determined the north and south. Really, the minor adjustments that we made were those trips that were going east.
What's the percentage? Let me rephrase the question.
It's 63 north, is what we had, and 29 south.
It doesn't seem to add up to 100%.
No, I'm saying that is what was on, and I'm saying that's what was on Gulf Boulevard. Then there are ones that are going east to those centroids to the east of Gulf Boulevard.
So you're saying leaving your property, 7% of people are going into the neighborhoods?
Or to the retail along Gulf Boulevard. I can tell you, from being at Trade Winds, we many times went across the street, went to the, some of the restaurants or the retail or those type of things. So yes. So some of that is, that's what the model was showing, so we made those adjustments accordingly. Again, we're using the model because that is what is the most, as far as being the best data that we've got to be able to give us a distribution that is, based on actual DOT information.
Okay, so I'll rephrase it a second time. At 59th Avenue, or any of your property exits, 55th Avenue, when people leave your property,
some will use those roads, yes.
which direction are they going? North, south, by what percentage? Do you have a traffic, do you have a count at the curbs? Do you have any data, like that's hard data, not a model, but rather actual numbers where you count it, how many people go south at 55th, how many people go north on 55th?
We do have counts that we did for those driveways.
Great. So what are the what's the split going south and what's the split?
I'd have to, I don't know off the top of my head, I don't have those. I can certainly take a look at those and add them up and give you what those numbers are.
That'd be great.
Sure.
In your analysis, you stated that this project is a full-service resort. Amenities are available on-site included. Full-service restaurants, pool, fitness, sporting, recreation facilities, gift shop, other retails. For the commissioners who want to follow along, I'm on page 348. Second paragraph. The large array of amenities will reduce the number of external trips generated by the project because guests will have the option to use on-site amenities if they choose. Are you saying that because of the type of property it is, we're going to have less traffic because fewer people will be inclined to leave the property? Is that what this says?
What we're saying is yes, that because if you had a resort hotel that had no restaurants, no fitness center, none of that people would then have to leave the property. Whereas with all those amenities, people are staying on the property and not having to leave to go to restaurants or go to, drinking bars or whatever else. So yes, the answer is that does help the internalization and keeping more people on the property.
On page 374, you're giving us land use code 330.
Correct.
Resort hotel?
Yes, correct.
When is this data from?
Where's it from? ITE.
When? When was this data obtained?
I'd have to look at the ITE code on that. I think I got this right here. I mean, this data is from the ITE 11th edition. It has studies that go back many years.
Sorry, you said the 11th edition?
11th edition, correct.
You have the 10th edition in here?
In where?
In your report.
I think what you're looking at is the backup from some of the studies that we use for background traffic because their studies were based on 10th edition, but ours was 11th edition. When you look at the trip generation printouts, ours is 11th edition, but some of the older studies that we included as background traffic, those were 10th edition.
Okay. Well, I'll help you out here. I'll read it from your documents. The site surveys. The sites were surveyed in the 1980s and 1990s in California, Florida, and South Carolina. So we're using codes for properties that were surveyed 40 years ago, 50 years ago.
Yeah, I understand, but the reality is that is the IT is the Bible, and in addition to that, we did counts at the driveways. Now, we didn't use that for trip generation purposes. We only did a one-day count. But when you looked at our actual driveway volumes compared to what we used in the study as far as a per-room trip generation. The existing was much lower, but we used the ITE numbers as opposed to existing numbers.
The existing numbers don't have the amenities you mentioned.
Sure they do. There's absolutely restaurants there today. There's recreational items there. There's exactly the same stuff that's in what we're building now. There may be more when they're done.
Significantly more.
But there are ones there today. And so people, many times, again, I can tell you, we go there for a week, we sometimes wouldn't leave. So there's plenty there to keep them on site. But when we looked at the data to see if, in fact, what was existing volumes compared to ITE, the existing were lower, but we still used IT. We did not use the existing data to project the future traffic volumes.
And when did you collect the data?
When did we collect? Last year.
Is there a date?
I can give it to you. Let me tell you.
It's a long time.
Pardon?
It's a lot of days in the year.
No, sure, I fully understand. They were done in April of last year.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a parking garage question as it relates to traffic. I don't know if that's just about spots.
Okay, that's
extra spots. Yeah.
If I don't know the answer, I'll get the right person up here.
Okay.
Elise Batzel for the record.
So the parking garage for phase 1, how many spots will there be?
I'm going to get the architect up here.
Hi, Scott Eisenhart, DeSantis Architects. There are 575 cars in the garage 1 for phase 1.
Okay. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it's exceeding the minimums by hundreds of spots. I think like I read 80 to 100. Is that correct for that one?
Correct.
What is the purpose of that?
So as you develop the project, it's going to be a cumulative number for the entire parking for the whole project. So we're building additional spots in phase 1 to make up when we also have to keep the project up to today's code, even when we eliminate parking garages for future phases. So we have to overbuild the parking for phase 1 so that when we eliminate the surface parking in phase 2 and phase 3, those are picked up in the previous garages so that we're always staying current throughout the development.
Okay. So at completion of the project, how many spaces will there be?
I believe there's around 2,100 spaces, a little over, but the actuality is there's only 735 new spaces from what's there today.
Okay.
And if I can confirm, those spaces, the total spaces that you're going to have at the completion of the project, that's employee parking, that's guest parking,
Yes.
that's parking for everybody,
Correct. That is
correct?
parking for everybody.
Parking for everybody, yeah, exactly. And so I would hate to speak for the applicant, but as a business owner on St. Pete Beach, I know that employee parking is very challenging. And from having had my business down that way for a number of years, I do know that there were a lot of hotels that were, doing things like buying houses in Bella Vista so they could have a place to park employee cars. So I'm certain that a large number of the parking spaces that they're building are to anticipate both current and future employee needs, I would imagine.
Yeah, so that's built into the code, the parking spaces per key or per area as you develop the project or as you go through the project. So those are all incorporated into the parking counts that we utilize.
And for the parking counts I realize that there's probably a difference between the parking counts that are required by city code and the parking counts that as a property owner you would prefer to have. Is there a difference in what was required by code for like parking spaces per room versus as a property, what you would prefer to have for parking spaces per room? Or do you know what number was used?
I would leave that to operations on what they expect, what they would like their parking counts to be. We utilize the 0.81 spaces per room, which is the code, and taking into account the 10% for the walkability factor. And then, as you see at the end, we're still over 100 and some cars, even at the end of completion of all phases of the project. Oh.
It's okay. So to answer your question about operations versus the code, Joe confirmed that it is about the same. So it's about what they would look for anyway, just from a practical, functional perspective, given the type of resort that they are.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got a question. So what about people who aren't staying at the hotel if they want to come visit the hotel?
Well, I mean, that accommodates the retail and all of the amenities that are on there. So those are open. Go ahead.
I figure these operational stuff, I'll step in. Joe Smith again for the record. So one, the business is going through transformations. We all know that, right? I expect, and I think you all expect, more Uber rides, share services. So we talk about parking. I can almost guarantee you 10 years from now, we're going to be overparked because, we'll be building out. But yeah, this parking count has certain parking spaces per square foot of retail you have, certain number of parking spaces per square of office. So it accommodates all those uses in the calculation. So it's accounted for.
Excuse me, one question on the parking since we're bringing it up. For the rooftop amenity, the public terrace, and this might be a two-part to the city as well, for Brendan, if you know as well. On our current code, do we have anything that references an amenity of that nature that would be offered to the public if people wanted to go park over there? Because not all of us live across the street.
I won't answer the code question, so I'll be out way over my skis. But I will say that one of the reasons we're giving $1,250,000 to the freebie shuttle is to actually do what I think the local community wants us to do, which is the local community doesn't want us to encourage people to drive to the roof deck, to the restaurants. They want people to get in that freebie shuttle so it's not clogging up your neighborhood and creating a jam. So I think the point is to really get towards these modern mobility systems. That's why we're contributing 7 figures to that. But I'll let Brandon ask that.
Are you asking for the rooftop space? Is that subject to the
Since it's being offered as a public green open space, if you want to think of it as when we say open space, we think of a park, right? So typical public parks in our city require how much parking?
There isn't a set rate. It's typical that outside of the core districts where public facilities are allowed, it's typically a conditional use permit, so it would be set by the city when it comes forward to you.
Okay.
There is no requirement specifically for hotel rooftops to provide a certain amount of parking, enclosed restaurant space, retail space held out to the public, things like that. Those do require parking at usually reduced rates compared to what they would be if they're standalone.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, unless you have any objections, I recommend we take a recess. We will be back at 8 p.m., 8:10 sharp. think where we are right now is we are still in the midst of the applicant's presentation. I think we finish up with the experts that we currently have.
I did have one more question
Sure.
for it.
I'm saying like once we go through the rest of the applicant's presentations, and then depending on what time it is, we'll either recess again or just move right into audience comments, just so that everybody else knows kind of where we are in the schedule tonight. Go ahead.
Hi, one other question.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier during the discussion about mitigating remedies, and you mentioned one of the potential uses, or a use to be used, is the right-of-way. Do you know how much potential right-of-way we currently have right now?
I do not know that. I don't know if anyone else, but I do not know. I have not seen the survey to know how much right-of-way is out there today.
Okay, because I know we're using 10 feet for sidewalk. And Brendan, I don't know if how much you know is left, but how much is left?
Just clarification, that 10 feet would be on our property.
So that's not including right-of-way?
Yes, that's not including right-of-way.
So there is no right-of-way right now?
Well, the 10-foot sidewalk is we are developing on our property.
And how much of it is right-of-way of the city?
None of it, that's what I'm saying. The sidewalk will be developed completely on...
Outside of the sidewalk?
I don't know the number of, I'm just saying that you indicated part of that would be in the right-of-way, but the sidewalk's completely on the developer's property.
Oh, okay. Well, then the question is, how much right-of-way do we have?
Yeah, we'll see if we can find it, but I don't know. I may be able to scale it off Google.
Do you happen to know, city manager? No? Okay.
And then to answer your question on the distribution, today it's about 52% to the north, 48% to the south.
Okay. Thank you.
But and just so you know, reason we use the DOT model is so that it's not subjective. That's a regional model that way it comes out with what those answers are, and that's typically what we use. Again, we'll adjust it for some local, but generally speaking, and that also takes into account future growth as opposed to what's out there today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the only last comment with respect to traffic that I always like to bring it down to like a practical, what does this mean? Mayor, you talked about total trips in a day. So we're assuming in this traffic study that every unit is built today, 629 units. And even if we put all of those units on the property, the traffic that's generated, what it means practically is that there would be 2 cars per minute. That's 1 every 30 seconds. Now we know that 629 units aren't going to be built in a day. But I'm just letting you know that's what it means to today for people like us that aren't transportation engineers. I think that's important.
Sure, and to further elaborate on that, whatever it is going to be, it's going to be there in perpetuity. There's no opportunity for us to go down to less.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Once those units are built, those units are built.
Yes, but the transportation system changes. And that's why we go back every 5 years to do a new traffic study. And then we do actual counts. Actual counts meaning what is the actual transportation, not what are these assumptions and the 2%, it's actual counts. And then you reset it at that point. So from a practical perspective, there's a lot of built-in safeguards for the city in the development agreement.
If I just may add one thing. I think we're kind of dancing around the issue a little bit. Historically, we've seen data that the growth has actually been 0.5%. So when we look forward and do a 2% growth rate, we're looking at a 400% increase over what historical levels have seen. So if you look at the 400% increase in the growth rate, you look at modeling out 629 units as opposed to the actual 154 that's being built. I don't know exponentially how much more than reality that is, but it's not 8 times, it's like 4 times 4 times, I don't know. It's a lot. So we're talking and we're projecting and we still comply with this exponentially higher level than is actually reality. Thank you.
Hello, Scott Eisenhart, 9818 Windy Terrace Drive, Dallas, Texas. I am architect and partner with Nunzio Mark DeSantis Architects. We are the architectural firm working on the Trade Winds project. A little bit about NMD. We are a boutique architecture firm that specializes in hospitality. We don't work on any other project type. We only concentrate on hotels, resorts, restaurants. So we really focus on a particular sector, and we try to produce some of the best projects in the world. We do projects of all sizes and scales, anything from 1,000+ hotel key in Las Vegas, such as the Aria or the Palazzo, down to even an 8-cabin retreat in the Catskills in upstate New York for the Chatwall Group. We have...
Would you mind bringing your microphone a little closer? We have a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Sorry, is that better?
Perfect.
All right. We have over 75,000 rooms that we've been associated with. Including 13 Four Seasons, 7 Ritz-Carltons. We're currently working on the Four Seasons in Austin, Texas. We're working on the Ritz-Carlton Laguna Niguel in LA, the Ritz-Carlton Half Moon Bay in San Francisco. We also are very familiar with Florida. We're licensed in the state of Florida. We have several ongoing projects here. We have an 800-room convention center hotel in Broward County under construction currently in Fort Lauderdale. We're doing a 45 cottage island resort in the Florida Keys. And we're even right down the street here in St. Pete. We are doing a 160-room, 16-story hotel in downtown St. Petersburg. So we're very familiar with Florida, with hurricanes, with the coastal design guidelines. And then we're here today to talk about the Tradewinds project, obviously. Here's the existing site of the Tradewinds that you're all familiar with. This has been a 3-year journey for us.
All right, there's somebody's either phone or something is going off in. Oh, okay, thank you. I thought it was crickets. What is that?
Again, this is the existing site as you know it today. When this has been a 3-year journey. And when we started 3 years ago, Joe in ownership came to us with 3 kind of distinct criteria to start the project. One was to actually be considerate of the neighbors of the projects in and around our site, such as the Seamark condo on the left, even the Coral Reef project in the middle of the site. The next task they gave us was to consider all of the large amounts of paved parking that you can see across the site. You can see almost every section of the site there's some form of paved parking. And then lastly, it was to try and unify everything as one kind of cohesive project. So those were kind of the task and the site as it sits today where we started. This image from the Gulf side gives you a clear picture of the entire project from the Seamark on the right side all the way up to the Hilton Garden Inn on the north side. I think this image is a great example to help kind of give everybody an overview of the project itself. You can see that in some of the things that they tasked us with at the start, you can see these start to manifest themselves in the design of the buildings themselves, such as the Phase 1 tower. It is curved intentionally on purpose so that it allows the Seamark building to maintain their views out towards the Gulf. The curve also, if you were to look at the plan of the curve, the center point of the radii actually is past the corner edge of the Seamark, so there is no direct line of sight from a guest room into a Seamark property from inside the building. Also, you can notice that on the Phase 3 tower, we've actually pulled it as far away from Coral Reef as possible. You know, it could have been options to stack it to the left side of the Breckenridge building and be closest to the beach, just like all the other properties, but we intentionally pulled it back in a way to give some breathing room between our project and their project as well. The next item, I think, is fairly obvious. The removal of majority of the surface parking to give way to manicured, beautiful landscaped amenity spaces, pool areas, and just luscious landscape that helps promote green and energy, green feeling for the site instead of that kind of harsh paved asphalt that currently sits there today. And then lastly, on the cohesiveness, you can notice in some of the buildings like the Jacaranda building, the Rumfish building, in these current buildings, the slab and the railing are emphasized in a horizontal nature. We took those aspects and applied it to all of the new buildings, so we're emphasizing that horizontality to help tie back into the existing properties as well, and trying not to create some drastic new architecture on the space, but something that's more integrated and looks like it should be there along with the other properties. The last item I want to point out on this slide is the massing. The buildings were intentionally, all the new towers are intentionally positioned into the middle of the site. This was done on purpose to help give a gradual buildup from both Gulf Boulevard to the center of the site where the towers are, and then from the towers to the beach side. This slide takes that image and just isolates the new buildings, so you can see where all the new buildings are proposed. And again, just reiterating that mass of the project is centered in the middle of the site, so that it can taper off on either side and make it less impactful from both the Gulf Boulevard side as well as the beach side. Here is a rendering from Gulf Boulevard side. This has been updated in response to city comments as well as to the planning board review comments. Some things that have been updated is the landscape along the frontage road that connects from north to south has been updated to show more representational of the actual landscape plan and incorporating the more Florida-friendly planning that Perry Becker will speak about a little bit later. We've also enhanced the garages to show some more frames, screens, vegetations to help block even more of the visibility into the garage and out. And then the meeting room building where the St. Pete Beach sign, we've added the synthetic wood panels to help break up that facade. There was a concern from the city staff as well that facade may be looking too monotonous. So we've included those kind of elements into the building as well. And then again, I think this also further illustrates kind of the layer cake effect that Elise spoke about earlier, where the buildings kind of taper from Gulf Boulevard to the middle of the site and then back down. Here's a view of the Phase 2 amenity space. This really just kind of gives you the look and feel instead of a parking lot, what the space could look like for this potential development. You can see this image really illustrates that horizontality that I spoke about previously that relates back to the Rumfish and Jacaranda buildings. But it also has some framed elements as there are some vertical elements on the Breckenridge building. So we're trying to pull all these different elements into the design of the new towers. You can also see the roof terrace at the top of this tower. And on the left side corner, you can even see where we added in the lookout space that Joe will talk about later. That's a really exciting element. Here is the arrival, looking from Gulf into the middle of the project, basically at the new arrival where the Phase 2 tower will go. Again, this has been updated with some of the same things you saw in the other renderings, the updated landscape, the updated building facades, both the garage and the meeting room space. And then you also notice that in the middle of the site, you can see that the arrival actually is elevated. This is actually where we've consolidated all of the back of house underneath the building, like Elise was talking about earlier. So this allows us to really tuck and bring all the things that are currently in different places around the property that are extremely inefficient into one area that makes it as efficient as possible. Loading and back of house all included in this one general location. This also provides guests the opportunity that when you arrive from the lobby, you'll be able to see directly out to the ocean, to the Gulf. So that is an experience that will be extremely valuable, especially for this property.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm saying that the elevated lobby here, where guests are dropped off, are now elevated up. So when you walk in the lobby, it sees through all the way the building, and you can see all the way out over the amenity space to the Gulf and the beach.
It's a nice view, isn't it?
It will be.
I've got a question. What is that in the middle? Is that a fountain of some sort? Or?
Yeah, that is a fountain element that has kind of this ship statuary in the middle of it. So it'd be a kind of a fountain, water fountain element, feature element. Here's a view from, this is phase 1. This, again, has been updated based off comments. And again, I'd like to reiterate kind of what Elise said, that ownership has been working with their neighborhood throughout the development of this project. We've updated this several times based off feedback from the C-Mark tenants directly to the south of us. This image shows the restaurant now with a hard lid over the upper deck to help control sound. We've also added a glass wall on the south side, again, in response to their comments and their concerns. We've also added vegetation to the side of the building, so an ivy type of application growing up the walls along with additional vegetation in front of it to really help screen this element from the views from the C-Mart building. Again, it's been in constant collaboration with them, back and forth feedback.
And are they supportive of your project?
Yeah, as far as I know, you have to talk to ownership more about that, but.
Okay.
Here's one of the new views. So these, again, were asked to see more views from kind of the pedestrian side on Gulf Boulevard. So we've added 3 new views to the presentation. You can see the beach access on the left side of the image. This again is a 30-foot access point that leads you from Gulf Boulevard all the way to the beach. You can also see the upgraded garage facade, where we have increased the amount of kind of solid synthetic wood screening and vegetation on the facade here. And then just...
Do you have before you move on to the next slide, do you have a picture of what it looks like today?
The exact view?
Mm-hmm.
I do not.
Okay.
Or maybe we do in the rebuttal. Yeah, I think we actually do in the rebuttal, in our other slides.
In the rebuttal?
In a different slide.
All right. If you can get that first, that'd be great.
One quick question on that one, since we're there, so I don't forget, is... Are you all looking to talk with Sunrunner to change that Sunrunner stop? Because it's not what the Sunrunner looks like right now. You know, we're missing the sign, basically. And I know that the Pinellas County went through a lot of money to do what they did there, regardless of anybody's opinions, but it's not indicative in that picture that that's what the Sunrunner currently looks like, or that corner. Because it has an elevated it might have been for ADA compliance, I'm not sure, but you know how
You're talking about the bus stop?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, you might not know what it's called, but the Sunrunner is the bus stop, yeah, that's specific for.
Yeah, there's no intention to change what's currently been proposed by the city. This was just put in for the rendering's sake.
I mean, the entire rendering is not exactly indicative because it's missing the turning lane and there's no, it's missing the stoplight. You have no way of turning left into this property from this rendering.
Right, that's the intersection for traffic, right, where the traffic light is at 55th.
We're assuming that's the intersection
That's
because it's
55th.
not.
Correct, that is
Yeah.
the 55th.
Yeah.
Plan is a rendering to
Yeah.
show the building.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I got a question on the vegetation on the parking garage. Artificial or real, or what's the?
Yeah, I have a slide later, but the
Okay.
intention is that it would be artificial to conserve water and not try to have all of this vegetation be fed throughout the year. Here's an image from the middle of the site, basically looking at Tower 3 here in the middle, and then Tower 2 off to the left. I think it's great to see from this rendering, you can see the actual scale at the sidewalk on Gulf Boulevard. You can see on the left side where the retail space is, that's about 15 feet, and then you step back and then you go up another to about 45 feet, and then you step all the way back to the main tower at 116 feet. So you can see that there's really been an effort to reduce the look and feel along Gulf Boulevard. And if you were, this is taken from about the middle of Gulf Boulevard, and if you're actually on the sidewalk where the gentleman there's walking, you probably wouldn't even see Tower 3, and it would look more like a 4 to 5 story development along Gulf Boulevard for that pedestrian experience.
Do you have a rendering what it looks like today?
We have images along this street, yes. And here, the last rendering at Gulf Winds Drive. This shows the Rumfish property on the right and the Alden in the middle, and then the new proposed property to the left. Again, just trying to show the correlation that we're trying to take some of those horizontal elements, bring them into the existing buildings. The color palette will match across all buildings. The graphics will be placed on the buildings that you have the trade winds impact, and then the landscape coming all the way through and frontage road, kind of tying everything from north to south. Next, this is a vehicular circulation diagram. This kind of sums up what we've kind of been talking throughout the presentation here. You can see the main element is that the new interior circulation road, which goes from north at the Gulf Winds Drive all the way to the south at 55th Street intersection. You could also note that the two remaining interior curb cuts are right in and right out only, as we discussed previously. And then there are the additional entries and exits out of the parking garage shown, as well as the main drop-off area and the existing Rumfish loop that currently sits there today. Here is a loading diagram, similar to the vehicular circulation diagram, but emphasizing where the loading would happen on site. Again, in the middle of the site is that new proposed loading, 5 loading dock zone, where all of the main deliveries would come for the project. They'd be received, broken down, cataloged, and then distributed to the different resorts as needed. We've also included 2 spots on the left side of the page for Tower 1, mainly for convenience in case any kind of small deliveries need to take place at that building. The one at Coral Reef is existing as it stays today, so we want to maintain their loading and drop-off area. And then the one on the far right is the Rumfish as it sits today, so that would remain as it is.
A quick question on the Rumfish one. Is that being eliminated as the registration lobby, I guess, for Rumfish, or is it eventually, when all the phases are in, centralized as well?
Yeah, when the Phase 4 lobby is brought online, then that would be where check-in takes place for Rumfish and Alden.
For all of them. Okay. Oh, sorry. It'll be on the north end?
So the main lobby in the middle of the site is intended for the main check-in, but to help alleviate stress of people coming all into the property, the second lobby for Rumfish and Alden will be for that section of the property.
Okay. So service, delivery, and registration will all be in one?
No. The lobby is actually the green arrow that has the
where
loop.
the tennis courts are.
Yeah, it's intended to be above that
So
tennis courts. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Here's just a pedestrian circulation diagram showing all the circulation within the site. You can see that there's both east and west circulation as well as north and south circulation. There is sidewalks along the inside portion of the internal circulation road that get you from Rumfish over to the main building. And then from the inside, you can go from the south amenity space all the way over to the Coral Reef building. And then the intention is to use the beach walk for that north and south access as well.
Where's the circulation for Garage 1? Like, where do people go once they park? Is that at a certain level? Level 1, 2, 3? Like, where's the walk for that?
On Phase 1?
On Phase 1, Garage 1?
Yeah, the intention was if you're parking there and going to the hotel tower, you would have key card access directly off of the
towards the west
garage to the building itself. And then there are stairs in the corners and elevator that gets you down from the top level to either the beach access road or the corner of the the Jacaranda building.
Kind of a
Question on the conference center real quick while I'm staring at it. And that, is my understanding that intention is only for the guests, or is that going to be a rental space for events?
I'm sorry, what space is this?
The meeting room, convention center.
The new meeting room that we're building is going to be rented out primarily for guests that are staying at the property that will be using that space during their stay for meetings. That's the intention of it.
Primarily.
Primarily, yes. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for us to rent to other people because we want to get the hotel income with the rental of space and the food and beverage all together.
Yeah, because if you went the other way, then we'd be talking more cars that aren't probably in the trip generator.
Yeah, no, it makes much more sense to have people stay on the property, eat on the property, go to meetings on the property, all staying in one place.
The next slide just kind of emphasizes the fire and security. All existing buildings are equipped with sprinkler systems, and all new buildings will have sprinkler systems as well. Parking garages will have parking access and control gate systems. Reception desks are located near the main entries to help monitor incoming and outgoing traffic flow. All new hotel buildings will have key card access directly to the parking garages, which I talked about previously. And the pool areas, of course, will have code-required fencing with gate access around all of them. Here we're showing a slide showing view corridors and separations. Starting on the left, as I mentioned on the original rendering, you can see that the design of that Phase 1 tower was purposely done so that Seamark's views and vistas out towards the Gulf will be unhindered. The second dot on this image shows the new proposed terrace. Again, this will be kind of a full panoramic view from the top of the terrace, but again, Joe is going to talk about that later, so I don't want to steal his thunder.
For the Seamark view, at what height is that?
I'm sorry.
At what height is it unobstructed? Because it has to look over the restaurant, the rooftop.
Oh, yeah. The restaurant is about 24 feet tall, so it would be over that point for that small portion of the where the
Do we
restaurant.
know what the lowest unit is in Seamark?
I do not.
The first unit is on the floor? Okay. Sorry if you didn't hear me, that the first unit is on the floor. I just repeated them.
Okay.
Excuse me, just something to clarify. The first unit is not at grade. It's right up, and I know because I talk to the owner all the time about it. In fact, actually, the owner helped us design the restaurant, right? His wife chose the wall, whether it's a glass wall or cement wall, so we're in constant contact with that owner. So yeah, it's right up. That unit does and does not have views today. I know because they asked us to cut down our landscape constantly because our landscape and the berm are in the way of a portion of their view. So I would say they have an obstructed view today, and that's where it is.
And that's that wall, right, that they have, the wall that's along
The wall,
the beach path that's out there right now.
right? So
That's obstructing, okay.
yeah, well, that wall is low enough. That's really not the obstruction. It's actually, ironically, the part towards the beach where it's actually elevated there, and you have landscape, and you have kind of like a wedding lawn, if you want to call
Oh,
it that.
I saw
there.
that, yes. Mhm.
And so that kind of obstructs the view. That's more of the obstruction. The fence by their property is actually not very high.
Got it.
So 24 feet is how many floors?
24 feet is about 2 floors.
Okay, unless you have 8-foot ceilings.
No, it's typically, you just average 10 feet per floor, so.
Okay.
Here's an image just showing shadow study. We did a shadow study at different times of the year, showing no impacts from the new development. However, the neighborhoods to the south will actually cast a shadow on our amenity space for the Phase 1, but no impact on their building.
Can you back up on that one again? No impact from which one?
No impact on the Seamark building to our south from any of our new developments.
What impact are you having on the Jacaranda?
The jacaranda also will not be impacted because our building's behind the jacaranda building.
Okay. We've had emails and comments from owners in that particular building saying that their views are going to be impacted.
No.
So there's been one correspondence about the view being impacted, and I think I wrote a letter. You should all have received it. That owner currently has a building and landscape that's about 35 feet out of his window. The new building is about 30 feet away. I've since spoken to the owner after he wrote that letter. That wasn't his biggest concern. He admits and actually agrees that his view, he doesn't have a view today, and that it's obstructed in the same way. So the view really isn't the issue with that one owner. It was he made the mistake thinking that there would be construction for 15 years straight, because we talked about these longer time periods. That, once we made him understand that that's not the case, and we're not building for 15 years straight, he was fine. So that owner, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to put him on the spot, but I'm sure it's the same owner that's written you. You know, it's just been a series of misunderstandings that we've resolved with him.
Thank you.
Here, as I spoke about earlier, just showing the garage facades because there was some concerns brought up during the staff review. Here is an enlarged view of that corner of the Phase 1 garage one. You can see that we are proposing this vegetation, synthetic wood screening, and solid walls to help block any kind of lights from cars or vehiculars in the garage from coming out, and views also into the garage as well. And then, as I discussed, here some reference imagery showing what we're kind of thinking. The one on the right is actually all artificial vegetation. This is at Disney World. Actually, Perry Becker worked on this as well. But this is kind of our intention to do something similar to this so that we're being conservative of water, but still having something that helps soften the building itself. The middle image shows kind of the synthetic wood screening, or an idea of what that would look like across the facade, and then just showing the horizontal nature of the plantings that we're proposing for the garage facades as well. Energy saving techniques, as Elise stated at the beginning of the presentation, ownership is pursuing LEED Silver, so there's going to be inherent energy saving elements that are just part of that certification, but we're trying to highlight, we're still early on in the LEED process, but these are some things that we're targeting currently for our projects. The first one, cooling tower water use monitoring, that's really just to analyze the water and help optimize the water cycling that's used for the cooling tower system. Advanced energy metering, that is really kind of a whole building system monitoring that gets reported back to the USGBC. So they're getting the data, and it's monitoring the entire energy output of the buildings. Negative pressure HVAC, that's just designing these mechanical systems so that it's containing the air instead of pushing it out when doors are open. The dedicated exhaust for housekeeping rooms are just dedicating an exhaust system for the housekeeping rooms that are not on the main building exhaust. Energy efficient windows, we're going to have impact resistant windows, so we're naturally going to have kind of a more thermally robust window system for these buildings. Thermostat comfort and occupant sensors are kind of one and the same, where you're providing thermostats in multiple areas to help control, and it senses when there's occupants in the space, turns lights down, turns AC off if nobody's in the space, or lowers it. And then cool roofs, which is the diagram you see on the right, doing high ambient materials on the roofs so that we're reflecting more than we're absorbing on the buildings. As conditioned, the CUP is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and believe.
I'm sorry, are you a planner?
Huh?
Are you a planner? Are you a comprehensive plan expert?
I'm a, huh? Yeah.
You're giving your opinion as an architect, correct?
Correct. I am giving my opinion as an architect.
On the conditional use of our city, on our conditional use, on our comprehensive plan?
Yeah, on the CUP that we've applied for. Yes, this is my professional opinion.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
All right.
If somebody wants to get those renderings, that'd be great. And I'm sure we have other questions as well. So in your previous plans, you had a slide water feature. Is that still included?
You mean the existing,
Like,
the Surf Rider?
I don't know what it's called. You said you guys did the Margaritaville in Hollywood?
The what?
The Margaritaville in Hollywood?
No, we did not do the Margaritaville in Hollywood.
Then it must have been the other gentleman. Okay. So they have like a big, I don't know what it's called, like some water slide on the premise. It was in the original plans a few years ago. Is that still part of the plan?
Surf Rider? Yeah, that's still in the plan. The Surf Rider is still in the plans.
Okay. Do we have those renderings?
That's in the, I don't know if I have the site plan. Huh? Yeah, it's next to the Breckenridge building.
Is the question about where it's located? Is that
Yes.
the question?
Yeah.
What I can,
It's here in this image right next to the Breckenridge building. You can see a small white square. That is the Surf Rider location between Breckenridge and the Coral Reef.
That's helpful. Go ahead.
I was going to ask about the parking garage. The top floor of the parking garage, when there's cars parked on the top floor, is the height of the exterior wall tall enough to hide those cars?
Yeah, the perimeter parapet would be 4 feet to mask the vehicular from the ground level.
Do you have the second option for the southwest corner of the restaurant if the amenity needs to be moved to accommodate the fire truck?
We do not have a diagram that shows that, but the existing sidewalk improvements that are currently on the site, we believe we can make that work around. We can actually create a loop around the restaurant and the amenity space and connect it back to the curve along the Phase 1 tower. So we believe we can make that work without significant changes to the plan itself.
So almost like keep the round part of that restaurant intact and then just
Loop around it, yes.
loop around far enough.
Correct.
I've got a question maybe for you, maybe not. I read somewhere, I think, that there's going to be 5 monument signs in total. Is that accurate? I was just curious where those or any monument signs are going to be.
Yeah, there is a diagram in the submitted information that shows where all the signage is indicated along both the Gulf Boulevard and the building itself.
Okay.
But they would be generally kind of where they are today. You'd have the two, the north and the south, the Rumfish and the 55th Street exit. You'd have the signage in the middle for the main property. And then you would have the Coral Reef would still maintain their signage as well.
Did you provide the shadows study yourself, or was that done by somebody else?
We did it in-house with geolocated.
I'm trying to look for my page, but I know I looked into the winter solstice, so I forgot which page that was that you had it identified by the equinox. And they had the same times as the packet that we got with that are revisions, that has the 10 a.m. time, the 4 p.m. time. That 4 p.m. time is the start of that particular shadow, correct?
Yes, correct. That's that time at 4 p.m. in the day, yeah.
And I know and when I find the page, I can tell you, but I know what the average was, or actually it wasn't the average, it was the time. It's a 4-hour difference from that 4 o'clock time or ending time to sunset. So that would mean to me that for those 4 hours, that's what the shadow will look like, correct?
The 4 o'clock time is the start time of that shadow, and then as
So
the
it
sun
gets
sets,
greater.
it's gonna get a little longer. Yes, correct.
And for the, and you didn't show it in your presentation, but for the rooftop, maybe I should wait till Joe goes up and talks about it. I'll wait for then, since you'll talk about that. I'll go to another page. You guys can look for a question.
How far is the pool and how far is the restaurant from the C Mark?
The restaurant is about, I would say, it's 60 to 70 feet from the C Mark because of the way it tapers. You can see on this diagram there's actually a 50-foot dimension between our building and their building, and so then the building skews away from where the restaurant would be, so it would be in that range. The pool would be a little farther.
Okay. And what mitigation efforts have you undertaken to eliminate noise from the pool?
So we intend to have, the restaurant itself will help as a screen area, wall area, and then we're doing tall landscape to baffle between the pool area and the beach access pathway.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as they talked about, limiting the hours of operation as well.
What about the neighbors above the tree line?
They will look down at the pool.
Okay, so what efforts have you taken to mitigate the potential noise from those two amenities for the neighbors above 24 feet?
Above that height, there's currently no mitigation efforts from the pool area itself.
Okay.
It's Joe Smith again. One thing worth noting is right now that's a loading dock and a parking lot. So, I think the difference from current status is that you won't have beeping trucks at 7 a.m. in the morning, which I think the C-Mark residents should enjoy. And because of the 9 p.m. pool shutting down, by the way, you know that their pool shuts at 10, right? So we're actually shutting an hour before their pool. The 9 p.m. also limits the noise at night. You also have all these decibel requirements from the city about noise levels. You have sound control on the sound systems for the restaurants. I think Brandon went through all this before. But there's a whole layer of controls from the city, things we've agreed to make sure that that's a quiet environment. It's also worth noting that this Phase 1 tower is closest to our meeting space, which is that big red area that's Jacaranda. That's where our ballrooms are, our meeting space. So really, what you're looking at is an area we would naturally put adults in, right? The kids, you would imagine, would be in that center Phase 2. Why? Because there's a bowling alley there, because there's the two-story slide that goes into the pool. There's all these kids amenities. We did that intentionally, right? We want to keep the kids' games, the loud kid activities away from C-Mark. And Phase 1 is really meant as more of a serene, adult, quiet environment. So that's the way it's been designed. Those are the restrictions the city's put on us and the other restrictions we've agreed to in the development agreement to make sure it's a quiet space. Thank you.
So the planning board's recommendation was sunset.
Yeah, well, no, we had a 9 p.m. in that meeting.
The planning board recommended 9 p.m. There was a big discussion at planning board, and if you look at the conditions that were proffered from the planning board, it was a 9 p.m. closure.
So it was before planning board that it was that.
Staff actually asked for sunset, and then the question was, what does that mean? Because at winter, sunset could be 5:30 at night, and in the summer, it could be 10 o'clock or 9:30 at night. And so we proposed 9 p.m., and the planning board recommended approval of 9 p.m.
Okay.
And this is a question, for either architect or maybe Mr. Smith too, for Joe, because I remember at the first community meeting that you did present that south pool as the quiet pool, and I think you said the same things back then, that would be like the adult area. I know it'll be hard to keep all the kids away, but, I know that's the intention of what you had originally presented. And a couple of my tours going through the property, especially because I was at the back trying to figure out the dune restoration, and all the stuff that's going on back there. Behind Breckenridge, there is a very small pool that I think in one of the signs that I read on the property is for, I don't want to say adults, but it doesn't say adults only, but I think that's also an adult area. Is that pool going?
No, the intention is that pool stays there, and that's just something, you're right, it historically has been designated officially as an adults-only pool. Whether that changes in the future or not, I don't know, but historically that's been an adults-only pool.
In the conceptual plan, site plan, in that area where the pool is, because I had gone out there just to double check, because I had questions about the beach walk and how it's going to look. It's I used the waxing and waning of a moon. It's what it is current. It goes out, right? So it curves outward towards the Gulf. But in this conceptual plan, it's cut in. I'm looking at this original one, just in case you.
Yeah, I think you're referring to that little notch that notches towards the pool.
Correct, it's actually there too. It notches into the pool on this picture.
You know what that's about?
And that's what confused me, so I thought either A, you're planning on changing the pool and turning it into an infinity pool, or you're getting rid of the pool so people don't walk into the pool as they're going through the beach walk. So that's why I'm asking this question of whether it's staying and how people are going to maneuver around this pool.
No, there's no intention to change the current pool in its orientation or shape. This diagram is actually just showing a proposed beach kind of walk area. As Elise said earlier, this would have to be fully vetted through the city once it's permitted. The actual pathway, the dunes and everything, an actual plan will have to be created for that. This is just showing kind of exception, and the overlay covers the pool in this particular image, but no change.
One other thing to note real quick is that it's going to be much clearer how that pool kind of works once the Breckenridge renovation is done, because it's all now landscaped and there's like a fence around it, so it's like its own little entity, which I think your question is, well, how does it all work, right? And I get it, but once that renovation is done, I think you'll see very clear the pool is kind of its own entity. The reason why the boardwalk, our intention was, and we'll have to work with the city and see what the city's intention is, goes by that area because it's a natural area for it to flow, right? There's restaurants there, there's activities for both residents and hotel guests to participate in all together. And that's why we didn't want to put it so far out past the pool that, it doesn't work well for the flow of activity and the activities we have in that area.
And I think in one of our meetings, maybe this was discussed with landscaping, I can't remember which one, but maybe that's why that's like that people would be walking more eastward along where those, it's kind of like a terrace. I saw the rendering of Taco, whatever is out there.
Buy a taco, yeah.
Yeah. So I figured that would be a seating area where people can sit, eat, or continue walking, north or south, depending on which direction.
Yeah, in that area, we have like a shell of a Volkswagen bus that we'll be serving like ice cream and food out of, kind of on, oops, sorry about that. On the far side of the area towards the dunes, and then we'll have the restaurants sandwiching an area that you kind of walk through. So there'll be activity and seating throughout the whole area, to answer your question, yes.
Okay. And since you're up here too, in the Rumfish area, and just food for thought, I'm not trying to prove what the beach walk would look like, but why couldn't the beach walk just end where the next pool is at Rumfish? If you're okay with people walking right past people in a pool. I am definitely not in favor of putting a beach walk even further out towards the Gulf when, we don't want to be building outside of the CCL line. So even, that is still, I think, considered a structure, whether it's, and I don't know how FDEP defines it, but we'll get there when we get there. But couldn't that beach walk run along, not jot out all the way towards the Gulf and just end where your amenities are there, where potentially the north end beach access is anyways, so we could have a walkover and get rid of all the Australian pines that are invasive behind that property.
So there are a few different things there that make it difficult just to cut right across. Number one is right where it turns left, there's actually like a cement built-in space that's a lawn space that's used for parties and meetings and things like that. The other area you're correctly identified, there's a pool that's seaward of the CCCL on the Rumfish area. So you have a few things that are just kind of in that area. So then the question is, do you go on which side of the trees, or how do you deal with that? I think it's something we're going to have to work together. Quite honestly, I don't know the city's best intention of how it should work, so we're going to have to sit down and say, what do you guys want to do? Where do you want it to go? And we're going to have to figure it out together, because I'm not sure what the city's even envisioning right now.
I just wanted to be noted that it's not that we're approving this beach walk the way it looks currently, so that whenever, if we're writing stuff down, that it is in the future that is decided, so that.
The city's designing it, we're just constructing it and paying for it.
Okay. Thank you. I had another question on, because I think it's very similar to the south west corner restaurant. I don't think it has a rooftop, and I'm not quite sure if it's a restaurant or not. There's like another round building center where the kids, kind of pool area is up against the Jacaranda building. Is that also a restaurant?
It's meant to be more kind of like a bar to cater to the pool deck area, so you could have.
And it's at level? Is that one
it's
level?
At pool level, yeah.
Pool level. Okay. Thank you.
Single story.
There's no rooms on that side.
Yeah, it's lower. It's just meant to be at the same level as the first floor that Joe talked about that they own currently.
Yeah, I saw that one. Okay.
Staff report states that staff's initial major concern with this project pertains to the Gulf and views and vistas, which throughout the comprehensive plans are mentioned multiple times, which, based on their language, the view from the pedestrian scale along Gulf Boulevard will be significantly reduced, if not entirely eliminated. How are you mitigating that?
So we can show some existing views that along Gulf Boulevard, there really is hardly any views to the beach. There's buildings in the way, there's landscaping in the way. We maintain the 30-foot access on the south side where the parking lot is, and then we've proposed this rooftop terrace to give the residents the opportunity to see the views that you can't get anywhere else on the beach.
When is that scheduled to be finished?
It'd be when phase 2 gets completed.
You had a timeline earlier.
Yeah, we'd have to look back at the timeline.
I'm sorry, if your phone is on, you're lucky I can't see you.
And Mayor, I think the wording was view corridors that the staff use, which is I think, very different than just general views.
Yeah, we actually, Joe's going to talk about views, and to address that with respect to the views along Gulf Boulevard, we actually have a video to show you of the existing views. So if you give us time to get that queued up, we were going to present that. We're happy to do that and address your concerns.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is David Perry. My office is at 3657 McGuire Place, Orlando, Florida. I am a landscape architect for the project. I've been practicing in Florida for over 35 years. Our firm specializes in hospitality resort design, themed entertainment, as well as zoological. I head up all of our hospitality design. I have completed over 60 resort projects in my career. We currently have in the state of Florida 2 of the largest resort projects that have been completed on the west coast of Florida. This will actually be one of the largest that we've worked on as well. Our firm, I'm sorry. So what we'll be doing, we will actually be preparing all the landscape architectural design for the project, landscape and hardscape for the project. As we've committed previously, we'll be providing and meeting all code requirements for, as stated in your land development code, meeting 50% native plant requirements and 50% Florida-friendly plant material throughout the entire project. We will be utilizing irrigation of reclaimed water, and we will be monitoring and providing meters on all of our irrigation systems. Golf Boulevard, we've talked about that we'll be integrating a 10-foot pedestrian sidewalk along the entire frontage of the project itself. Along with that, we'll be incorporating a densely planted landscape buffer where we'll be largely using native plant material throughout the buffer. We will be actually installing palms as well, which roll palms as well, but then also installing native canopy trees and native plant material on the frontage. We've mentioned a lot about the beach access on the south. The beach access has been designed so that obviously to provide a public access to it, but it's also been designed largely to provide visual access to the sea mark. The design has been incorporates both a combination of both palms and canopy trees. Canopy trees being at a lower level to provide shade onto the pathway itself, but also opening up the views and grouping trees in massing so that we maintain the views from the sea mark itself. The back side of the building that you're seeing on the right-hand side right now will actually be heavily landscaped along the entire pool side. And to once again buffer the elevated nature of the building as well, or elevated nature of the pool, as well as provide buffering into the pool area itself. Obviously, anything above a certain elevation on sea mark, you will have direct views into the pool area. One of the nicest things that's going to occur on this project is that we're going to be doing, as we've talked about, a full dune restoration. There's existing right now about 54,000 square feet of existing dune, which 42,000 of that, a little over 42,000 of that, we'll be actually doing full enhancement of. So what you're seeing right now is there are areas behind Breckenridge that have already started improvements with respect to the dune restoration. Those have already been permitted by FDEP. And that planting pellet will be 100% native and will be designed to actually protect the dune line itself and protect the shoreline vegetation in the event of a hurricane, and to try to mitigate any storm damage. As I said, we've already started the restoration on the backside of Breckenridge. And that'll continue. All of the plant material on the dune is approved by DEP. We'll only be using native plant material that is acceptable to be used on a dune side. In my professional opinion, the landscaping that we will propose and we will design will fully meet the land development code criteria, and we will exceed where we can to provide more native plant material and more Florida-friendly water-wise materials. Any questions?
I have one question. I know it was a question from the staff about making sure no fertilizer was used during the rainy season, and I read the response to that question. Do you know what the regulation is in Pinellas County, or in our city for that matter, on using fertilizer during that time? What's allowed and what's not allowed?
I don't know it specifically, but I know there is a criteria that we have provided for in our design specifications that we did for actually Serrata, that does provide the limitations on whatever the use is during that certain period of the year. With respect to the dune side planting, there will be no need for fertilization on the dune itself. So that is just naturally planted and is watered in, but there will be no fertilization on the dune side used.
And if we don't know yet, then why is the response referencing using natural fertilizers. I'm not sure what is meant by natural fertilizers.
So there are fertilizers that are approved by the state, Army Corps, and DEP, and they have specific criteria for fertilizers that can be used. And there actually is fertilizers that can be used dune site. We just don't use them usually just because we don't think they're needed.
But you're not sure if that's allowable in this county or in the city yet?
I know there's criteria for it. I don't know. I can't cite it to you exactly what the criteria is right now.
So then I would say that response back to the staff is in a definite, unless, Brandon, I don't know if you verified if that's allowed here. Not sure? Okay, thank you. And then another question too. In the design, working with so much with the dune savers here in the city, is it possible, or do you use someone local on barrier islands in Pinellas County in designing or taking into consideration what the local community is trying to stop? Because there's things, I think there was one plant that I saw in your previous slide. I think it's the...
Can you please go backwards?
I believe that you're referring to, and I think we spoke about this before, about the use of...
Go back. No, you're going too far.
Oh, sorry. I think you were referring to the use of the fountain grasses.
Right, either it's the pink molly or the next slide too has a reference to it too. And I know there's a lot of, I'm not an expert by any means, but I know just because of working with the group, there are certain ones that we're pulling out all the time because once it's established, whether it's a resident or commercial property, then we're constantly just fighting this battle because.
So there are. I believe that the one that you're probably referring to is red fountain grass, and we won't plant that within 100 feet at least of the dune areas because that can migrate. But there's a whole variety of fountain grasses that can be used that are actually native fountain grasses that actually do grow on the dune lines.
Right.
We would prefer to use.
Well, I'm referring to one of the ones on your list because it's not considered yet definitely invasive. It's one that's currently still being studied. It's either the pink molly or on your next slide, there's another one that has that pinkish color. Again, I'm not trying to pick species. What I would like is there is a coordination with the community, right? With the people who are out there pulling all the ones that don't belong there. Is it possible in design, with the city or when this comes back for site review or landscaping review or whatnot, that we could have the group of our local group who works also with Treasure Island in making sure that these are not the ones that we're battling. Again, I'm not the expert, but they are.
I'm happy to entertain anyone's review of our plans. I feel confident that the plant material that we use all the time in these conditions are safe for use, and anything that's not, we make sure is set back substantially far. Anyone that has a horticultural background and degree that I can communicate with and understands the material, I'm happy to talk with about it.
And with that, if possible, and I know we've talked this before, can that 50% be increased? Because the purpose why we try to push this is obviously to use less water. Water is, important for all of us, right? So, could we push that number higher with help? I know everyone loves to say, well, it's not prettier. There's a lot of pretty Florida native plants out there.
I think we will automatically anyways. I think that once again, the environment beachside is much harsher than it is as we get to the east side of the buildings and farther away. So the use of our native vegetation and native tree vegetation types will definitely be included because they'll be the ones that'll be sustainable long term from a growth standpoint for the project. So happy to do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Abdul Al-Qadri. I'm the president of Harris Civil Engineers. I have been practicing civil engineering for the last 30 years, 17 of which in Florida. Our office is in Orlando, 1200 Hillcrest Street, just north of downtown. I'm here to talk about site civil elements. I will talk about existing storm, proposed storm, utilities, access, circulation, and I'll take any questions after that. So this slide shows it just shows, it's a representation of the existing drainage patterns on site. The blue drains towards the on-site lagoon, the yellow goes towards the Gulf, and the green goes towards Gulf Boulevard. As the Commissioner mentioned earlier, there are a lot of things happening out there, and I'll show a few pictures of. This is a picture that shows the existing lagoon and the conveyance to the lagoon, which you can see is kind of a little bit of substandard. This is a picture that shows the existing inlets. I think it depends when it was built, and they use different types of inlets. Our objective, of course, is to improve on the existing condition. As far as the proposed stormwater design, of course, the design will comply with all local, city, district, state, and federal regulations. In our case, Southwest Florida regulations will govern because we are not draining towards the Gulf anymore, Gulf Boulevard. So the intended design will improve the collection within the project, so will improve the conveyance and the collection system within the site as much as we can, working around existing buildings. Avoid discharge to the beach and Gulf Boulevard. Store and treat stormwater on site, and we'll go through this filtration, percolation here in a second. The construction drawings will address erosion both during construction and after post-construction, basically using best management practices during and after to avoid illicit discharge towards the neighbors, the Gulf, and Gulf Boulevard. So this is why Joe is a great client, just so you guys know. Typically, we use one of these systems, and they are actually very expensive. They're not cheap. But in this case, we came up with a very innovative way of treating stormwater. We're going to pre-filter the stormwater before it goes into the exfiltration system, basically putting in cleaner water into the exfiltration system. So what this does, it actually will screen all debris that is actually ending up in the inlets. We'll collect it underneath the filter. The filter itself will remove sediment, will remove oils, and will remove nutrients as well. So basically discharging cleaner water into the exfiltration system. The next step of this system will be going into, we're showing a couple systems here. The first one was the upflow system. This is the storm capture, which is basically a concrete box with no bottom. What this will do is cleaner water will go into this, and it will be encouraged to infiltrate into the ground. We show on the right here just an exhibit of the layout. Each phase will have, and I'll go to the next slide here. This is an overall showing how the exfiltration system will be laid out under the frontage road in each phase. Each phase will have its own pre-treatment and then the exfiltration system. So the stormwater from each phase will go into a pre-treatment chamber, then discharge into the exfiltration, then go into the ground. And then as we build out the phases, we will interconnect these to have one unified system at the end of the project. Utilities, we did acquire will-serve letters from all the required utilities for the site. That includes potable water, reclaimed water, sanitary sewer, electric, natural gas, data, and telecom. We have shared our calculations for the demands for wastewater and potable water with the city staff, and that is included in your staff report as well. And in this picture, actually, you can see a conceptual plan of the layout. We do intend to gravity drain like the public works directors, and we intend to gravity drain each phase, and will end up eventually going to the lift station that's already existing on site. This is just a kind of, you have a full package of the site circulation. This one just shows the fire truck on a short section, but the proposed frontage road and the driveways and parking areas will all be designed to allow internal vehicle circulation and pedestrian access, and truck, of course, truck deliveries access as well. And all areas of the site will be improved to meet NFPA. That includes fire hydrant spacing and FDC spacing as well. And we have been communicating with the fire marshal and about the FDCs and the fire hydrants. This slide shows the site design. So a lot of thought went into the internal circulation on this site. So make sure that we can get cars off the Gulf Boulevard onto the frontage road and have enough stacking and have enough turn radii on every intersection to be able to maneuver the bigger cars, the trucks, so on and so forth. So the added frontage road and loading spaces will take cars deliveries off Gulf Boulevard. Proposed parking and loading spaces will meet or exceed the minimum requirements, and site will meet the open space requirements, and we will have less than allowed 85% impervious on site. Access management, everybody touched on this before. Elise and Scott talked about this. We currently have 10 curb cuts on Gulf Boulevard. We intend to reduce those to 4, 2 at the signalized intersection, 2 right-in, right-outs in the middle of the site. So this is a great improvement. The picture on the top shows the queuing for the Phase 2 arrival. It's amazing that we can get 69 cars in there versus, I think, 5 or 6 in the current condition. So it's my professional opinion that as conditioned, the CUP is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And the CUP is compatible with surrounding area, and proposal satisfies the sections listed here. Thank you. Any
Could you go back to your very first slide, the stormwater?
The existing?
No, I think it was proposed. Yeah, there we go.
This one?
So I want to make sure I understand how that works. So all those water catchment systems are going to be underneath the frontage road?
They're all under the surface, correct.
Okay. Have you seen one like this before or built one like this?
We've built a lot of these, yes.
Okay. And can you go back one slide to the very, I think it's the beginning slide. I just want to see something there real quick.
This one?
No, I'm sorry. Up one.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right.
On when there's discharge that has to be done over towards Boca Ciega, and I forgot what level is that, if it's the 25-year or at what point?
The requirements is there's limited discharge allowed by the district for the 25-year storm.
But that water will be filtered, right, because of the system?
We are going to filter as much of it. This has not been designed. This is all schematic. We did some prelim calculations just to kind of figure out, hey, we have room to do this. But at the final design, our intention is to hold as much of it on site as we can.
And if you have to, it'd be
If we have to, it will go to the existing discharge points.
which would be treated, right?
yeah.
Not, because I think our code says, or the plan says, not to have, and maybe you know this off the top of your head, no discharge towards Boca Ciega. I mean, there's certain bodies of water that I think it specifically says that we don't want to
We will
discharge.
discharge as allowed by the city and by the district.
Thank you.
Yes, we will not, we will comply with all those regulations.
All these systems and phases, I believe, and it might have been with you or Elise, I don't remember which team, who was on the team when we all spoke, but said that each of these, I think you were, that each of these systems don't need the next system to operate.
Correct.
It's just kind of like your Legoing.
Each phase will stand alone, will provide all the attenuation and treatment required by code for that particular phase. As we build out phases, we will connect them, because it's better to have an interconnected system.
Okay.
You know.
And then all these systems are removing, I think it was around your first or second slide where you show what the current conditions are. So is it removing all of that? Is it removing the pond? There's a pond with the ducks, I don't know what you call that one, and then there's a pond for the koi fish, and then there's some stuff that I don't know really what it is, but, and then there's discharge that goes to the coastal, or,
I mean,
yes,
currently, that's how
to the
the
Gulf
site-
Beach Major Basin. There's a outfall that goes out behind Coral Reef. So all of that is being eliminated, correct?
Correct.
And all of that will then run somehow, I'm not the engineer, but all of that will run somehow to the frontage of the property.
Towards the front and towards that pre-treatment and then the exfiltration system.
Okay, and if, let's say, because this is one of those that we were talking about in the development order, that if we don't get to phase 2 or 3 or 4, we still need to do the stormwater. So does that mean also that all of those that need to be removed are being removed? We're not just putting vaults under the frontage, right? We've got to still correct the property. So does that include, and this might be a city question, it's not that we're just putting the vaults underneath. If this were not to continue, right, we don't go to phase 3 or 4, and we put the vaults.
Direct some of the flow, but, you know, if we do not do phase 2, 3, and 4, then some of the existing will remain in place as well, like the lagoon, for instance. You know?
Okay.
So if that stays in place, we will use it as well. So it is an on-site treatment.
Okay,
So-
and I say it because, I mean, it's, and I'll just say it, you know, it's not pretty, right? It's not nice, and I don't know really what's in that water. It's got a different color. But specifically because, you know, we're trying to improve, we're supposed to be doing the beach.
Love it.
Well, my daughter was with me, she loved the ducks, and she did not like the water. But because of the discharge, it was really concerning for me to see it. And it's one thing when I walk on beaches and I see direct discharge through stormwater drains that go out into bodies of water. This one is up against, not immediately, I said behind Coral Reef, but it's somewhere on that property, wherever you got some white tent structures back there, not the big one, but the smaller ones back there where it's located. It's not nice, obviously, but so it concerns me that we wouldn't be eliminating that even if we didn't continue the phase. Is there a plan to do something? Because, you know, then what we're thinking is going to be an amenity for the city isn't truly going to be the 100% amenity that I'm currently thinking it would look like if all of this was improved.
So remember two things that I think are important as Abdul starts to talk about the technical requirements. The stormwater will be done by phases unless there's a pause, right? The 6 years between vertical construction of 2 phases. If that happens, we have to bring the entire site into stormwater compliance. And what that means from a practical perspective is it has to take the stormwater as if it's pre-development, as if there's no development. So we have to take all of that and design the system. We haven't gone through and done an what if for each phase yet. The project isn't engineered yet, right? I mean, we're still at those initial phases. But we would have to do that at the time, and we're obligated to do that under the development agreement. So
we would lose the pond then, right? I mean, technically,
more than
'cause
likely,
that's
or it would have to be
catchment right now.
We don't know what that's going to look like. We haven't even thought about that, to be honest, because we're
did, that's
assuming.
why.
You know what I mean? We're
walk and
assuming
I
we're
see it,
going to
and
be
that's
going
not
through each phase.
Correct.
But all of the stormwater, as if it was scraped with all green, has to be accommodated on site as part of that development agreement, whether we go through with all of the phases or not. None of that's been engineered. If that's the case, we probably will have somewhat of a different system that we haven't contemplated yet, but we have to take all that stormwater in. So I know we're not exactly answering the question, but that's because it hasn't been designed or
I
engineered
think
yet.
it's more because I want the city to be considering that, you know, when we're writing this or talking about it, because if we are saying it is as a site, that you have to go to, like, if there was nothing there, like nothing existed.
That's the requirement of the code today.
Okay. Just wanted to say that.
Any questions?
Could you go back to your last slide again? I just want to look at it again.
The last one, or?
Yeah, before your summary.
This one?
Yes. Yeah, go back. Yeah, I was trying to look at the stacking.
So this is the phase 2 arrival.
And I did have a question after you on that.
Okay, I just wanted to look at it again. I'm good.
On that access management, I know there was written by the staff, I don't know which number it was. It could have been before, obviously it was before planning, but there was concern about being able to turn left towards the parking garage, garage 1. And I think, and I'm trying to look for my notes.
We have come up with an alternative for this that is not shown here currently, but yes, we do have an alternative for
So it won't be turning left, right?
it actually goes right and then goes into the garage instead of goes left into the garage.
Okay.
Oh, Kevin.
Kevin Raleigh for the record. So the reason that we didn't add detail there is because it's FDOT has to sign off on how the access goes, and so it got really speculative really quickly. We believe it can work, and we showed staff an alternative if it didn't work, but more importantly, FDOT would have to sign off on that. So it may be that the cars loop during phase 1 back around. There is no left. There may be a left, but ultimately that's a site plan item.
Yeah. I know both parties believed, I believe the staff too, that if they believed that it wouldn't work, I believe it didn't. I've been out there, obviously now with your clubhouse, it makes it really difficult. I arrived there on that side and ended up walking around, well, a couple of times I did it from Rumfish over, and it is very dangerous because it happened with me and I had my daughter with me, being at the entrance of the Jacaranda building, right, the main entrance for his current, and trying to come across over to Gulf Boulevard on the sidewalk, and then people coming on the gate, and even though they're paused, but once he lifts that gate, it's go, and people are trying to cross. I had to grab my daughter's hand, slow down. So I do see why the staff wrote that concern, because I think there is difference being that this would be an elevated crosswalk proposed and no club, house there anymore. So I could see that being addressed, but definitely that left, when there's too much going on, and I know FDOT will be much stricter than me.
Right. And
but, yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is the reason we just showed the alternative is to show that there's an alternative that's feasible without redesigning, right? That's feasible at the site planning phase. But until FDOT tells us what throat depth they want, which is right, how far the vehicle can pull in unobstructed, and then what type of stacking they would want for the left turn lane out of there, because remember, we can only turn left at the 2 signals. And so that's why we stopped being speculative there, because we could have shown something that then FDOT says no, right? And so that's...
But you bring a good point, because there's one, we're all seeing it this way.
Mm-hmm.
So, sometimes I tell the public, it doesn't mean it's going to be that way.
Right, it would still fit.
There's going to be some changes because of other requirements, right? So,
You're talking site changes, yeah. So there's condition requirements where we have to be substantially similar to things like renderings and things where you all are looking at how you expect something to look. But we're talking about site changes, so stormwater, access management, those types of things that the engineer is eventually going to have a signed seal drawing, right? Those might change. And one of the things we also discussed is, for example, maybe the drive goes partially around or into that parking garage. That would have challenges, but it would still look approximately the same for a footprint, and it would still be substantially similar as far as renderings are concerned.
I think I'm good for now. I would have to look.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Greg Pepitone, associate. Sorry about that. Is that better? Good evening, everyone. For the record, Greg Pepitone, associate director of tourism economics. I work out of 420 West Kennedy Boulevard in Tampa, Florida. I am an associate director at tourism economics. And Tourism Economics is a subsidiary of the global economic consultancy firm called Oxford Economics. And at Tourism Economics, we really work at the intersection of tourism and the economy. Each year, we work with over 300 destinations worldwide, as well as other affiliated tourism entities, on different types of analyses related to visitation and the visitor economy. Although we are based, although we do have clients worldwide, we do have a local presence. We work with Visit St. Pete Clearwater, as well as Visit Tampa Bay. I'm specifically part of our economic development team. So what that means is I focus on conducting impact studies related to the renovation, related to expansions or new development of tourism-related assets. That could include resorts, hotels, cultural institutions like zoos or museums, as well as event and entertainment facilities. Locally here, we've worked with Moffitt on a market analysis and economic impact study for a proposed hotel, part of their mixed-use development. Work with the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, a softball complex out in Clearwater, as well as an equestrian event facility down in Manatee County. More broadly, some of the larger development projects we worked on related to Disney, the Tennessee Titans and their new enclosed stadium that they're developing, as well as another stadium for a substantial renovation to an NFL club. So today we are here to talk about the impacts related to the expansion or the proposed expansion at Tradewinds. And it's important to note that we focus solely on the expanded property. This does not include impacts related to any of the existing facilities. And our impact study was an assessment over a 20-year period. So we started when the first phase is anticipated to open in 2027, going through 2046. So over this 20-year period, we anticipate that there would be $3.5 billion in sales to local businesses.
How much of that is to your project?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How much of that is for your project?
This is 100% attributable to the expansion at Tradewinds.
Let me rephrase it. How much of this is going to the Tradewinds?
Well, this includes direct impacts as well as indirect and induced impacts. The on-site spending, as I'll show in the next slide, is $1.8 billion. There's another $400 million that is being spent by visitors within the local economy. Then there's indirect and induced impacts that are being spent within the local economy on top of that. So that $3.5 billion is expected to support 508 jobs on an annual basis. So that's an average annual across that 20-year period. And
How many of those jobs are from St. Pete Beach?
How many are these? The vast majority, I would have to go back and look at the exact number specifically towards St. Pete Beach.
These will be St. Pete Beach people employed
Correct.
at Tradewinds?
No. No, as I'll explain, this goes beyond Tradewinds. So this includes jobs at the Tradewinds, that's a component of it, but it also includes jobs that support those direct industries. And as I'll discuss, that includes food and beverage, it includes retail, transportation. It also includes those jobs within the supply chain, right? Those indirect impacts, and then the induced impacts as well, which are employment impacts. And so these are spread throughout the economy. So Tradewinds.
So let me rephrase that. How many of our residents will you be employing?
This is an app, so it would be 508 jobs on an annual basis on average throughout that.
Okay. How many of those jobs will directly be coming from our community or from
Technically, these are all within Pinellas County. We would have to do a sub-count. The vast majority of these would be from the city of St. Pete Beach.
So as a percentage, then how many currently today are you employing residents of St. Pete Beach?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look into that.
You're saying that the vast majority of these 580 jobs will be coming from within our city limits. These will be our residents employed.
Again, I don't know that off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look at the analysis to look at the exact numbers. So,
sorry, go back one more. You didn't finish point number 3.
Yep. And so we anticipate that there will be $409 million in state and local taxes that will be generated over that 20-year period.
And of that, how much is coming to the city of St. Pete Beach?
19.8 million.
Can we see the math on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
3 slides.
Perfect.
So next, I'm going to discuss the direct impact. Direct impact is the spending that is attributable to the visitors that are staying at the expanded resort. So this is direct spending. It does not include the multiplier effect. So we anticipate, and this is generated in 2 different ways. It's that on-site spending, as well as spending off-site in the local economy by those visitors. So we anticipate that over that 20-year period, $1.8 billion would be spent on-site, and then an additional nearly $400 million would be spent off-site, for a total of $2.2 billion in direct spending. So what we do once we, where is this money going to be spent in the local economy? So as we discussed, there is $1.8 billion that's going to be spent on-site. When we do tourism impact studies, we assess the impact over 5 general tourism sectors. The first being lodging. So all of the lodging would, of course, be done within the Tradewinds expansion. In addition to that, we look at food and beverage, local transportation, retail, recreation, and entertainment. So that $1.8 billion includes lodging, but it also includes food and beverage on site and other spending that will be conducted on site. And then you could see how that spending is dispersed amongst those other tourism-related sectors. So then what we do is we create an input-output model. We use IMPLAN, which is a nationally recognized input-output model. And what that does is that calculates what's called the total direct spending. So the total economic impact, rather. The total economic impact we assess for business sales, jobs, as well as the fiscal and tax implications. These total impacts include the direct spending, so that $2.2 billion. It also includes the indirect and induced impacts. And so these are what many people might refer to as the ripple effect or that multiplier effect within the local economy. That includes the indirect impacts, so those are supply chain impacts. It also includes induced impacts, which are employment impacts. When you add those direct impacts, the indirect and the induced impacts, we anticipate, that there will be $3.5 billion in total business sales. And again, that spending is expected to support an average annual number, and 508 jobs on average each year throughout that 20-year period. And so this does include jobs that are on-site. It also includes jobs that are supported by that visitor spending in the tourism-related entities. So this could include people working at retail, people working at gas stations, people working at restaurants. But it also includes those supply chain impacts as well as induced impacts. So that would be a local St. Pete Beach resident that spends a portion of their money in the local economy that they help to support, and these direct and indirect impacts help to support spending in the medical field in terms of fire or police, education, finance, real estate, basically throughout all sectors of the economy. And then we anticipate, again, as we mentioned before, there would be $409 million that would be generated in state and local taxes. And the key question that everyone wants to hear is, how does this affect the city of St. Pete Beach? And so this slide here is really that key finding slide. It's showing the direct impacts, right? It doesn't include any indirect or induced or any multiplier impacts related to the taxes that will go directly to the city of St. Pete Beach. So this includes property taxes or ad valorem taxes, nearly, $15.9 million in property taxes generated throughout that time period. In addition, there would be $3.9 million in impact fees that would be generated. So that's $19.8 million in total direct taxes that would go back to the city of St. Pete Beach. In addition to this, there's other ways in which the city of St. Pete Beach is supported. So there's a lodging tax that's assessed on all visitors staying at the expansion. A portion of this lodging tax, although it's collected at the county level, is allocated towards beach nourishment and improvement.
What percentage?
It's 0.5% of the 6% lodging tax. So we anticipate that it would be $7.1 million that would go towards beach nourishment.
Sorry, you said 0.5%?
0.5%.
0.5%. And what was the, I don't know, trailing 12 months bed tax for the county?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I would have to look at that. Related to the trade winds specifically today? Or?
So, I mean, you're saying that half of 1%, we're trying to understand how much half of 1% is that we get back.
So we anticipate that $89.7 million in lodging tax will be generated as a result of the trade wind expansion. 0.5% of that 6% tax would be allocated towards beach nourishment. So that's a little over $7 million.
Okay, so you said 89 million over what time frame?
Again, this is over a 20-year period. So, but don't quote me. I would have to look. I'm almost 100% positive it's 89.
So that breaks out to how much per year?
20 divided by 90. There we go. 4.55 million a year.
Okay.
In addition to...
Just one quick question. In this current slide, then, this is for 20 years, so are we saying $1 million a year, then? Is the total direct taxes to the city of St. Pete Beach?
Correct. That would be an average.
Well, the impact fees, why don't you tell us what the impact fees are there for?
The impact fees?
Mm-hmm.
It's related to the construction and the fees that are... I mean, it would be transportation-related fees as well as water.
So that goes away after 20 years, though, right? Because that's a one-time impact fee. It's not continuous. So after year 21, then that one, I'm averaging, okay, $1 million a year is going to be less, in theory.
Well, the impact fees are upfront.
The impact fees are a one-time fee.
And they're designed to
so these are total
mitigate some of the impact that you're having. So that is something that you're going to have to do no matter what. So when we look at direct property taxes, what is the current total annual city revenue for those 5 lots?
One thing I just want to make sure we're clear is this is the net portion that goes back to St. Pete Beach City, right? So there's massive amounts more we're paying that don't, he's just trying to tell you what does it mean for you as a city. The county takes a whole lot more. That's not the total real estate taxes we pay over 20 years. And if that were, I'd be thrilled. I'd be thrilled. I mean, I don't mean to sound, dismissive of it.
No, but I ask because that's always been a concern for us. We don't get the full amount. Pinellas County gets the majority.
Right.
So for me to hear maybe $1 million a year, every year, 20 years, and this is, my mind's thinking as a city when we're going to revisit our comprehensive plan, when we're saying that we need a 30% to turn it around away from residents to commercial, then it doesn't, less than $1 million a year doesn't seem like a lot of money.
I don't know, Greg, if you're prepared to speak, but we have looked at, how much does this shift it? So I think there was actually a Bloomberg article recently that said, timing was pretty good, saying that major urban areas have 5 to 15% of the tax base being on commercial versus residential. That's like the average among major cities, and I think it's Bloomberg. I'd have to Google it. But I think what we're getting here is a much more dramatic shift just with our one property, not to mention the other properties, which I think Kevin had some stats about that and/or Greg about the shift.
Joe, that's just the 5 lots, correct? Because I know we're not counting all the property taxes for Coral Reef, Breckenridge, or...
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's just the new units, right?
Yeah, this is just the new units. Everything in our impact analysis is strictly focusing on the...
say it again.
If you please step forward to the microphone, we can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So everything in this impact analysis is strictly focused on the expansion. So it excludes any existing rooms that are currently there today.
Okay. So the land, basically, right? Okay.
Well, let's finish talking about before we start on the next topic.
Well, but I'm not moving to the next topic yet, if I may, Mayor. Remember the 15.9, that's the average.
Can you please take the slide back so we're on the same page as to what we're talking about? Thank you.
So, and please confirm, right? But 15.9 is the average over 20 years. So at the end, what's that? Right. Oh, total. Yeah. And so you divide that, like to your point, you divide that over the 20-year period. But there's going to be times where there's very few new units in that 20-year period, and then at the end, you're going to have all of the units. And so the annual amount would be double the average, and then continuing forward, that annual amount is double the average because all of the units exist at that point. And it's only the new units. So, you know, there's just only so many ways you can look at a 20-year period like that. But, you know, the revenue to the city for just the 629 units by this average is going to be something over $1.5 million per year for just the 629 units.
No, exactly. In 2046, it would be well above average when all the phases are open, all of the, you know, all of those rooms are open as part of that. So this is, you know, obviously a lower amount in the earlier years.
So what's the current amount that the city is receiving for those 5 properties?
I don't have access to that right now. I'd have to look. We strictly focused on the expansion.
Well, you're trying to paint a picture of where we are versus where we're going, right? And so it'd be nice to understand where we are.
I would have to look back. We do have the tax receipts for I believe the most recent year, so we'd have to go back and add that up for.
Sure, can you please do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, I think that information is also on page 26 in our book in the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, unless you're just trying to make the point that he doesn't know what he's talking about, which is a different point than how much they're paying in property tax.
No, I'm trying to understand how much are they currently paying
Yeah.
and where are we going?
Mayor, it might be a little more complicated analysis than you think, because when you think about it, you have trade winds that's paying real estate taxes. You have the hotel units that are the Jacaranda condo units that are paying real estate taxes.
Mm-hmm.
You have blue-green units that are paying real estate taxes. So these are all working together. We're running as one business, but they're different components. So for us to pull out something in our back pocket and say, this is what it is, would be a little bit, it's not easily done. But I think that if you're looking at the differential where we are today versus where we're going, that's what's being presented. So we're really looking at what's proposed today, what the change in tax basis is, how it affects the city.
Sure.
Really, where we are today is relevant and it's not relevant. You know, it's nice to know, but it is what it is. It's part of the budget today. It's not changing anything. This is changing something. So thank you.
So based on what numbers, what numbers are you using to calculate? What final value? How are you getting to this annual?
So we work with a local real estate consultant who developed this model specifically for the property tax calculation.
Okay. Go ahead.
If I may, Mayor, we're approaching 10 p.m.
Thank you.
Can we finish with this, gentlemen?
Do we need a motion?
What was,
Did we set a limit earlier?
what was it advertised at?
I didn't hear it.
Every meeting is advertised till 10 o'clock.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were asking for a recess.
No. Well, that too, but either or. Well,
Sure. Make a motion
I
to
mean,
extend?
I'd like to know what everyone else is thinking here. What are we trying to accomplish tonight?
I think we're making good progress. I think let's keep rolling.
I mean, at the very least, I want to get the public comments.
Okay, I'm inclined to adjourn.
Well, let's keep
If you
going
want to
with
do
this-
it
with this
before or
night.
after public comment, we can talk about that.
How many more experts do you have? One. And City Clerk, how many audience comments do you have?
I think we have like hour, 15 minutes worth, about 15 hour, 20 minutes.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm thinking audience comments is so that we don't have, if we decide to adjourn and then deliberate at the next meeting, I don't necessarily want to adjourn before people have an opportunity to speak tonight, so they don't have to come back twice. And that way, while the applicant is here with all their experts, they can do a rebuttal if they need to of any of the public comments, just like we did. the
Just do a
previous-
recess before that.
No, we will. So, City Clerk?
Can we extend for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, let's hear back from City Clerk how many
Yeah.
cards we have.
There's about 30 for 3 minutes, and then there's the 15-minute and the 6-minute.
Okay, so 30 is 90 minutes, so roughly 2 hours, and then one expert. I think we can at least extend to midnight, and then if we need another half an hour or so for public comments, we can certainly do that. How do you think?
I personally do not, and I hate to say it, I do have a job that I have to make up tonight after everybody goes to sleep, so I still have to be up working, and then I have to wake up early in the morning to work too. So I mean, I'm just going to be blunt because I do. I know you're saying to keep going, but
I agree.
I
agree.
I apologize in advance, but this is a full-time job, but it's not my full-time job.
Not to mention
only.
city staff and other people as well.
Sure. So, but is that a reasonable compromise?
What about anyone in the public who can't be, we pick a date, anyone who can't be here on that date speaks tonight?
Personally, I'd like to get through all the public comments and hear the rest of this presentation tonight. I'm not saying we have to go any farther than that if people are getting worn down.
Are you okay with midnight? Is that workable?
I've said what I...
No, I understand. But I'm saying, like, you just want to quit now? I mean, just adjourn right now? Or are you okay with another half an hour, another hour, another 2 hours? Listen, I enjoy my sleep as much as the next person.
It's not about sleep.
And I have...
People have to work the next day.
Well, yes, we all do.
Yeah.
We all kind of knew it was going to be a tough night, though, right? This shouldn't be a surprise after the last go-around.
That I don't think that's appropriate, Commissioner, because I do have a full-time job, and I don't think you're respecting that fact.
I don't think anybody's
I'm not
attacking you.
retired, so
All
I
right.
gotta, well, no, because I think he's had the same valid reason. I still have to work when I get home.
You're entitled to your opinion, and so are we.
Thank
All
you.
right.
I'm not going to bring up personal examples, but if someone wants to make a motion, they can. I've stated how I feel about it.
I'll make a motion that we continue on until midnight.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please roll call.
Commissioner Filtz,
No.
Commissioner Resnicki,
No.
Commissioner Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, if we can please finish up with your expert here, and then we can we can take a 10-minute recess.
Yes, Mayor Petrilla, one thing that you'd ask was about the assumptions that went into the property tax calculations. Those were requested by the city and provided to the city's CFO for review, just as an informational point.
Certainly.
And so finally, in addition to calculating this economic impact, we also assessed how the expansion would shift the tax burden from the residential base to the commercial base. And so similar to this direct property taxes, we worked with Bill Scholes. He was a former Pinellas County tax assessor, and so he had input into this process. And so as part of this analysis, we assessed where the percentage or how much of the ad valorem tax was being paid by commercial entities. In 2007, that was closer to 12%. Today, that is closer to 20%. If we assumed that the residential and the commercial base both grow at the same rate over this analysis, over this 20-year period, and we add in that $15.9 million in property taxes that would be generated by the expansion, then this project alone would shift the tax burden to 26% paid by commercial entities. And so this would get you within that long-term comprehensive plan, but obviously towards that minimum goal. So thank you.
Any further questions before he?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
The projected direct real estate taxes over the 20-year period that's coming to the city, is that based on our current millage rate, or did you make any adjustments to the millage rate over that 20-year period?
There was an assumption of a small growth in the millage rate.
What does a small growth mean?
I would have to go back to Bill Scholl's analysis, but I think it's like 0.005 5% growth within the millage.
Annually? So you showed that increase in our millage rate every year over the 20 years?
I believe that there was a growth every year. I would have to go back to the files that was submitted to get that exact amount.
I'll look at my email to the city manager and to the CFO, and we'll let you know that. Sorry, we have to go back and look.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, hold on. So we actually reduced our millage rate last year.
I'm sorry,
I said we actually reduced our millage rate last year. So again, I'm forgive me, but this is what I do on a daily basis, which is look at tax records and, of course, assessments. Trying to understand what the base number you're using for your calculation, right? Let me give you an example, right? Reviewing the tax records for the 5 parcels in the last couple of days, right? They're assessed at, let's say, roughly half of what they were purchased for, give or take. And so my question is, if you're telling me you're going to build a $500 million project, right? Are your numbers based on $500 million? Or are your numbers based on what everything else is, roughly half of what your actual acquisition cost is? So, because there's a big difference if you're telling me your numbers are based on $500 million at X millage rate at 13.5% that we receive from the, tax assessor that's taking in. I'm trying to understand where your numbers are coming from, because as Mr. Smith said, we are trying to understand what the economic benefit is to the city as well. And I think it's important that we have accurate numbers so that we have a baseline understanding of where the numbers are coming from.
So it's a good question. What's it based upon? It's based upon the construction cost, because the value of these units and these buildings better be over construction costs, or we're the world's worst developer, right? So when you mention acquisition, that's a different situation. When someone acquires a property, they're acquiring for market value, which is almost always over construction costs. Otherwise, no one would ever build, right? So when we use a cost basis, that's actually conservative. If the tax assessor, and please, tax assessor, don't be listening, looks at us, they would tax us at a higher than cost basis, because those properties would be worth more. So it's probably conservative based upon the cost.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, you had a question? You keep trying to run off.
So good.
Regarding the direct spending impact, specifically with the off-site establishments, the $397.3 million, how is that calculated? Is it just based on people being at the resort? You take the number of new people, or how is that calculated?
Yeah, so we look at the occupancy rates and the average number of people per room and build up account to how many visitors would be accounted for based on those operational figures. And then we have, through our experience within the tourism industry and working with Visit St. Pete Clearwater and Visit Tampa Bay and other similar entities and destinations, insights on average spending for leisure travelers. We also use what's called the Event Impact Calculator, which we developed in conjunction with Destination International to gain insights on people that are coming to the resort for meetings and group. So there's a spending for different types of group. And then based on that information, we build up from the bottom an impact figure in terms of the spending that's off-site.
Okay, thanks. And regarding expected to support 508 jobs on an annual basis, so that's, to clarify, that's both at the property and in the community, with the hope that more spending, more people in the community, there's more businesses striving, more jobs for people at those businesses.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's jobs that are on site, but also those visitors that are spending at a restaurant. So then there has to be that spending supports those jobs at restaurants. You also have somebody that lives in St. Pete Beach who earns a wage from that job. They send their child to a doctor, for instance. So part of their wage is paying for a medical visit, a small portion of it. And so that is what we would consider an induced impact. So it does consider jobs throughout the economy. So those directly within tourism-related industries, as well as those that support the direct and indirect industries.
Which actually brings up an interesting point, because the traffic experts stated that one of the big advantage of it is going to be an integrated resort where people are going to be induced to stay on site rather than leaving off site. So it seems like, are they staying or are they leaving?
I mean, you could see that, so 1.8 million of 2.2 billion is being spent on site, so that's in excess of 80% of the spending.
So you're anticipating 80% of the impact to go directly back to the owners and roughly 20% to trickle out into some businesses in the community?
But again, that's direct impact. So the operations of Tradewinds has to buy supplies from local businesses. So they are going to be spending money in the local economy to support their operations. That's considered an indirect impact. So even though the revenue is going to be received by the resort itself, they're spending in the local economy as well at local businesses to sustain their operations.
Any further questions? Let's take a recess. We will be back at 10:20 sharp. Before you get started, sir, I think Commissioner Phelps wanted to make a comment.
Yes. Yeah. I just want to say it's, as these meetings go late, it's not just about people have to work tomorrow. Most everyone has to work tomorrow. It's about doing the best job we can do up here. And doing the best job we can do, a big part of that is being a good listener. And I want to be a good listener to the applicant. I want to be a good listener to the public. And after 6.5 hours up here in the chair, it's sometimes hard to do that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, sir. If you please state your name and position for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ken Metcalf. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services with Stearns Weaver Miller in Tallahassee. Let me just start by giving you a little background on my professional experience. I've worked as a professional planner in Florida for 38 years, about half of that in the public sector in the first half of my career. That includes 16 years with the State Land Planning Agency, the Department of Community Affairs. In that capacity, I served as the regional administrator for Southeast Florida, for the region basically from Indian River County south to the Florida Keys. And in that role, I was responsible for implementing the state's growth management program. So that would be Chapter 163 on comprehensive planning and Chapter 380 in regard to developments of regional impact and the Area of Critical State Concern program. And I just wanted to explain for a moment how the critical area program works in the Keys. So that program is all about trying to protect resources in the Florida Keys. Hopefully you've been there and enjoyed it, but the state exercises extraordinary regulatory authority in the Keys. And so as part of that program, we would actually draft rules and modify the local government's comprehensive plans, actually modify their land development regulations, and then we would enforce those requirements. Over time, it got better. The local governments, did a better job of enforcing over time. But for a good, 8-9 years, we took a lot of appeals on local development orders, where we would challenge whether the local government development order was consistent with the comprehensive plan and the code. And so I've had a lot of experience evaluating development orders. I've literally evaluated thousands of them in that program. Went to court, testified as an expert at least 50 times on those issues, both in judicial court as well as in administrative hearings before the Division of Administrative Hearings and the administrative law judge. And so I have a lot of experience in that regard. And then, and as part of that, because it was the Florida Keys, I worked on a lot of resort projects. Some of the big ones down there, Hawks Cay, that you may be familiar with on Duck Key, Truman Annex in Key West, the Holiday Isle project up on Isla Mirada, Key Largo, Marriott, just a lot of different projects. And then when I moved into the private sector, I did a lot of work all over the state on resorts. And my role has always been the same, to advise clients on ensuring that their project complies with the law, that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the code, and whatever the local requirements are in that regard. So I've worked on quite a few projects, as I mentioned. Just to give you a few examples, Sandestin, a huge resort up in the Panhandle. Seascape is another one up there. The Longboat Key Club, a little closer to home here. Smaller project, the Longboat Key Hilton. Hammock Dunes in Flagler County, a couple of others in that county as well. Most recently, the Raleigh, on Miami Beach. Previously, the Doral. The Diplomat in Fort Lauderdale, the Beach Walk Resorts, a lot of projects. I have a lot of experience working with resorts, and it's interesting. These redevelopment projects, you're not starting with a blank slate. You're not starting with a vacant piece of property. You're starting with existing buildings, existing development. There's there are always a lot of challenges on these redevelopment projects, and I'll just say I think this team's done a great job. I've been very impressed in their ability to respond to the issues that the staff has raised and that they've heard from the public and from the planning board. So I'd like to next just go through just an overview of what I want to talk about, starting with the conditional use permit for this project, and then I'll talk a little bit about the statutory consistency requirement, consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility, and then consistency with your code. Let me just pause for a moment and mention, as part of the consistency evaluation, I read your comprehensive plan carefully, and I'll say I'm very impressed. I've looked at hundreds of comprehensive plans because of my role with the state for so long, and I think this local government, St. Pete Beach, has really articulated your vision really better than most local governments. Your vision of promoting large-scale tourism projects, large-scale resort development as your preferred future growth over high-rise development, high-rise condominiums along the beach. And as your comprehensive plan explains, that's to increase the tax base, and it's to try to bring additional commercial options that the residents can enjoy. I thought the last discussion was kind of interesting, the concern about whether the project's generating potentially enough fiscal benefits for the city. I would just suggest to you that if we wanted to try to generate more, that would mean larger buildings, more development, and that's just something to keep in mind, because I think we're all trying to balance, and the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the code requirements. I'll go through that, but I think we're looking for that sweet spot, I think, where you're benefiting. And remember, this is as your comprehensive plan describes, you're looking for a catalytic project, and I think you have one here. So this hopefully will spur other types of redevelopment that will benefit the city as well. And just one other comment on the vision. A lot of local governments, their comprehensive plans will describe a vision, but where they fall short sometimes is implementing that vision. And what I liked about your comprehensive plan is it carries through that vision in terms of the development standards and the policies that are set out. And so that's really important. So let's look at the CUP summary. You've heard this before, so 629 net new units in 3 different towers, a little over 170,000 square feet of commercial space, including, these are accessory uses, restaurants, retail, administrative offices, and conference space. And I should mention, and that's over 25 acres, a little more than 25 acres as measured from the front property line back to the coastal construction control line. And so what triggers the CUP review, the property has to be 3 acres or greater. This property is actually 25 acres, so it's 8 times that minimum. So it's really a unique property in that regard. You have a threshold that large-scale redevelopment would require a CUP if it's more than 30 units per acre, and if the buildings exceed 50 feet. And then you have your rooftop dining and drinking, that also triggers conditional use permit review. So let's take a look at the statute. So section 163.31943A defines essentially what we call the consistency requirement for development orders. And it states a development order shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan if the land uses, densities or intensities, and other aspects of development permitted by such order are compatible with and further the objectives, policies, land uses and densities or intensities in the comprehensive plan, and if it meets all other criteria enumerated by the local government. So what does that mean? You see on the right side, I've just, we've just broken down in a very simple way the list. So we have to show that the uses are permitted, that the size and the density and the intensity are consistent with the comprehensive plan, that the capacity and timing are consistent. So that's the kind of concurrency type analysis that you discussed earlier. And then importantly for the legal consistency review, it's focused on mandatory policy requirements. Those are your shalls and your musts. And as opposed to non-mandatory language, should or may or encourage or promote. That's all based on case law. That's how the cases have distinguished the consistency requirement in terms of mandatory versus non-mandatory.
Excuse me,
So
Mr.
as you heard, the
Metcalf.
project is located in the Community Redevelopment District. That district is implemented by 4 different sub-districts. This property is located in the Gulf Boulevard sub-district, and that's also then implemented by the large resort district, that's your zoning district, and it's a character district. It's one of 11 character districts. So let's go through the numbers. So the comprehensive plan allows up to 75 units per acre. This project is at 63 units per acre, about 16% less. So could we generate more tax revenue if we cranked up to 75? Yeah, the buildings would be bigger. We have 1.3 extra acres of green space. So as you look at your impervious surface ratio and your green space requirements, we're complying with those. Floor area ratio, this is really important, particularly when you think about that tax issue and the fiscal impact. Your FAR limit is 2.6. This project is coming in at 1.47. That calculates to a difference of 1.2 million square feet that could have been added, that could have been proposed by the developer. And that's a large-scale regional mall, just to kind of put some perspective on what that number means. Would that generate more fiscal impact? Sure. Would it generate more impacts on your infrastructure? Certainly. And then the project is in compliance with the height requirements, the parking requirements. You can see that we have 2,113 proposed parking spaces. Almost all of that is in structured garages, which I think is a nice change for the project. I mean, today for the pedestrian, they walk by really large surface parking lots. Those aren't pleasant to look at. They're doing a really nice job, I think, with the frontage of this project. I've been very impressed with the design work. And then in terms of permitted uses, both the Community Redevelopment District and the large resort district both allow temporary lodging uses as well as these accessory uses. In terms of setbacks, the coastal construction control line is essentially the rear setback, if you will. The side setback requirement is 10% of the lot width or 30 feet, whichever is less, and the project complies with that standard. And then I want to walk through, you've seen the drawings, the graphics showing the setbacks, but I just want to
Excuse me, Mr. Metcalf, if you'll permit me a question.
Sure.
You've been presenting for 15 minutes. How many more slides do you have, please?
6.
6, okay. Thank you.
So there are 2 standards for front setbacks. For buildings that are less than 50 feet, greater than or less than 50 feet, the minimum requirement is 25 feet. For buildings that are larger than 50 feet in height, the minimum setback has to be at least equal to that height. As you can see from the right column, the project's front yard setbacks for the smaller buildings are all over 200% greater than the minimum requirement. And so what's great about that is, you know, it's, as we've talked about, it's creating this open feeling, much better pedestrian experience. And so the design team has essentially tried to balance that staircase, that wedding cake approach in terms of stepping back the heights, and at the same time pulling the buildings back away from the coastal high hazard area to protect the sea-mark views. So that I thought they did a great job in balancing those objectives. I'm not going to go through all these in the interest of time. I've submitted my report into the record. I carefully reviewed the conceptual plans, the architectural and civil drawings, the traffic study, the evacuation plan, some of the other exhibits. The project is consistent with all of these policies and objectives that you see here. These are the ones that are mandatory that apply to the project. And by the way, I should mention that first requirement regarding consistency with the comprehensive plan is the first criterion under your LDC section 4.4A. The second one is compatibility. It's important as we think about compatibility to understand that applies to the conditional use aspects of the project. And so what does that mean? That means it applies as we think about the tower heights because they're greater than 50 feet. In my opinion, my professional opinion, the tower has been oriented and placed in a very respectable way to achieve compatibility and to protect the sea-mark views. I also want to emphasize that along the same lines, when you think about the restaurant, the beachside restaurant, the compatibility review for that restaurant is tied to noise. It's limited to the noise issue. There was discussion earlier about the height. Well, the height is, as of right, is allowed to be 50 feet. So we're coming in at about half of the actual as of right height. So when we talk about the compatibility of the restaurant, what we're really just focusing on is the noise potential. And in that regard, they've proposed the treated glass wall to deflect that sound to the interior of the property. So I don't see any compatibility problem there at all. And they've taken some extra steps, not really related to the compatibility issue as far as noise, but the scrubbers, for example, that enhances compatibility. It's not part of the conditional use review to the extent that it's not one of the criteria that's triggering the conditional use review. So under your comprehensive plan and code, the analysis is really focused on the noise issue. The next section of your code sets out a standard that there should be no unreasonable or disproportionately negative impacts. Let me back up because I should at least mention the other items. You've already heard about these, so I don't want to go through them in detail. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we're consistent with the items 3 through 7. I will just say that, again, on the consistency requirement of the statute, the capacity and timing issue applies in terms of the transportation improvements. You've heard from our traffic engineer that the project is in compliance with the concurrency requirements for phase 1, and they've done that long-term analysis at this point, at least to show there's capacity today for the build-out of the project. So I won't go into any more detail on that other than to say it's very common, and I served as the department's transportation concurrency expert for many years, and the idea of monitoring and modeling, they call that M&M, for larger scale projects is common. It's done all over the state because you just can't forecast out 20 years of traffic in a reasonable way. So instead of doing that, all the major urban metros have you come in and do these updates every 5 years. So this is very common. Finally, as I said, the test for consistency under your Section 4.12A is that the project wouldn't cause unreasonable or disproportionately negative impacts. Again, these items touch on some of the, all of the, really, the expert testimony you've already heard from our architect and our engineer. I'm not going to go through these other than to say that the project's consistent with each of these. I thought just the aesthetics of the project are really nice. I work on projects that range from, luxury quality down, and you've heard that, different resorts have a mix of different product types. They've done a really nice job with this project. I will say that, and I think it's important just to remember that the operational requirements are addressed through the conditions. And so some of those conditions deal with some of the concerns that tie back to compatibility, like the noise concern, and that's going to be mitigated if they come forward and if they follow through and were to have outdoor music, for example, which is proposed, then you have a section of your code that has certain requirements that have to be met. And so they'll have to, those conditions address amplification, enforcement provisions, and the like. So with that, the final criteria is to ensure that there's no shading impacts, which there are not, to the CMARC building. And as I said, the restaurant's been limited in size to avoid detrimental impact. So there won't be any unreasonable or unduly negative impacts on the CMARC, in my opinion. With that, my expert opinion as a planner is that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and code. The land use is compatible, and it satisfies your code criteria for a CUP review. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Ryan, can you put us back on the screen, please? Thank you. Commissioners?
I've got a question. You said, I believe, the words you use, you've worked on projects of luxury quality. Would you consider this a project of luxury quality?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that ends our presentation. We would just answer any questions and reserve any time for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we can move on to audience comments. City Clerk?
Okay, I've been asked to call the longer ones first, and that would be Jane Graham and Jolynn Lawson.
If you'll please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Mayor, could I ask a question? Because we know that Ms. Graham is representing several people, for those people to stand and be recognized, because I know there's sort of membership, and I think she had just called a next name that I believe is within this membership. Ryan, can you put the overhead on?
Ryan, can you please put on the overhead? Thank you. You just rotate it to the left. There you go.
So she's getting 15 minutes?
Correct.
I think she asked for 10 minutes and 5 minutes in rebuttal.
Okay, so
It said no to rebuttal, so I think it's 10 minutes.
So it's 10 minutes, and she's representing the Tech St. PB.
Correct.
So
I don't know if there's 4 people here that are allowed.
We said 15 minutes, that the rebuttal, that she wouldn't be getting a separate rebuttal, but that she would be getting 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's your decision. I'm just letting you know what she asked for.
It's going to be less than 15 minutes. It's probably going to be less than 10, actually.
Okay, thank you. Again, if you'll please state your name and affiliation, we'd appreciate that for the record.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Jane Graham, an attorney and founder and small business owner of Sunshine City Law at 737 Main Street, Suite 100 in Safety Harbor. I represent Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group, which is a nonprofit dedicated to ensuring the beauty of development projects and maintaining the character of St. Pete Beach. Protect's members have a substantial interest over and above that of the general community, and is made of St. Pete Beach residents who live in close vicinity to Gulf Boulevard between 60th and 52nd Avenues, directly impacted by the potential transformation of the beauty, hotelscape, and infrastructure on Gulf Boulevard. Protect cares about wildlife and beauty of its viewsheds and the members' community. And these are some pictures, actually, that were taken of the beach and wildlife on St. Pete Beach by some of Protect's members. And you will hear more from Director Jolynn Lawson about that. I want to make something really clear. My client is not anti-development. They just want it to be done right. And we're really actually happy to hear tonight from the developer that he is committed to having conversations. Protect St. Pete Beach respectfully requests that you either deny or at very least postpone a vote on these items tonight, because there are too many unanswered questions and there's some holes in the information and some facial deficiencies of the application, which it's even the staff notes in their own report. So let's tap on the brakes and actually work together as a community to have more discussions and find solutions that people can be happy about this giant expanse of development on Gulf Boulevard. It's the applicant's burden to show, as you know, with competent substantial evidence that their CUP application complies with the city's code and the comprehensive plan. And for multiple reasons, this application fails to do so. So under section 4.4A, standards of review, these boxes, which we'll go through at the ending as well, are issues where we don't believe that there is competent substantial evidence that fully supports. Likewise, under 4.12A, there are also some outstanding issues. Let's first talk about lost views. And what's interesting about lost views is that your staff admits that the views are impacted. And they actually, from the staff report, there's a quote that says that it will eliminate a significant portion of the view corridor. So what is the applicant's solution for this significant impact? Well, it's a rooftop area where people will come and enjoy. And so here's the site plan. And so the green is a tiny sliver within a monolith of the concrete. And so I ask you, does this really meet what you need as far as preserving a view? And I would also remind you that as part of the CUP of the comprehensive plan, future land use policy 2.11.3 states that the city shall continue to administer the regulations aimed at preserving access to and view of the beach and other recreational facilities for all residents and visitors to this community. So this is not something that's just about the C-Mark. This is not just about people who are immediately abutting. This is big picture. What does the view shed look like? And what's interesting is that your staff actually talks about it. I want to talk to you about the sea turtle violations, and this is why. So section 3.16C19 requires that when a violation has been determined to exist, the city manager must refrain from issuing subsequent development approvals until the violation is corrected. So here's the deal about this. The staff actually admits in their report that there are issues with the marine turtle lighting. And just over the weekend, Lisa Reich sent in a code complaint for some of the properties in question. And here are some pictures of 6,000 Gulf Boulevard and also 5,500 Boulevard. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention is I know that the attorney, Mr. Matthew McConnell, had stated that there are no open code cases. However, if you go on your code website, you'll see that actually there are several code cases. Case number 2021-0455, which was actually opened it was on September 7th, 2021, and it actually still says open. And there's several others as well. So this is for 5,900 Gulf Boulevard, there's 6,000 Gulf Boulevard, and 5,700 Gulf Boulevard. So I ask you to, ask the serious question. These are open violations. I think maybe you guys should ground truth some of the information that you're getting. Sometimes things get lost in translation just because people work in silos. So please, you need to follow 3.16. Now, the other thing as well is that the TRC comments actually noted the marine turtle lighting issue, and the applicant's response was, well, this isn't a CUP issue. We'll work on this, and we're happy they said that they'll work on this. But under 3.16, it actually is an issue. So we do request that you take this seriously and suspend this consideration of the application until it's actually fixed and in compliance with the code. Now, for traffic, there's some big picture problems, but to not get into that, I would just say that we protect, actually, our ally Lisa Robinson hired Drew Rourke as an independent traffic analyst who took a look at the traffic study, and he found that there are a couple issues. One of them is that the background traffic growth doesn't match the forward Pinellas level of service report. And so the numbers don't actually add up. And so it means that if you really did use the numbers that are under forward Pinellas, Mr. Rourke said it's likely that the segments on Gulf Boulevard would exceed the threshold and be considered deficient. Here is a table from the report that Mr. Rourke pulled out, but it shows that, some of these numbers for the traffic distribution, they don't add up to 100%. It's supposed to be, when you're going out of the project, it's only 92%. So obviously this is a flaw that needs to be looked at. Now, there's an email in your agenda packet from attorney Miss Batsell that states that Pasadena Avenue traffic should not be considered. And we would just say that we disagree, because that contradicts comprehensive plan sections that speak to the need to look at plans of neighboring jurisdictions, and also just looking at whether it will have a significant adverse impact on the livability of the area. And so in this case, Pasadena Avenue is something that people widely use a lot, and it's critical. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the parking garage. And here's parking garages, actually. And this is what I'll say about that. There are 4 parking garages, and if you look at this table, which is from the conceptual site plan, there's a huge delta, which means that there's an excess of 1,695 spaces. And at first it's like, well, that's good, but then it's like, well, why are you having 18% more parking spaces than are actually needed? And if you look at the conditional use criteria under 35.2, you see that for a commercial garage, you actually need a separate conditional use. And so we ask, is this really parking for back of the house, or is it something else? is that, they're trying to get in another use, but not really having that conversation. And so we think that you need to have some questions about that. And actually, your TRC asked that question too and said, are you sure this isn't commercial? And they're like, yeah, it's not commercial. Well, I think there's a reason why your TRC asked that. The other thing I do want you guys to know, and I see I'm running out of time, and I'm not sure, is that for the 10 minutes or the 15 minutes?
Trini?
10.
10, okay, could I please have the
Yep.
extra? Okay. When you talk about the floor area ratio, in the definition of floor area, structured parking garages do not fall under this category. They're exempted. So, I ask you, and this information is not in the site plan, the dimensions, what is the floor area of these 4 parking garages? And if you were to calculate that, what would that gross floor area do to your FAR? And the reason why that's important is because it gives you an idea of, well, what is really the massing and what is the scale of this? Because, yes, on paper, the FAR is 1.47, which is really nice. It doesn't hit the requirement. But with 4 parking garages that are exempted, what does that actually look like? And get that number down, because that's something that's not clear. Your staff noted some concerns about financial capability. I saw that the applicant did testify to some of that tonight. We won't go into a lot of detail. We would say that the information that was provided was actually provided about their contractor Cummings Group. And it is our position that that type of information is speculative. It doesn't speak specifically to 1754. Your staff also raised questions about architectural features, updated renderings, and criteria not met. You should take it seriously. Multiple ownership, their questions, I'm not going to go into that. Here's the big picture question for you. I don't even know what time it is. This project is asking for something to be phased over 20 years. And what are you giving up approving something that's phased over 20 years? And what it is binding the hand of a future commission. You're holding development to an obsolete LDC 20 years ahead. And I think it was actually Commissioner Riznicki who asked an excellent question, which is, aren't we doing a comprehensive plan update right now? And yes, I mean, this is why we want to have our development be responsive to people's concerns. And so that's why under this specific circumstance, it's really the wrong time to have a project of this gigantic scale, and you're kind of just drawing a point in time and saying, okay, 2024, we're good for the next 20 years. So again, here's the criteria. It fails to meet it. Under 4.4A and 4.12, finally, the development agreement, again, what are you actually agreeing to? Now, there was some discussion about, what is the duration of the development agreement? 45.5 talks about it shall not exceed 10 years or such time as the act may provide, which I would say that, ultimately, this is a decision of you as the commission to make. You need to make sure that it's in compliance, but also that it's suiting your needs. And for some of these issues, how far out are you finding them on concurrency? Are you really taking care of yourself? Applicable, and again, the applicable city code and ordinances, this is excerpt, it's under section 10, that talks about holding the city codes, policies, and charter provisions in place at the time that this is voted on. I would say that as far as the development agreement as well, under the 45.12, 412, there are some requirements needed for looking at the principles of the financial companies that you're looking at, and we don't see that competent substantial evidence in the packet. So ultimately, on behalf of Protect St. Pete Beach, thinks that, you know, while there are some promising aspects about this, it comes up short on the traffic analysis. There are ultimate issues with that. The views, it's, you know, not enough to just have a rooftop. The parking is highly questionable. And the development agreement is putting you in a situation where you're agreeing to something that will actually set you back 20 years. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on this, and we would hope that we would be able to have further conversations to actually work through these issues and come up with some solutions. I did send a letter yesterday that had other objections, and so we put that in the record, and I have copies of the documents that I can submit to the record as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'm a little concerned here that a lawyer representing Protect St. Pete Beach just spoke, and the next person coming up is their director for Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group. To me, that is a little disrespectful for our time, not to mention all those who are here in the audience who want to get 3 minutes of their time to now have to give another additional 3 minutes when I can see clearly there's other people in this audience who are also in Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group. I would rather have people who have not had the opportunity to speak. I mean, why are we giving 15 minutes and possibly 20 minutes to a representative of a group when when more people are going to speak? It doesn't make sense to me.
That is what we agreed to in the beginning, and I don't see any reason to make that change now. I think we're going to stay consistent and fair. I mean, that is what we agreed on. We had a discussion very early on.
I don't recall that discussion.
She's listed at 6 minutes, Jolyn.
Yes.
And she'll be less, it'll be like 3.
All right, good evening. My name is Jolyn Lawson, the director of Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group, and I live at 5407 Leilani Drive. Protect St. Pete Beach is dedicated as an organization to protecting the beauty, character, safety, and environmental well-being of St. Pete Beach, and specifically the area along the beach in the large resort district. Our members are residents who live in the close vicinity to the Gulf Boulevard between 60th and 52nd Avenues, directly impacted by the potential transformation of the beauty, hotelscape, and infrastructure on Gulf Boulevard. Our members frequently enjoy the beaches in the large resort district, swimming, wildlife watching, and enjoying our state-designated scenic views. They enjoy the view shed along Gulf Boulevard and the beach. They drive on Gulf Boulevard to get home. They use infrastructure for water and depend on the same area for emergency services. As an organization, Protect St. Pete Beach has participated in numerous public hearings and meetings, articulated objections and ideas to protect the character of properties in the large resort district, as well as filing a suit challenging a recent conditional use approval granted in the large resort district, the Serrata. Our primary organizational purposes and activities include the study and protection of natural resources and preservation of St. Pete Beach's character and the advocacy of sound land use and growth management policies affecting the beauty and environment of our immediate community. Granting this conditional use permit will adversely affect our members' enjoyment, view sheds, public access, infrastructure, and the use of the beach as a natural resource area. We know that there will be development and redevelopment in St. Pete Beach. That is a fact, and we are not fighting the idea of development. We just would like it done right. We are here tonight to respectfully ask you take a step back, to continue to ask serious questions, and talk about how we can work together to find real solutions for this giant expanse of development on Gulf Boulevard. This project is not ready to be approved. Let's talk about the rooftop view proposal. Future Land Use Policy 2.11.3 states that the city shall continue to administer the land development regulations in a manner aimed at preserving the access to and view of the beach and other recreational facilities for all residents and visitors to this community. This plan turns our view shed into a wall of structured parking lots and buildings. And then the developer is inviting people up to the rooftop as a consolation prize. How many people can fit on this rooftop? In contrast, how many people are losing their beautiful view? And how does a rooftop area cure the drastic change to the overall character and beauty of Gulf Boulevard? St. Pete Beach is a treasure and our shared treasure. We cherish its white sand beaches, open skies, and family-friendly, laid-back character. Objective 2.4 of the comprehensive plan states that the City of St. Pete Beach shall enforce and protect the city's character through the encouragement of redevelopment, which ensures an orderly and aesthetic mixture of land uses. Even with building setbacks, a wall of buildings with parking garages does not help that vision. It is solely in your power to make decisions to ensure that as our area grows into the future, what we love most about it is not lost. Finally, or in conclusion, I would like to say that we adopt the arguments of Lisa Robinson, C-Mart Condominiums, and John Kurzman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, before the next person speaks, I just want to be clear for the record and the court reporter that everyone else was allotted 3 minutes or is going to be allotted 3 minutes except for Ms. Graham and Protect St. Pete Beach in case there's any due process arguments in the future.
Thank you.
Mayor. I have Robert Fisher, Avi Yezowich, Paul Worsford, and
Before
Dale.
we go any further, would the attorney like to rebut now? I'm sorry? And if they are not here next time? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Robert Fisher, Avi Yezowich, Paul Worsford, and Dale Schooneman.
Good evening.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Bob Fisher, 4780 Brittany Drive South. And I'd like to thank you for your service to the city. All of you have made a significant contribution of time and effort, and we appreciate it. I'm one of 3 elected board members of the Jacaranda Condo Association. This is a building at the Tradewinds Resort with 288 units, owned by individuals and families like myself who utilize the units for family vacation, donate time to nonprofit organizations for their fundraising, and use income to supplement their retirement livelihoods. The Tradewinds manages these units on our behalf to create a uniform, integrated resort. They're willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars and no expense to us to create a world-class resort that have a huge long-term positive benefit to St. Pete Beach's image, reputation, residents, and its business community. A benefit that hasn't been addressed is the joy and lifelong memories created for thousands of families each year at the Tradewinds. Some beach hotels cater to rowdy college students. The Tradewinds focuses on families. To better serve those families, they plan to add bowling alley, climbing walls, game rooms to complement the paddle boards, paddle boats, water slides, pirate adventures, and floating golf playground. You realize it is more than buildings when you see smiles on grandfathers' faces watching their grandparents' joy as they're sliding down the 2-story water slide, or parents teaching their children to swim in one of the many pools. I feel sharing our beach with these families is much more of an honor than it is a burden. I believe having modern world-class resorts limited to a very small portion of Gulf Boulevard will complement and balance the charm of our older neighborhoods and bring new life to our community. In life, change is inevitable. The Tradewinds proposal is positive change. I urge you to support their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you haven't been sworn in, make sure you let the city clerk know. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Avi Yesowich, Managing Director of Tradewinds. It's an honor to be in front of you here this evening. So my owners have asked me to temper my enthusiasm, for which I know is incredible excitement for the future of St. Petersburg, and we're so proud to be part of that commitment. Beach. Thank you. St. Pete Beach is Tradewinds. Tradewinds is St. Pete Beach. As long as we're unified and understand that that is the beauty of having a synonymous relationship, bringing the best that we can overall for everybody around us, not Tradewinds employees, not just the guests, but the community, the sky is the limit and more. So I'm very honored to be representing our community tonight. In fact, there's a lot of Tradewinds employees, both St. Pete Beach residents and overall community members that are here. I want to give you a very encouraging and exciting statement of support for where we are. We are the employees of Tradewinds. A significant portion of us have committed many, many years of service to Tradewinds and the St. Pete Beach communities, respectively, and we are incredibly proud of the vibrant culture we've created here. In total, we amount to 1,000 people. You can do the math and divide that into 9,000. Many of us live in St. Pete Beach and the immediate surrounding communities. Our operation contributes substantially to the overall tax base, but leave the numbers aside, we are highly active in the social and cultural life here. This is our family, and this is our home. We are writing to tell you that it's incredibly important for the Commission to approve the Tradewinds CUP. The CUP contains incredible benefits for the community that are simply impossible right now based on the very large amalgamated complex of the resort. This includes back-of-house space, employee bathrooms, change rooms, break rooms, new laundry rooms, climate control, incredible impact on the associate experience. It will make our quality of life so much more desirable in what's already an incredibly desirable place to work. This expansion means significant career growth for many, many people in this room. It's going to impact the livelihood and the future of our community and their communities. Please approve the CUP and please approve this development. We really hope that you'll vote in favor. I can tell you right now, there is no community that's more proud to be part of St. Pete Beach than Tradewinds. Thank you. Allow us to do you justice and our community justice. I'll make one more comment, which is a perfect plan to be presented is easy to pick apart when you're looking at the details, but when you have the motive and the drive and the support, there's a panel of 30 experts in this room to show you we want to do best for us and for you. It's not a zero-sum game. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
One more thing, we have an incredible petition here signed by several hundred of both St. Pete Beach residents and community members that I'd like to put on the record for us. Mr. Smith, thank you for reminding me of that, my excitement. We're thrilled. Please say yes.
You can hand it to the city clerk. Thank you. Next comment, please.
Paul Worsfold, 5216 Sandtrap Place, Valrico, Florida. I'm a Jacaranda owner, board member, and small business owner, and it's really to that small business piece that I'd like to speak very briefly about. St. Pete population is 8,800 people.
St. Pete
wonderful
Beach.
People. Sorry, St. Pete Beach, wonderful population. Look, the people love their community, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of businesses here, and 8,800 people simply cannot support all of them, right? We saw that in COVID, right? If you get rid of the tourism, you get rid of the business travelers, these companies are going to lose money, right? They may have to lay off people, or even worse, they go bankrupt or leave. Now, we know that. Now, look, tourism and business travel is absolutely vital for restaurants, gas stations, stores, markets, right? Transportation services, all the water sports, the museums, sports, all these things. We know that. That's why, right, your local governments are spending millions of dollars to attract these types of folks, right? All the tourism and the business travelers. I think if you take a look at it, right, the new amenities that the Tradewinds is offering is a perfect complement to what you're trying to do. It's those new amenities that will be actually be able to get you a better return on your advertising dollars. So, look, improvements in new services are critical to growing businesses. Constantly trying to reinvent yourself and draw new and repeat business, that's our goal. improving the visitor experience, right? Increasing chances to get a repeat customer or increase referrals. That's what keeps us growing, and it's imperative. To add to that, I just want to comment a little bit on general costs. Everybody knows that costs are going through the roof, right? There's specialty costs, especially, when you think of flood insurance, for example, right? We're getting crushed. Now, at the end of the day, that's going to mean loan defaults, mortgage defaults, all these things could go wrong. Businesses are looking for places that are not on barrier islands, right, because of those associated costs. We've got to find a way to keep this business friendly, and that's all I'm trying to get at. Many small businesses are literally one event away from either having to make no money, lay off people, or close their doors. And we've seen that. Have COVID happen again, boom. Even a red tide event that happens down in Sarasota gets the national public attention, and it hurts St. Pete Beach. So these are the types of things we just have to be cognizant of as we're thinking about our small businesses. Look, tax dollars are needed for the infrastructure. We know that. I saw in the presentation maybe $20 million coming towards that. That's not a small amount. That is a wonderful investment. Look, from what I saw in that presentation earlier, 80% of your property tax dollars are coming from the residents, right? Only 20% from the commercial. You want to do the residents a favor, get someone else to help with this burden. Because guess what? If you deny the CUP, you're still going to have to maintain your roads. You're still going to have to maintain your sewage. All that's still going to have to be done, and it's all going to fall on the residents. There has to be the ability to see both sides of this, and I think that it's something to keep in mind. Because I can tell you what doesn't work. This past year, I had double-digit property tax increases, double-digit. That's not sustainable, right? We simply cannot do that, and especially when it falls, again, to the residents. So in closing, from what I've heard, the Trade Winds has done everything they can think of and been asked to do to mitigate any of the resident issues or the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
That's why the Planning Board recommended it 5-0. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next names are Dale Schooneman, Tim Boggett, Robin Miller, and Emily Schmall.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Coral Reef Beach Resort.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dale Schoenman, General Manager of Coral Reef, 5800 Gulf Boulevard.
Thank you.
Which is the association of timeshare property located at 5800 Gulf Boulevard between Trade Winds, Rumfish, and the Island Grand properties. As you know, is an independent property with over 2,000 owners who have enjoyed our beautiful community over the last 40 years. I've been lucky enough to be with them for over 20. I've watched some of the children grow up there. As you would expect, we had to work closely with Trade Winds on a variety of matters over the years, including guest activities, coordinations, constructions, renovations, collaborations, and much more. We are here today to express our wholehearted support for the Trade Winds expansion project and urge the Commission to grant the conditional use permit. We believe the project will not only enhance and appeal the value of our neighborhoods, but also benefit our property in many ways. Some of the advantages Coral Reef and the other residents include a walkway for the guests to enjoy, more beach rights for our guests and for the public, more attractive and modern Trade Winds with better dining and entertainment options for our guests, less flooding on Gulf Boulevard for a smoother arrival and departure experience for our guests, access to a viewing platform and that offers scenic views around the beach and the bay, and more. You may not be aware, but Trade Winds has been a great partner for us for many aspects, such as parking, beach equipment, security, and more. They've always been there for us in times of need, whether it be a hurricane or a pandemic. We value our relationship with Trade Winds, and we want you to know that we would be a huge loss for us if the conditional use permit is denied. As we represent over 2,000 stakeholders in the community, we hope that you will take our interests into serious consideration and that the Commission will approve the conditional use permit. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Robin Miller, President and CEO, Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce, 6990 Gulf Boulevard. I speak to you today on behalf of the Chamber and the business community that we represent. You probably wonder why we do not have any other businesses here behind me. A lot of them I've spoken to do support this project. A lot of what the gentleman before me said, relying on the tourism to help support their business, but not coming here today largely in part is because they are afraid. They're afraid of retaliation and maybe some residents not wanting to go to their business if they put a face to their support of this project. So I just want to really put that out there because that is a true testament and a true feeling in our business community. After this is done, I think that's something we all probably want to look at. Tradewinds being one of the largest employers not only on this beach but actually in Pinellas County. Of those 1,000 employees not only come to work here and rely on this facility, but they also engage in our community around St. Pete Beach outside of what they do on property. I want to bring up two really important points about this project. I love the quote that Lee said at the beginning of this meeting because that is the absolute vein of this project. It is a catalyst. It is not only a catalyst for St. Pete Beach, but it is a catalyst for Pinellas County. And that is because this project has not only addressed extremely environmentally friendly issues, but it is addressing resiliency. You speak about resiliency all of the time, and resiliency is not just sea level rise, right? Resiliency is having new structures that can withstand an unfortunate incident, which we don't want, but in the event it does come to us like it did in Fort Myers, we'll end up having toothpicks on this beach. But if we do not take the moment to approve this CUP and let this be the catalyst that can lift up this community and Pinellas and really demonstrate how well thought out this is and how much it really can do as a barrier island, and the barrier island is the barrier to the residents here. I'd lastly like to say that, I know that our business community, they don't legitimately get a vote because they're not a resident, most of them, but they do contribute, and they are property taxpayers, most of them. They own their buildings. So we can't forget that that is a voice of reason as well, and a voice of support. So thank you for your time, and we do hope you consider passing this CUP. Thanks.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Again, Tim Boggett, Emily Schmall, Dean Fortune, Victor Ortiz.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Emily Schmall, here with the Blue Green Vacations at Tradewinds Resorts. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to talk here today with the expansion of Tradewinds Island Resorts. My name is Emily Schmall. As I said, I'm the director of Blue Green Vacations. I have been 13 years, particularly working with St. Pete Beach in the community. I've also been a resident of St. Pete Beach for the last 6 years. We have 162 units that are located within the Breckenridge building at Tradewinds. The units are owned by thousands of Blue Green Vacation owners and are also accessible to the vast Blue Green Vacation Club membership base. Due to the sandy white beaches and tourist destinations that St. Pete Beach provides, Breckenridge Club at Tradewinds is one of our most popular destinations requested nationwide. I'm here speaking on behalf of Blue Green Vacations requesting the approval of Tradewinds conditional use permit. As many of our owners and members who come to St. Pete Beach expect to see the quality of the expansion, that the expansion represents. With roots dating back to the 1960s, Tradewinds Island Resorts began as a small collection of bungalows and smaller buildings and grew over the decades to improve the experience. It has always been and always will be a family resort that many have come to live over the years. With that in mind, it's now time to breathe life back into Tradewinds for the next 60 years. To provide an unforgettable experience for our owners, members, and guests, this depends on an updated, modern, and quality property in addition to a well-maintained city infrastructure. Approval of the conditional use permit is needed so that Tradewinds Resort can be fully maintained and modernized. Apart from modernizing the Tradewinds Resort and improving the beach infrastructure, this expansion will be a catalyst for the St. Pete Beach economy, as we spoke about. It'll also create many new permanent jobs, and about another 500 construction-related jobs. In closing, it's important to note that your decision regarding the conditional use permit affects others beyond the resort itself. St. Pete Beach has become the great city that it is today due to tourism, and we owe it to continue to modernize and do what's best, but not only for our visitors, but for our St. Pete Beach residents as well. Blue Green Vacations supports the approval of the conditional use permit as it's very important to our owners, members, guests, and approximately 150 team members who work on site and are also some are St. Pete Beach residents. Appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Dean Fortune, Victor Ortiz, Aaron Grassman, Travis Johnson, Raymond Brooks.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dean Fortune, 1290 St. Petersburg. Gee, everybody's so articulate. I can't follow up into that enthusiasm. Anyway, my parents bought the Alden in 1957, 67 years ago, and from that, Tradewinds has evolved over the years. I guess I've really never had a legitimate day job. I've always been at Tradewinds. Time has passed. I'll just say a few anecdotes in support of 1754. Previous iterations of Tradewinds have always been locally owned, my parents and Tim Bogot. And as great as a local community is, a local ownership is, finance and financial responsibility was always required. You always had to think short term and have adequate return on your investment. And as a result, Tradewinds evolved. And there was never long-term planned what is being proposed. And what you see now is Tradewinds is a unique, special place because of this evolution, but also behind the scenes, it is an accumulation, it is a beast to run. Long-term planning is really the proper way to go at things that we've never had that luxury in the past to do that 1754 does bring. The other thing that I want to say is what 1754 did not do. When they purchased the company in 2019, Sugar Sands was an approved project by the commission. Architecturals were completely drawn. It was ready to break ground. And basically they looked at the project and said, no, it was not the proper long-term best for the property. It was going to be a large, monumental monolith on Gulf Boulevard, not set back. And it basically would be blocking any future connections. With the 1754 able to pick up the Alden and integrate the property, now you could actually create a frontage road that the other project would not have allowed. That would have been the easy thing to do, something millions had already been spent on, and they could just go ahead and do a turnkey on that. They chose not to. Start from scratch, take the risk, come back to you for reapproval for additional things. So I think that that's a good place to end. I appreciate what Joe Smith's doing. He candidly said, yes, it was ugly. And that's what they are not doing. They are setting properties back, the structures back from the street, and we're creating that frontage road that we've all dreamed about having, and he can actually provide, letting the property be more inward-facing rather than dumping all the traffic onto Gulf Boulevard and the guests having to drive through Gulf Boulevard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what you were worried about. You speak just fine.
I don't do stuff like this.
Recalling Victor Ortiz, Aaron Grassman, Travis Johnson, Raymond Brooks, Joe Genio, Kelly Bellinger.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Aaron Grassman, 8911 Blind Pass Road. Good evening. I'm a 30-plus year resident of St. Pete Beach and greatly hope for 30-plus more. That is, if we do not become like Clearwater Beach. This was my initial concern after hearing about this expansion. I have now gained a more complete and understanding about the plans. I now realize that my fears were unfounded. I've changed from why expand to why not improve. What I now understand about the 5 blocks from 5,500 to 6,000 is I will no longer see any trucks or buses blocking the road. I will no longer see cars blocking the road while waiting to enter. Pedestrians' lives will be safer. Car accidents will decrease. The appearance will be beautiful. I have better access to our beautiful beach. I will have great access to a beautiful rooftop view. I will have access to more amenities. Joe Smith, I want to thank you for not maximizing the available density, for not erecting towers blocking neighboring views, for your design with respect for aesthetics, residents, environment, and nature, for keeping my taxes lower, for being a responsible owner, protecting the value of St. Pete Beach. This expansion proposal has caused me to analyze our traffic issues. After seeing all the cars towed from Dolphin Village, the large traffic backups waiting to get onto the beach, seeing the large increase in traffic on weekends despite all the hotels being full the entire week, I've concluded that the biggest traffic issues are caused from neighboring non-beach residents, not hotel guests who tend to use hotel facilities and walk to nearby businesses. I believe this proposed enhancement will improve our beach and that, thankfully, it will not be like Clearwater Beach. I am 100% behind this improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Joe Genio. My property that I own is located at 5445 Gulf Boulevard, Sunrise Resorts. So all of you know that that's directly across from the parking lot. We are on the corner of 55th and Gulf Boulevard. I am the president of the condo board there. I've been president 3 times over the 24 years that I've owned the property. Seamark is right next door, and I hear a lot of discussion all evening about Seamark, and nobody has said anything about the Sunrise and trade winds. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Sunrise. First, let me say that by profession, I'm a mediator in the state of Michigan, not in Florida. I also sit on the Board of Review back there and have been on the tax tribunal in Michigan for a long time. So I understand all of the questions that you've been proposed tonight to the team, and I think they've been well-founded. And what you found is the same thing that I found when I started my first discussion with them on this development project, was that the team was very agreeable to all the discussions that we had and the concerns. I felt as though Mr. Smith and his team were willing to sit down and roll up their sleeves and answer any questions, because of course we were going to be impacted the most by this. We've had a parking lot directly across the street from us, and it was said a little earlier, it's filled with trucks coming and going, and sometimes it has various pieces of equipment that are parked out there and used, so we really don't have a great view of the beach from our location. When we asked our owners originally how they felt about it, I would say the general consensus was, why can't we just have sand and palm trees? Why do we have to have any development? But of course, we all know that doesn't exist. That's not possible. Development, well-founded, well-reasoned development is what's really important to us. My experience is 45 years coming to St. Pete Beach. My first time I came here was to stay at the Trade Winds. Since then, my 2 daughters have been married at the Trade Winds out in front of the beach over the last 15 years. We've celebrated every holiday there. I'm sure a lot of you have also spent, you know, an Easter brunch there, New Year's Eve celebration, or any other major event in your life. It's important to know that the Trade Winds is there for the community. Someone said, you know, during the pandemic, I was here during the pandemic. I was out there helping direct traffic. I didn't see anybody else from in here out there helping, except for the people that work for Trade Winds. When there was hurricanes and they took the dogs, I could go on and on with what they've done for the community, because they're a part of our community. They're not just a business there to try to take the dollars and leave. They really support the community. And I think it would be it would be sad if we didn't grant them the opportunity to do this development to make sure that they can continue to grow in the future and support what we need to use that facility for. I look to
Thank you,
have
sir.
support for this project. Thank you.
Kelly Bellinger, Cindy Perry, Joanne Zavak, Mike Greiger.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Almost there. Travis Johnson, 1198 44th Avenue Northeast. I've had the distinct honor and privilege of being not only a Tradewinds member, not only being a member of the St. Pete Beach community, but a proud employee of Tradewinds for the past 24 years. I was fortunate to work with Mr. Tim Bogot and Keith Overton for over 2 decades. After Tradewinds sold in 2019, I continued with 1754 Properties, who purchased the hotel, and have proposed tonight an incredible vision of what the future can be for us and our community. Both Tradewinds and St. Pete Beach weren't the only thing I fell in love with. 20 years ago, I met my wife, who also works at Tradewinds and still does to this day. We got married right on this very beach 19 years ago. Both my wife and I have been embedded in this community ever since. Tradewinds and St. Pete Beach are a huge part of our lives, along with our now 2 teenage daughters. I started as an intern at Tradewinds and was blessed with the opportunity to grow my career since. Along the way, I am proud to have served on our community in capacities like the Tampa Bay Beaches Board of Directors, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association Board of Directors, and countless hours volunteering with amazing organizations right here in our own backyard. I share this St. Pete journey with you as I believe it provides a very relevant and unique perspective for this pivotal time we are in today. I read a quote recently that said, "Change isn't risky, being stagnant is." I can't think of a more appropriate statement as we all contemplate what is in the best interest for our community. I've had the ability to see where we were, where we are, and now hope I can provide some critical input on where we should go. St. Pete Beach should not be stagnant. Our vibrant community is way too special to risk that label. This time, it is time for us to unite for the greater good and truly solidify. The progression that we have made over the years, whether new buildings, new businesses, new bridges, have all been initially met with hesitancy, but eventually these enhancements are cherished improvements woven into the fabric of our community. Several years back, a plan to responsibly move us forward was made and approved by this community. This is our time to ensure the future of St. Pete Beach, to provide a future that residents, employees, and the general community can be proud of. I humbly and respectfully ask that you support the exciting future of St. Pete Beach and approve this expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, my name is Raymond Brooks. I live at 3813 Gulf Boulevard. First of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you and the commissioners for your dedicated service to our community. I've been a proud member of this community for the last 10 years, and for the last 5 of those years, I've been a proud member of the Tradewinds family. I can't think of any time I've ever worked with a more dedicated group of individuals for everything that they do for our community, everything that they do for us as employees. It's afforded me the opportunity to meet people from every place on earth. I've met people from all over the world. They come here to share our beautiful beach, and they come here and visit. It just makes sense that we would give them a beautiful resort, a world-class resort to come to. And that's what Joe Smith is trying to give us. He's trying to improve our community. And as a community, we can never stop moving forward. We have to continue to move. This board has an opportunity to do the right thing, and I have every trust that you will. So I respectfully ask you to approve the Tradewinds expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Okay. I'm calling again for Victor Ortiz, Kelly Bellinger, Mike Greiger, Cindy Perry.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Kelly Bellinger, 329 83rd Avenue, St. Pete Beach. I've grown up here on St. Pete Beach and have been employed with the Tradewinds Island Resorts for almost 10 years. I'm in full support of this expansion project and truly believe that it will only bring a plethora of benefits to the entire community. As a member and leader of our Tradewinds Eco Team, I proudly represent Tradewinds' dedication and desire to keep the environment top of mind every step of the way. This project signifies a bright future for our amazing eco team. We're more than excited to continue and increase our efforts of sustainability and conservation through educational events, continued community partnerships, and internal eco incentives or initiatives. We strive to encourage all St. Pete Beach visitors to only leave footprints on the sand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Ryan, the overhead, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cindy Perry, and I live at 1126 Boca Ciega Isle Drive. I am an expert on St. Pete Beach. I have been coming here since I was 5 years old. My grandparents lived here, my parents lived here, and I have owned property here since 1996. In addition, I have academic degrees and credentials which have facilitated my review of this CUP application. I see many areas where there are inconsistencies between our land use regulations and this CUP. Please look carefully at regulations concerning views, adverse impacts, green spaces, impervious surfaces, etc. Also consider the long-term financial implications, which currently shift many costs to the residents in the future. In thinking through my review, I was reminded of a line in a poem by Robert Frost. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood. You see, we are at a crossroads in determining the future of our city. Do we want a codified, permanent St. Pete Beach wall in whatever final form this artwork takes, or do we want to be consistent and uphold our land regulations to preserve our natural beauty while making it available for others to enjoy as the regulations intended? What you have before you is a well-done, probably highly profitable multi-phase plan for the expansion of the trade winds. It is a good first pass, and their transparency about 4 phases is a good sign. But that does not mean the city should approve in one instance a 20-year, 4-phase project. Clearly, enough analysis and detail cannot be known at this stage to just hand over the equivalent of a blank check of approval from the city. Asking for 20 years' worth of approvals in one CUP is not reasonable. There are too many issues and concerns for us to just skip over the analysis, impact on our residents, beach, and city. Even the national parks are acknowledging that overcrowding makes it harder to protect wildlife, fragile ecosystems, and respond to emergencies. Thankfully for all of us, they are beginning to address the impacts of overcrowding there. We here on St. Pete Beach are already facing adverse consequences from overcrowding. For example, in 2021, we did not have a single surviving black skimmer chick from the St. Pete Beach nesting season. Not even one. Please deny the CUP and uphold our land use regulations.
Next person, please.
Joanne Zavak, Deb Scheckner, Claudine Reese.
We'll be able to take 2 more comments, and then we will need to have a discussion about adjourning or extending. Please state your name and address for the record.
William Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive, speaking for in lieu of Claudine Reese. So I appreciate the presentation that we've heard tonight, and I can say as a resident of St. Pete Beach, my wife and I have enjoyed being neighbors down the street from Trade Winds. We've had many pleasant interactions with Trade Winds staff and personnel, with our family, and they're a credit to the community. It's been great to see them here tonight and to see the support. I think my concern is this idea that we are massively increasing density on the Trade Winds property when the current properties that exist are not providing the best guest experience. I have here a TripAdvisor review from February, and there are many of these online. It doesn't take any digging to find them, where guests are regretfully calling the Tradewinds out for being dated and needing investment. Now, we know that. That's not a secret, but I think the challenge that we have is that, as we heard from Mr. Smith tonight, the economic reality of these different ownership structures and different business relationships inherent within each of these different parcels makes it very difficult to offer a four-diamond experience across this entire resort. So when this applicant comes here and asks for a conditional use permit and a development agreement that's going to stretch out over a generation, over 20 years, to try to bring the entire resort up to a much higher level of performance, we don't want a resort where people are writing a review that ends, we ended up staying one night, didn't even unpack, while a travel company managed to negotiate a full refund for us, and then move to a different facility. We must do better, we can do better, and I think we can fall back on the reality that, for every review you see like this, where people are bemoaning the state of the current Tradewinds facilities, there's another review that talks about how great individual Tradewind employees are. The people are great people. This is a great property on a wonderful beach. Can't we find a way to elevate the entire property together for the benefit of our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Nobody I called is coming forward? No?
How many more do you have?
No?
How many more do you have?
I called Joanne Zabak. She's not here. Lisa Robinson.
All right, to the architect, Linda Llewellyn, 2802 Pass-a-Grille Way. Florida native and sick to death seeing this happen to our beautiful, beautiful beaches that are so fragile. To the architect, fake greenery is not viable in Florida. They bleach out in about 6 months. We do have reclaimed water. Please use the real stuff. When one of your other people tells us that 1.5 million per year in taxes will come from, that will be benefit to the city for 600 units. I know nothing about accounting, but I'm not stupid enough to believe that if you're investing $500 million, there shouldn't be a better return on that investment, because we are giving a lot by allowing this to happen, to destroy our city. We won't be able to drive down Gulf Boulevard for the next 20 years. What are you thinking? To the person who made the comment that this group has made right with the resident at Seamark, well, I would suggest that you allow that person to come before City Council and make their own comments. Speaking for them is inappropriate, absolutely inappropriate. This is not the first fight I've been in. I was with Davis Island in 1999, and we stopped high-rises at the end of Davis Island. I was with the one on Pass-a-Grille, 8th Avenue, 42,000 square foot hotel they wanted to put in. That didn't work either. At none of these city council meetings have I ever seen the police presence that I see in this room. Never. This is not a police state. We are still a democracy in this country. And when residents get kicked out, all you had to do was just ask the officer, stand next to the man. He will be quiet. But to kick them out of this room is so aberrant behavior. That is unacceptable. We are not a police state. And you know what I'm talking about. I'm quite sure of it, Mayor Petrilla. I hope the city council will vote no. This is a huge, huge detriment to our community. There are no people in this community who are true residents who want this done. This is all a business deal that a few people are going to make a lot of money. Good evening.
Thank you. All right, next we need to have a conversation about where to go from here tonight.
It's okay.
Yeah. So,
How many more?
well, we have, she's at least 10 more, which is at least another 30 minutes.
Maybe it's time to pick a, it doesn't sound like we're ready to obviously get to a vote. I shouldn't say obviously, so maybe it's time to pick another night to continue this.
So we have 30 minutes left of public comment.
Are all the 10 people here? Can you all raise your hand to make sure that you are here?
Can you call out the names and?
There's only 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes for sure.
Lisa Robinson, Lisa Wright, Mark, and Katie Saunders,
Okay, it's 3.
Jim Whitford,
Not here.
Mark Arado,
That's me.
4.
Tim Barnell,
Here. 5.
I'm sorry, did he indicate he had 4, he mentioned he had 4 people asking for 10 minutes?
Oh.
The last person you just read?
No.
No?
3 minutes is all I need.
Okay. Who was it that said 10 minutes? Okay.
oh, I do. This one has no name on it. Dan Causey, Casey. Dana Richardson.
6.
Edna Hicks. Terry Grocott. So I have 1, 2,
7.
5, 6, 7, 8. One of which is
Plus Lisa. I don't think it counted.
I didn't hear you call Kurtzman.
he already raised his hand.
You did?
Did you include Ms. Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing about just legally, that's 8 people, one of them I guess has, I don't see 4 people here, but I guess 4 people signed up. That's your decision as a commission. But if you end it now, then you can't, I mean, people can show up in the next meeting and public comment just stays open.
I'd be inclined to finish public comment.
Me too.
And then adjourn.
I agree.
But 3 minutes per person, because we agreed on any extensions of that time on this sheet ahead of time.
I agree.
All right, so you want to
I
get
would take the 3 minutes still.
a motion to extend the time past 12?
Okay, so first we have a motion. To what time?
I'll make a motion to extend until 12:45, just to make sure we can get through public comment.
Just make it 1 a.m. to be safe.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Philps,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
So when 4 people give up their time, the speaker gets 10 minutes per hour. Policy.
From my understanding, the 4 people are not here, though.
Nobody said that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you all said.
Did we get 4
Where are
hands?
the 4 people?
Can the 4 people please stand?
But they're not here.
Do you have their card?
Are you talking about my 4 people or different 4 people?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
4
sure,
people.
you can just
4
save
people
him.
you're representing.
Well, he accumulates people.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
John to close for 10 minutes?
We'll just take him in order.
Okay.
Right. At this point, we
Lisa
can.
Robinson.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, whoever's on IT. Mr. IT, can you zoom in tighter? Or Mrs. IT? Lisa Robinson, 7100 Bogasega Drive. That is the cut-through street to Boykoff Boulevard. This is the current drive-by view of Tradewinds. Look at it. Look at it. This could be the last time you see it. This is what brought you here or kept you here, and now it's your decision to keep it for us or give it away to strangers. Short of tearing it down, there is no imaginable exchange for this daily drive-by view, and the offer of a rooftop view deck is just plain insulting. I've lived in St. Pete Beach for 35 years, grew up in Treasure Island. I have over 50 years' experience and personal knowledge of the beach's traffic and the changes that have occurred. I and all of my neighbors along Gulf Winds and Bogosiega Drive have a much greater stake with the increases in density and the traffic and safety issues that such development as the trade winds brings. Impact is unsurprisingly greatest between Gulf Winds Drive and the project access, where the project accounts for 13 to 18% of the segment service volume, and that is written by the TRC. Both the Serratas and Tradewind developer supplied traffic studies are flawed with errors, omissions, and inappropriate data, some of which I would call deceptive at best. The review by the traffic expert Drew Work has revealed critical flaws within the base tables and counts, and now finding out tonight that the development agreement seeks to sweep these flaws under the rug by not requiring concurrency in Phase 1 is unconscionable. Tradewind's traffic study leaves out 2023 Ford Pinellas max traffic volumes so that they can compound the 2% growth rate to show an impossible reduction of traffic in 2029. They're saying that the traffic is less than the traffic in 2022 and 2029. It leaves out 8% of traffic, which equates to 71 daily car trips going down 59th Avenue, a residential street, uses inappropriate and apparent and separate land use codes to allow for greater count reductions, which aren't even during true peak hours, the weekend. Tradewind is not a retail strip center, it is a self-serving resort. It uses two different trip generation methods for the study network and the impact analysis, where it should be one method, ITE, the Bible. Uses traffic volumes from the Serrata analysis, which upon expert review were incorrect and flawed as well. Therefore, it compounds incorrect data flawed on top of other incorrect data. The conceptual site plan counts do not match. The residents and visitors alike deserve so much better than our city, taking these studies at face value. The Tradewinds traffic study is not competent substantial evidence, and no additional traffic studies by this entity can be relied upon. This is a 20-year project based on a 20-year-old comp plan, and that is effectively 40 years of obsolescence.
Thank you.
I'm not against
Thank you.
development. I'm just asking for the truth.
Ms. Robinson, thank you for...
Mr. Reich?
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Lisa Reich, 78th Avenue. You guys know me. I've also sent a pretty extensive email in March. I think it was March 18th. I'm here. I know I have a very limited amount of time. I was out Friday evening and did a lighting survey, and I'm going to kind of share what I've done and the tools that I use to determine that Tradewinds is still non-compliant. I've been working on this since 2021. I've patrolled the beaches for 13 years, and I have, over the past 2 years, gone through workshops and been trained by Sea Turtle Conservancy and their lighting team. I really don't want to be here. I wish they were compliant, but we've been talking about this for years. So I want to show you, this is the Rumfish north side, and I'm going to scoot over here. I use what is called a blue film, and the blue film is basically blocking out the wavelength that is longer wavelength, which is our yellow, orange, amber, which is compliant. So if you see blue, blue means those are the non-compliant lights. So this is Rumfish. I'm going to go back here. This is the west side of Rumfish. These are the rope lights, and you can see the spotlight up top. I'm going to show you when I come here. That spotlight is compliant, mostly. It's not shielded, but it's the right bulb. The rope lights, not compliant. The lights in the rooms, you can see. This is the south building of Rumfish. These are spotlights. There's also room lights. Those are all non-compliant. I've been talking about this parking lot
since 2019, since they took ownership. These lights are the most destructive to our sea turtle hatchlings. There is some compliant lights. There's 1, 2, maybe 3, 4. You see the white lights in the background? If I go to the next screen, those are the non-compliant lights. I'm on the beach. I'm almost to the water when I take these photos. This is the trade winds. This is the north building, west side. And I can go on and on. Every single building was non-compliant on some level. And this is the technology I use.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Mark and Katie Saunders, and then Mark Arado. Tim Varnwell. People raised their hands and now they're not coming forward, so yeah, come on up.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Mark Arado. I'm a little complicated because my home address is in St. Louis, Missouri, but I own a Jacaranda condo, and my mom, who's 90 years old, owns one too. Love the properties. I also have 4 condos on 67th Avenue, so I think I'm fairly neutral about the traffic, the people, trade winds. It's a great resort. One concern I have, being a Jacaranda owner, and you all might not be familiar with this, but as an owner, I get 47 cents out of every dollar that they sell the room for. 4% goes aside for renovations that comes about every 6 years to keep their high standard. So with me being an owner, what's going to prevent them from selling a room for 100% of the new rooms coming in, for them to sell me, to delegate selling my room where they don't get their 53% and they're not getting anything. So I have, as much as I love trade winds, I love the property, from a business perspective, I have to be objective to know what is in the foresight for me as being an owner that I don't get pushed aside. And as you know, as you expand occupancy, and if they spread it equal, then my room revenue is going to go down as they build new properties up. Last year, my property, the revenue the year before was $50,000. It went down to $35,000, which is great revenue. My mom's property had the year before of $35,000, went down to $20,000. She's 91 years old. It's a great investment for her, but this is true money we bought these properties for. I want to make sure my investment holds up and that I don't get pushed aside for more growth that's not going to be positive and fair for me equal. The other thing I have a concern for is safety for riding my bike. If you go down the Don Cesar, the bike lane ends, there's more traffic coming, and you're supposed to materially get in the middle lane, continue through Gulf Boulevard, and all the traffic merging coming across from Eckarts College heading towards town are flying. They have no idea that's a bike zone. So we have a lot of room for safety for bikers, for pedestrians. People are renting stuff. They don't know what they're doing. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. And you better have your heads up because they'll kill you. You see pedestrians going through the blinking red lights, and they think the cars are automatically going to stop, and they don't stop. And I've told people before, don't cross the intersection until they stop because you'll get killed. So with all this new influctuation, I want to make sure that it comes about safely and fairly. And I'm a positive for trade winds. I love the people, I love the employees, but I want to make sure that I don't get lost in the shuffle along with my 91-year-old mom. Last thing in closing is, I just found out that they were bought by Hilton Grand Vacations, and everybody's saying True Green still. I'd like clarification on that, because that sold 30 or 60 days ago, and it's never been brought up by anyone here. And also, I've never been asked, being a Jacaranda owner, what I feel about
Thank you, sir.
The expansion. Thank you.
Next person, please. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Yarnell, 5396 Gulf Boulevard, St. Pete Beach. I am the president of the Seamark Condominium Association, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our community to speak in opposition to the current trade winds conditional use permit application. As a follow-up to our letter submitted on Friday, April 12, 2024, the CMARC is a direct neighboring property owner and association. CMARC is an adversely affected party who will suffer negative effects to protect property interests as well as stand to suffer greater harm than the community as a whole as a result of the proposed project. Accordingly, the CMARC requests that it recognized as a party intervener pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0115 and the City of St. Pete Beach Code of Ordinance Section 2-66B. I've been a successful business owner for more than 40 years with operations in both Michigan and Alabama. I vacationed in St. Pete Beach for 30-plus years and purchased my home in the CMARC in 2016, due in large part to the charm and the community feel of this area. The CMARC building was completed in 1974 and still have some families who are original owners. The building itself is a total of 105 units, and we are uniquely positioned directly in between the Serrata and the Tradewinds properties. All the current proposed construction directly affects our building. We adopt the comments and testimony made by others about the effect this development will have on public safety, including traffic and the environmental concerns, particularly the effect on sea turtles, increased wind, as well as lost views. That said, I will focus my comments specifically on two things that most affect the CMARC and its residents. I would like to begin by acknowledging the open dialogue and cooperation that Joe Smith and his team have shown in working with the CMARC on trying to mitigate several of our concerns. We appreciate the Tradewinds valuing our concerns. Our two main concerns, and the reason we believe the current conditional use permit should be denied, relate to the negative effect on cellular signals and also the negative impact this plan would have on our views. First, on the cellular towers, it is important to note that our building's roof height is 103 feet and top of our parapet wall is 106 feet. For the past 27 years, the CMARC has been the site of cell phone towers for multiple carriers. My understanding is the Tradewinds plans to erect a building directly adjacent to the CMARC that exceeds 125 feet in height. Since cell signals travel with a line sight, the proposed construction would negatively impact the signal that all St. Pete residents and visitors rely on for communication. We have not seen any data from either developer or the city that objectively demonstrates the effect those taller buildings will have on cell signals' strength. We are deeply concerned that the degraded cell signal will interfere with the ability to contact emergency services like EMS, fire, and police.
Thank you, sir.
That was 3 minutes?
It goes fast.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. We did receive your letter for the record as well.
Whoever's coming up next. Those names I called, Mark and Katie Saunders, John Kurzman, Dana Richardson. Oh. Terry Grocott, the last one.
Are there 4 people here?
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Are they getting 10? Are we having 4 people?
I didn't see him.
Can the 4 people please stand and identify themselves? Stand, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, thank you.
Thank you. John Kurzman, the Honda Way. So conditional use needs to have intensive scrutiny. And one of the first things is that the conditional use application asks for the survey to show the proposed improvements. The proposed improvements are not shown on the survey with property lines. And one of the things that's important is that normally you'd have 5 minutes or 3 minutes for each of the 5 lots that originally are involved here. And what we do see is that here are the 5 lots that are shown for the existing buildings. And yet we have different lots or phases that we see, and what the City Commission's been deprived of, I think, in the public, is actually seeing, what's happening because they're not seeing the different lots or view corridors. Now, the comprehensive plan is not easily changed. So the comprehensive plan refers to a map in the comprehensive plan, map 2, which just shows you the large resort district and the different redevelopment zones. And it shows the actual large resort district and explains about it. It even says that the rules have been developed in consideration of the larger size and depth of the parcels that are adjacent to the Gulf beaches. So when you read the comprehensive plan, you read the rules and it says things such as, well, if a project is 3 acres, that's when special things happen. You have to think, well, gee, if you put 2 lots together, the intent would probably be, well, gee, then the threshold would be 6 acres. And if it was 3 lots together, 9 acres. So just think about that. Now, the next thing is, well, why then, how did these lots get put together? Where's the ordinance that describes how lots are put together? And I asked repeatedly, how are these lots put together? Why are these lots put together? Never really got a clear answer. So I started looking through our code. I found section 7. Section 7 says, 7.3, you can put 2 lots together or more, and if they're the same owner. But then you have to do it ahead of time. That didn't happen. Or in the case of hotels, you could put them together. But there, it says you get to put them together for the purposes of zoning only. But it then lists Chapter 7 or Section 7, and those are additional lots. Those are traditional zoning zones, like the residential district or a medium resort district, not the large resort district. So it doesn't even apply there, and it would be just the same as if it's only the zone map that gets changed, not your flood map, not your property map, like the tax assessor. They all have their own procedures. So it only relates to that. And then, the other thing is, it's for the particular project. So think about it. Wouldn't it be great is if all you have to do is change 3 acres on your parcel, and now you get 75 units per acre, not just for this parcel, but you get 75 units per acre for all 5 of your parcels. And wait, it says per project, but instead of only getting it for this project, you get to have it for all 5 of your parcels. But wait, you normally have to only do it for, you have to start a project within a year. No, you get to do it for any project you start in the next 20 years. So it really seems like we're really twisting the rules here a little bit in what we're doing. And the concept of a project, and in fact, we even still have 5 signs. So I'm just concerned a little bit about the process. Here's the map, 1 project, and a wise attorney said earlier, if it's not provided for, you should not do it. So why, if we can't do intervenor status, because there's no defined process of how you do intervenor status, how are we combining lots when there's no defined process in the comprehensive plan of how you handle combining lots to handle the things about the things that are in the comprehensive plan? How do you decide how many beach accesses to have if you're going to combine the lots? There's all these rules in the comprehensive plan about what to do for all these different metrics, and it doesn't define what to do when you combine the lots. And we've been told if it doesn't have a process, you shouldn't do it. Yet we're doing it. We're not doing intervenor status because there's no process, but we're doing combining of lots. Seems like that's not being consistent. Also, there's some issues with easements that maybe we should be looking into, a couple of easements. I'll be sending this. We learned tonight the third beach access is actually on the Hilton Garden Inn property because it's only like a few feet away from the bathrooms, and yet it says in the application that they have no problem making the access later on. What I really would like is, make sure we have the CCL, the beach walk, the entire length. We have beach. If we could just have beach access at the north end for people from Palm Point, 59th Avenue, we really need beach access. We need it early. We don't need it at the end of 6 years at the CO. We don't need something in the middle. We don't need something at the south end. We need something at the north end right away. That would really help the people in the 59th Avenue and the north part of the area really appreciate this project. Next, here's their view of what the beach would look like after the project. Okay, that's after. But here's a picture that I took on the bottom half of the slide. I took from Bellwether this weekend. It looks practically the same. And this is a picture from above of what the permits look like for the cabana service. And as you can see, it looks pretty much the same. But they're proposing 60% growth in the number of rooms. So where are all these chairs going? Aren't these people going to want chairs? So how can you add so many people to the beach and not plan for it? So there's always been a complaint about spillover. So it's up to us to avoid conflict. There's always a problem, people complain that the county park overflows onto the beach, or people are overflowing onto other hotel properties. We need to avoid that. And so we have to think about where are these people going. And also, this is actually from the permit or the deed for the Jacaranda, and it says on their deed that there's an exclusion, and they expect that the rights of any of the public to use the public beach or recreation area. So they're admitting that the public also has the right to use this area of the sandy beach. So, they have the chairs there, but the public is also expected to be using that beach area. And now we have their chairs, and they're going to have a 60% growth in the number of guests. This is a conflict. And then there's the ordinance is not part of what we're having an exclusion for. Yet we have an ordinance that says commercial districts should make sure you don't have walls, and you're supposed to make sure you have an easy way to go to the cafes and the other things at the street level. You're supposed to have open views into the lobbies. And how do you then have something like that? This is not at all what's in our plans. This is totally contrary. So, and next, traffic. Here's the Serrata study without the trade winds, and then here's the trade winds study with the Serrata, and I'll just focus your attention to Gulf Boulevard, and it barely moves. So somehow Gulf Boulevard has gotten better, or practically better, by the addition of the trade winds growing by 60%. Just take a little time and look at that. I don't know how that's physically possible. So being a good neighbor, put aside all the technical issues that I've thrown out there. If you could just think about Palm Point, 59th Avenue needing beach access, don't get rid of so many curb cuts, because actually, if you shift all the traffic to 59th Avenue, you're just making things worse. I think you heard about that. We need to be able to make left turns to get out of 59th, and we need to be able to turn onto 59th. Observation deck should not be reserved. We'd rather you make some money at it so it's open at all times for people. And then the city commission should be considering the beach overload. And you should know every exception that's being made. If the things that normally would need a variance, you should know what those are. They should all be listed. You should know everything that you're implicitly approving. It doesn't seem that it's clear what those are. And then next, you really need to know what's happening. And I'm just going to go through that really quickly. I've looked, and I don't see these parcel numbers keep changing. So here's 288 owners, and then here's that parcel. And then here's the project details, and that's the list of the parcel numbers. Then the numbers on the left are parcel IDs, but they're not in the Exhibit A. They were in their original application. And then you compare it. Coral Reef said they had 2,000 owners. Then here's the list of their unification. But the unification list doesn't match the resolution. So your resolution doesn't have the same parcels as the unification. So you've got numbers all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 3 cards. Mark and Katie Saunders, Dana Richardson, Terry Brokaw.
I'm going to ask the applicant's representative to please refrain from speaking while other people are speaking. We'd appreciate it. We gave you the opportunity to speak uninterrupted, and it keep hearing it in the back of my ear, and I can't hear them. So I would certainly appreciate that. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Terry Grocott, 2841 Alton Drive. First, I'd like to thank the members of the commission for your dedication to our service, as well as to the developer for putting together what looks to be a very thoughtful design for our community. An increase in temporary lodging capacity represents more than just an increase in revenue to the city and projected economic impacts. Commercial redevelopment is a complex transformation affecting many aspects of government, multiple and diverse stakeholders, and community life. I'd like to specifically address the infrastructure aspect, which transcends all of the affected parties, roadway capacity. The addition of an approximate 1,000 rooms associated with the trade winds, Serrata, and Windward Pass Development projects will conservatively add 2,000 additional people traversing our roadways. Additionally, there are multiple developmental projects within 8 miles of St. Pete Beach, which account for an additional 3,500 new residential units. That's the Marina Skyway District. While it is not a requirement for the developer to include close proximity projects in their traffic study, close proximity projects will certainly impact St. Pete Beach road capacity writ large, to include gaining entry and exit to the Barrier Island, the Gulf Boulevard, and then the residential cut-throughs. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the body temporarily delay a decision on the conditional use permit and commission a city independent traffic study in considering wider scope of projects within the city limits based on the available build-out space and in consideration of close proximity projects which have a high likelihood of impacting St. Pete roadway capacity. This will allow for a decision based on holistic data collection and analysis and advanced risk management planning, vice presumptions that reactionary mitigations will be available in the future and meet the needs of our city. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. I wish it was still day.
Good morning.
It's good morning now. Please state your name and address for the record.
I have to be sworn in. I have to be sworn in.
City Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the information conveyed
Do. Later. My name is Dana Richardson. I live here in St. Pete Beach, across from Tradewinds on Bahama Way South, and I do not profit from Tradewinds in any way. Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. Today, you will be voting on a massive 20-year build-out. CUP applications are to be held with the highest scrutiny, and I appreciate all the work you've been doing. Earlier, I sent an email requesting a North Beach access to be completed now versus later, and that still stands. In regards to the traffic analysis that has been discussed already, I appreciate it. We all know that traffic is awful here, crosswalks, slow traffic flows, and we have future CUP applications coming. Let's confirm that Tradewinds build-out will not put us in a F level of service. I asked that a third-party traffic study be done by the city that also factors in the crosswalks as a condition to approving this CUP. There seems to be a difference of opinion of whether Tradewinds is turtle compliant or not. Lisa Reich, lovingly referred to as the Turtle Lady, has performed surveys that says they're not. I appreciate Mr. Smith wanting to work with only sea turtles in the city for his compliance. However, last August, Pete Dewar told Mr. Smith Tradewinds was not compliant at the Tech Review Committee in August. Has Tradewinds made these corrections? Because it seems that there are different views as to whether Tradewinds is compliant. I request a third-party permit holder, Clearwater Marine, to come out and do a survey. If Tradewinds is not, then we need to make Tradewinds become compliant for the existing buildings before the CUP is given. I think that's fair. The citizens will be losing their vistas and breeze with Tradewinds build-out. I ask that Tradewinds make the rooftop for residents only and not for rented event space. If it's meant to be truly a gift to make up for losing our vistas, then make it a gift without conditions. Last, Kimberly Horn told me that there will likely be a median put in front of 59th for safety in the future, as they don't want left-hand turns being made in and out of 59th. And this is a very big issue with me. And what I think is going to happen, because there's that little median that doesn't really allow for anybody to really turn in but one car at a time into Coral Reef presently. But when Tradewinds builds out their third parking garage and they're using that entry point for Coral Reef and Tradewinds, I think that's when that's going to happen. They're going to take out that median so they can provide a longer queue to turn left. And my question is, to the traffic experts here, are you going to allow left-hand turns in and out of that parking garage? And would the city commit to me that there will be no median added at 59th?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, if Mark and Katie Saunders aren't here, we're done.
Any further audience comments? That concludes the audience comments for this evening and for this application. All right, commissioners. It is almost 12:30. We have until 12:45. We need to have a discussion about continuing or adjourning to a different date.
I would suggest to continue it to possibly Tuesday, since we have a light agenda, the next coming commission meeting, if possible.
City Manager, could you give us what's the agenda look like for this coming Tuesday?
Yes, sir. The Tuesday, next Tuesday agenda, the 23rd, is a very light agenda. And actually, I think there's a couple of things on there we could look at that aren't necessary to be, that we could move them to the next meeting, even if we think that'll take additional time. So I think next Tuesday night would work well.
Okay. Does the applicant have a...
I'd just say on that, Mayor, I'd like to request if we could start at 4 as opposed to 6, if possible.
We have a...
Executive session.
We have a
Oh, that's right, yep.
executive session at 5.
Could we?
Well, yeah.
And we have to advertise it.
We haven't advertised it yet. The notice hasn't gone out, but I did call it a public hearing, and I did say 5 o'clock, although full disclosure, we haven't received anything in writing, so may get canceled, may not. I can't really speak on that right now, but it's set for 5.
Our last adjourned meeting only took 2 hours. I don't really see a problem with 6 p.m.
I couldn't hear that last thing you said, Mayor.
I said our last adjourned meeting, the second part, only lasted about 2 hours. So I think we're confident should be able to get it wrapped up in the 4 hours that we have allotted.
One thing to think about, though, is we may be adding the city manager.
That would be a discussion on the contract.
Correct.
So it'll just be a discussion on whether we move forward or not. And we'll know that by Thursday for the agenda.
Yeah, okay. 23rd.
And thank you, everyone, for hanging in there this late tonight.
You're welcome.
We'll make ourselves available on the 23rd.
Okay, so 23rd, 6 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we can please have a motion to adjourn to a date certain.
I'll make a motion to adjourn until next Tuesday.
If we could, Mayor, I would motion to continue.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
I'll revise my motion. I'll make a motion to continue until 23 April, Tuesday.
Second.
Are you okay with that language?
We should at least reference the number since Jenny
Excuse me.
I motion to continue ordinance number blank to April 23rd at 6 p.m.
Okay. Can I please have an amendment to the motion?
I'll make an amendment.
Resolution, sorry.
To the motion.
Conditional use. You said ordinance, but conditional use permit.
Thank you. To move conditional use permit 2023-27. And
the corresponding development agreement.
Oh, yeah, good point. And the corresponding development agreement to Tuesday, the 23rd of April.
Do we have a second on the amendment to the motion?
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Feltz?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Commissioner Lorenzen?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
If I'll please have a roll call on the motion.
Commissioner Feltz?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are adjourned.